After a major turn of events, Samura was revealed to be working with the Hishaku and hunting down the sword-bearers, yet it became clear that his actions were driven by a deeper purpose tied to the sins of the past. As the Kamunabi leaders convened, they reached a grim conclusion. Samura himself had become a greater threat than the Hishaku. While Shiba explained to Chihiro why Samura spared his life, a new decision was made in the shadows, one that involved the Masumi, the only force capable of standing against the blind swordsman. With Chihiro joining them and a direct confrontation now inevitable, what will happen when the Masumi finally move to face Samura head-on? Let's find out. In the next scene, it was November 13th, 11:20 a.m., and Chihiro went to a cafe together with the Masumi. Here, before he could even move his hands, one of the Masumi members had already fed him, immediately wiped his mouth, and poured water into his glass. The commander then explained that this was how they operated, and for the time being, he would be the new master of the Masumi, to which Chihiro replied that they were being too overprotective. The commander pointed out that his wounds were not yet completely healed, which he agreed with, but he explained that he could feed himself just fine. While the eyes of every Masumi member remained locked on him, their commander commented that that was a good sign. After that, he asked the male member if there was any word about Uruha, to which the man answered that there wasn't any yet. The commander explained that he understood where the forensics team was coming from, saying that they had never had a specimen with an enchanted sword contract of 18 years, which the member agreed with, but said that they just needed to know whether he was dead or not. Because of that, he pointed out that, as the blonde guy, Shiba, said, it would be better not to get their hopes up, where Chihiro sat there quietly, listening to them. After that, the commander said that they should take stock of the situation. At present, he said, the Kamunabi, the Hishaku, and Samura were locked in a three-way deadlock. He explained that the leadership had sent them to take some kind of preemptive action, but while Chihiro was resting, they had already scoured the entire landscape and found no trace of the Hishaku. It was as if the rampage that happened 3 days ago had never occurred. One of the members replied that the Hishaku had been flying under the radar for 4 years, so there was no way they could track them down in just 2 days. He added that the information Chihiro got from that Hishaku member was huge, which Chihiro agreed with, and jokingly added that that guy was quite a talker. He then said that Mr. Samura, on the other hand, had left them a hell of a trail, even in broad daylight. He explained that if they traced that spirit energy to its source, they would find his location, and said that the leaders believed it was an enchanted blade detector. He then mentioned that if Chihiro drew the intent, Samura might try to kill him, though Chihiro simply stayed silent and kept listening. The commander added that, in other words, they could fight Samura anytime they wanted. Their female member then joined in and pointed out that they were the Kamunabi's best counter-Samura force. She added that personally, they wanted to knock some sense into Samura as soon as possible, and that the Kamunabi also wanted to eliminate the threat he posed. However, she continued, Samura was the only one capable of putting pressure on the Hishaku. Right now, she said, the last thing they wanted was for the Hishaku to force their hand, which the male member agreed with and added that innocent civilians could get caught in the crossfire. He then said that if they launched into a battle with Samura without intel on the Hishaku, that could be a disaster. After that, they all went silent, staring at one another without moving, until the commander quickly told Chihiro not to draw his enchanted sword, making Chihiro ask if there was a plan. He answered that there was, and pointed out that they had leverage. In the next scene, we shift to the Kamunabi office, where it was revealed what the Masumi commander was referring to when he said they had leverage. Here, a subordinate asked the white-haired leader about a hostage, to which he replied yes, they had a hostage, and added that she might be what you could call the only chink in Samura's armor, and that was his daughter. He then showed the subordinate a file containing information about Samura's daughter. He said that they could have had Samura in the palm of their hands, but when he added the word "but," his subordinate immediately asked "but what?" So he pointed to a section of the file and told him to look at it. He then explained that unfortunately, just over 2 years ago, the records showed that she had died, with the cause of death listed as acute heart failure. After that, the scene returned to Chihiro and the Masumi, where he was shocked to hear that Samura actually had a daughter, making him immediately question it. The commander then reminded him that he had mentioned they once paid a visit to Mr. Samura's family, adding that he and his wife had divorced long ago and had been living apart ever since. Chihiro grew even more confused, and just as he was about to ask how they could possibly have leverage if she was already dead, the commander explained that when he heard Samura had once killed Chihiro, it occurred to him that for Mr. Samura, death was his way of distancing himself from the people he cared about. Even so, Chihiro was left even more puzzled, while the male member anxiously asked if what the commander was suggesting was really true, and Chihiro himself asked what he was even talking about. The male member then explained that during their time serving under Mr. Samura, he had only used them once as ninja, and when he was about to say for what purpose, the female member continued his explanation and revealed that it was to fake his daughter's death, which immediately caught Chihiro's attention. He then explained that 3 years ago, the Kamunabi placed the families of the contracted sword bearers under protection and surveillance, restricting their movements for their own safety. He added that Samura deeply hated the fact that his daughter had to endure all that because of him. The female member then said that perhaps Samura had already anticipated that this would happen and that he didn't want the Kamunabi to use his daughter against him, prompting Chihiro to ask what she meant by that. The commander answered that Samura's daughter was currently living under a secret identity. Chihiro immediately voiced his objection to the idea of using a relative as a hostage, so the commander told him not to worry, assuring him that they would never do that. He explained that they had no intention of involving her in any sort of fight, and that wasn't even the crucial part, which once again left Chihiro confused. The commander then asked if they really thought the Hishaku would obediently battle Samura after he fulfilled their agreement, emphasizing that he was a killing machine, and added that doing so would be suicide. He further said that naturally, the Hishaku must have something up their sleeve to protect themselves, and mentioned that Samura had only one weakness. The male member then asked if she, Samura's daughter, was the leverage he was referring to, saying that was impossible since she was completely undetectable. He explained that based on the convenient timing and the small inconsistencies between the fake body and the fabricated medical records, the Hishaku might have already caught on that she was still alive. The female member then added that even so, there was no way the Hishaku could track her down, especially with the spell that had been cast on her. She explained that spell made it impossible for anyone to recognize her as Seiichi Samura's daughter. She added that even if she were to meet him face to face, she herself wouldn't realize that she was his daughter. She also explained that it was the price Samura had paid to ensure her freedom and safety by severing the memory of their connection to each other. After that, the male member said that was what he meant by undetectable. The commander then added, however, that the Hishaku had succeeded in assassinating Kunishige Rokuhira. He explained that they had undone the seal on the Shinichi in just 3 years, which meant they couldn't afford to underestimate their power as sorcerers. Chihiro then asked if there was a way to determine whether the spell on her was still intact, and the female member replied that if anything changed, she would be able to detect it, and that so far, there hadn't been any issue. When the female member was about to say, but in the worst-case scenario, the male member interrupted and said that it might be a good idea to check it out anyway. The commander then said that if the Hishaku were pinning their hopes of defeating Samura on her, then taking her into their custody would serve as a safeguard against both Samura and the Hishaku. Chihiro sat there quietly, listening to them, before asking where she was now. Then the scene suddenly shifted to Kyoto, where a towering structure was under construction, still within range of the owl's surveillance. After that, the setting moved to the seafood aisle of a supermarket, where a member of the Hishaku was seen browsing the selection, muttering nice upon seeing the sliced-up fish. As he commented that he wanted to slice something too, another Hishaku member, a woman, arrived and called out to him, addressing him as Kaguri. The woman told him not to walk around carrying the enchanted blade, pointing out that he couldn't even use it yet, and added that it made her nervous. He explained that he needed to deepen his understanding of it in preparation for the time he could actually use it, adding that Sojo had said it was important. Because of that, the woman asked if he felt that happening, but he replied no, not yet, and added that the blade was still contracted to someone else, joking that his love was still unrequited. The woman shouted gross, and then told him that Yura had sent a message to each team saying it was almost time. Kaguri scoffed at this and said that thanks to Hirohiko, this was going to be a hassle, complaining that his tactics and kills were half-baked and adding that Yura spoiled him too much. The woman scolded him not to talk like that and reminded him that Yura and the others were constrained right now. While showing Hirohiko folding paper cranes, she explained that he was currently in rehab and couldn't touch the enchanted blade, prompting Kaguri to remark, "Poor thing." He then added that, well, at least they'd get to kill again. It had been a while. The woman then asked if he was excited, pointing out sarcastically that their job this time was to kidnap a kid, and said it should be fun. Kaguri asked her where the target was, and she replied that she had no idea, which irritated him, making him snap and ask what. So she explained that according to Yura, the target couldn't be found. Hearing that, Kaguri said that this was a gamble and commented that it was risky, adding that Yura was just like Hirohiko. She also mentioned that Yura said if they waited, they'll reveal the goods. After that, the scene shifted to a school in Kyoto, which was still under the owl's watch. Inside a classroom, a female student was shown writing in her notebook, and she bore a striking resemblance to Samura's daughter. In the next scene, we suddenly shift into this girl's dream, and here, it seems like she can vaguely hear someone calling out to her name, Iori. Not long after, her alarm clock went off. So still sleepy, she mumbled not yet. After a few moments, she was already dressed and ready, and when she went downstairs, she greeted a woman good morning, to which the woman returned the greeting and asked if she had slept well. She then introduced her as her mother while thinking about how to respond to the question, which made her mother ask if her answer was supposed to be a yes or a no. She also explained here that her father left before she was even born, and that her mother raised her all by herself. Her mother then commented on the news they were watching, saying how horrible it was, which she agreed to. The news reported that at a kabuki performance on the afternoon of the 9th, an attacker killed multiple people, which made Iori react in disgust while chewing her food. After finishing her breakfast, Iori left for school, and her mother told her to have a good day. She then explained to us that basically, it was just an ordinary morning, except that violence was on the rise. She met her friend on the street so they could go to school together, and while they were walking, she added that 3 days earlier, a strange thing suddenly appeared in the sky. Of course, when it first showed up, it caused a huge fuss, and for 2 days, school was canceled. When she entered the classroom, one of her classmates greeted her saying long time no see, and their teacher began explaining that the Kamunabi had reported that the strange thing in the sky wasn't dangerous, so they would resume classes, but one male student objected, shouting that it was dangerous and that they couldn't do sports. The other students then started commenting about what Kamunabi was, saying sorcerers were freaky and wondering what their deal even was, while Iori just silently looked out the window at the owl in the sky, explaining to us that other than that, things were mostly normal. But before she could continue, one of her classmates, a boy with a mark on his face, said that the world was over. He pointed out that that's what the thing in the sky meant, so the girl beside Iori sarcastically praised him, saying that he's really a ray of sunshine, while Iori called him Ikura and asked what was up with his face. Ikura replied, acting cool, that it just appeared there when he woke up. The girl with the hair clip then said that she got it now. He was imitating that guy who attacked the kabuki performance. Ikura, still not breaking character, said that it was proof of his mission, which made the girl shout at him to just give it up already. He then declared that soon their lives would be turned upside down, and the fate of the world would be in his hands, which made the girl comment that boys were really so stupid. She then asked if wasn't that guy pretty young, probably around their age, and sarcastically added that he was kinda badass, which Ikura agreed with. So she said that means he really is copying him. Iori then called out to him and pointed out that that guy was a murderer, and that what he was doing was messed up, which made Ikura immediately wipe the drawing off his face. Iori then slumped down on her desk, and her friend asked if she couldn't sleep again, which she agreed to. So her friend asked if she had that same dream again. She nodded but said that she couldn't remember it, and then we are shown 4 interlocking chains tightly locked together, as if sealing something away. Her friend asked if she really dreamed again about that specific thing, and she nodded more firmly, saying that it must be something important. However, She added that this was the first time she'd had that dream 3 days in a row. Her friend was surprised and asked if it started 3 days ago, pointing out that that's also when the sky got weird. So Iori said that she was wondering if those two things were connected. Ikura agreed with her and said that it was a sign, that she had been chosen too, which made her confused at what he meant by sign, while her friend told him to shut up. Ikura then explained that lots of things can cause insomnia, like stress, which made Iori's friend comment sarcastically that he suddenly sounded scientific, and then added, "Or if something's bothering you." Her friend then reacted to that obvious statement and pointed out that something was definitely bothering all of them, saying that with the sun blocked out, of course it was a downer. Iori agreed with her friend, but asked what was really going on with the sky. Suddenly, an image flashed in her mind, a scene where she seemed to be holding hands with a man when she was still a child, and one of the 4 lock chains began to crack, making her eyes widen in shock. Her friend immediately noticed her reaction and asked what was wrong. While still trying to make sense of what she saw, Iori nervously asked them what if the sky was having some kind of strange effect on her alone, which confused her friend, who pointed out that she was just letting Ikura's nonsense freak her out, while Ikura, acting smug, cutely asked if she wanted to join the battle. Iori fell silent and told them to just forget that she said anything, while her friend added that it was only natural for that thing to unsettle people, then invited her to get something sweet after school as stress release, which she agreed to. At the school gate, it was shown that Kaguri had arrived there, immediately catching Iori's attention. A school staff member approached him and tried to talk, but with a swift movement of his hand and a quick unsheathing of his sword, Kaguri easily took the staff down, and when Iori saw the blood starting to spill from the man's body, fear instantly filled her eyes. Kaguri then leaped toward their classroom, prompting Iori to shout for everyone to get down, and in the next moment, the entire side of the classroom windows shattered as he broke in. He landed on one of the desks and asked what year the class was, then said bingo after learning that it was second year. Ikura, alarmed, called out to Iori after seeing her wounded by the flying shards of glass, his eyes widening in panic as he saw the blood. After that, Kaguri informed everyone that he was looking for Samura and asked which class she was in. Iori, puzzled, wondered who Samura was. The woman accompanying Kaguri pointed out that she wouldn't be using that name, and that all the photos they had were altered anyway, so it was pointless to ask. Because of that, Kaguri asked how they were supposed to find her, and in response, the woman suddenly cut a female student's cheek and apologized right after. She then licked the blood from her finger and explained that they had Samura's blood and that they would find the one whose blood tasted the same, before adding that the girl she had just cut wasn't the one they were looking for. Kaguri then pointed out that doing that would take forever, so the woman explained that they would just gather all the students together in one place, adding that they wouldn't kill any of the girls because one of them could be their target. Then, someone shouted to get their attention, making Iori's eyes widen in panic. It turned out to be Ikura, who defiantly asked what they were talking about killing people for, pointing out that they could have killed someone just by smashing through their window, while Iori, worried about what he was doing, called him a moron. She thought to herself that if they found this person named Samura, they would leave, while also commenting on how much of an idiot Ikura was for trying to act cool in such a situation. Her anxiety grew worse as she remembered what Kaguri did to the staff earlier, realizing that they would definitely kill him too. Kaguri then asked his female companion if it was okay for them to kill the boys, to which she casually agreed. Ikura's eyes widened in horror as he heard that, and the other students in the room were equally terrified. Without hesitation, Kaguri unsheathed his katana and swung it toward Ikura, but just before it could strike him, Iori suddenly stood up and stepped between them, and before the blade could reach her face, Kaguri stopped his own attack with flawless control. This immediately drew the attention of his female companion, while Ikura was left trembling and drenched in sweat, frozen in fear. Kaguri recalled what his companion had said earlier about not killing girls, and he questioned if Iori really trusted her own instincts enough to jump in front of him like that, before commenting that she had guts. Ikura, confused and shaken, asked why she did that, and Iori smiled faintly, saying that it was for standing up for them. But seriously, she added, he needed to stop before he got himself killed. After that, Kaguri ordered his female companion to check Iori's blood, saying that if she wasn't Samura's daughter, then they could kill her. Inside Iori's mind, with her eyes closed as she waited for death, she told herself that this was the end. She asked herself why this was happening to her, denying it repeatedly and wishing it wasn't real. Then suddenly, the commander of Misumi arrived and said, "Excuse me," and the moment Kaguri turned around, Chihiro rushed forward, his katana nearly slashing across Kaguri's face. However, Kaguri still managed to react in time, blocking Chihiro's slash with the handle of his sword. Chihiro's eyes widened in surprise, while Akura immediately realized who he was because of the scar on his left cheek. When he looked back toward Iori, he was startled to see that she was gone. It was then shown that the Misumi commander had led her out of the classroom and down the stairs, with Iori shouting for them to wait and demanding to know what they wanted. The commander remarked that Iori was crazy, remembering Samura's battle cry, "We'll shred them all," and muttered to himself that it was truly like father, like daughter. The female member accompanying him then explained that the seal was breaking down, and the Hishaku must have already picked up the signal, but they still couldn't pinpoint her exact identity. The commander asked if it was true that they already knew Iori was here, and also asked why the seal was breaking down. In his thoughts, he reasoned that there had to be an external cause, and when he considered whether it could be the influence of the owl, he quickly dismissed it, saying that couldn't be the case. He noted that the girl had no memory of Samura, so there shouldn't have been anything to trigger or move the seal. When Iori was about to ask them what exactly was going on, she suddenly remembered the strange event that happened 3 days ago, which made her pause and think. She also recalled what Akura had said, that one cause of insomnia was when something was bothering a person. After that, she looked back on everything that had been happening, realizing that all this time, it felt like there was something important she had been forgetting. She remembered her dream, the one where she held a man's hand as he called her name, and she begged the Misumi commander that if they knew something, to please tell her. The commander's eyes widened at her words, thinking to himself that her memories of Samura were completely sealed, but if she herself was unconsciously trying to break the seal, then it might eventually be undone. Seeing the determination in her eyes, and recalling the same fire in Chihiro's, the commander thought to himself and spoke to Samura in his mind, telling him not to underestimate the resolve of the young. He then told Iori that they would explain everything later, and that in any case, they already knew who the Hishaku were after, pointing at Iori and saying that she was their target. He apologized to her and called her young lady, explaining that her life was going to be different for a while, and that starting now, she would be under the protection of Misumi. Iori began to think deeply after hearing that, and just as she was about to reach for the commander's hand, she quickly said to wait a second. She then started climbing the stairs again toward their classroom, which made the commander ask where she was going, to which she replied that she was going back to her class because they were in danger. The commander responded with a sarcastic tone of agreement. He then explained that the Hishaku had no idea she was their target, and it looked like they were willing to do whatever it took to find her. He added that she was right, and unless they intervened, her classmates would indeed be in danger. That made Iori stop and think, and the commander continued by saying that, well, they didn't have a choice, before calling out to his subordinate named Sumi, who immediately took out a scroll labeled White Motorcycle. She unraveled the scroll right after, which caused a large puff of smoke, and when the smoke cleared, a full-blown big bike suddenly appeared between her feet, after which she immediately told Iori to hop on, something that clearly startled the girl. As the kanji representing black ink appeared alongside her introduction as Sumi, she told Iori that they were getting her out of there. After that, the scene shifted back to the classroom, where Kaguri and Chihiro were now clashing with their katanas. Kaguri recognized Chihiro and asked if he was ready to die. Chihiro, in turn, immediately noticed that he was a member of the Hishaku. Then, they both heard a student muttering in irritation, saying there was another one of these again. When Chihiro turned to look at the student behind him, the student recognized him as the killer from the kabuki play, and the moment he was called that, it was clear that the word killer didn't sit well with him. That brief distraction during their fight allowed Kaguri to seize his attention. At the same time, Sumi revved up her motorcycle, and when Kaguri's female partner heard the sound, she called out to him to get his attention. The moment he looked her way, he forcefully parried Chihiro's sword, startling him. Immediately after, Kaguri jumped out of the window, prompting Chihiro to turn toward him and watch as he disappeared from sight. Following that, Chihiro noticed the frightened students nearby who were backing away from him, and he remembered what Hirohiko once told him, if he'd ever heard of school, explaining that it's a cozy place where neither of them belonged. Soon after, the other male member of the Misumi arrived and told him to move out, but when he began that their enemies were after the target, he stopped mid-sentence and asked what was wrong. Chihiro then recalled what the commander had told them, that the target was an ordinary girl. He explained that yes, she was connected to both the Hishaku and Samura, but for now, their only mission was to protect her from harm. After recalling that, Chihiro immediately said sorry and told him that he would go after them, but the man objected and said no. He stated that their leader and he would be the ones to follow, while instructing Chihiro to proceed straight along the same confirmed route. Chihiro tried to reason with him about the Hishaku, but the man told him to calm down, which he did. Then, as we're shown the man's name, Moku, which can be translated as wood, he said that this was Operation Easy Does It and urged Chihiro to get moving. The scene then shifted to the city, showing Sumi and Iori speeding through the streets on their way to the confirmed meeting point. While riding on the motorcycle, Iori turned her head and noticed the blade by her side, wondering why she was seeing a motorbike with a katana attached to it. Meanwhile, when Sumi glanced through the right side mirror of her bike, she saw a car rapidly closing in on them. Inside that car were Kaguri, his female partner, and a male driver. There, Kaguri told his partner that the group they were facing was called the Misumi. The woman then asked why those people were taking that girl with them, pointing out that they were basically advertising her as Samura's daughter. Kaguri simply agreed, and when the woman commented that she thought they were trying to lure them away from the other students, he only replied that probably. The woman added that it was such a wild coincidence since they were just about to kill her earlier, to which Kaguri responded with a short agreement, prompting her to ask what was wrong with him and if he was grumpy. Back with Sumi and Iori, Iori grew worried because she noticed that their pursuers were right behind them, but Sumi reassured her that it was fine and that she wouldn't let them lay a finger on her. From above, the commander of Misumi appeared, already prepared to throw 2 shuriken, one of which had a bomb tied to it. He focused, and after a moment, he hurled them with great force toward the car of the Hishaku. The shuriken flew past Kaguri's side, and while his female partner was still wondering if he was in a bad mood, the commander's throw struck their driver straight in the neck. When they realized that their driver was starting to lose control of the car, they turned to look at him, but before they could fully grasp that he was already dead, the bomb attached to the second shuriken, which had landed on their bumper, exploded, sending their car tumbling violently. Because of that, both the driver and Kaguri, along with his female partner, were thrown up from their seats. Kaguri then grabbed the enchanted blade he carried and suddenly said that a sword fight is a conversation, surprising his partner. He added that it takes 2 matching teams to make things truly exciting. He recalled the look on Chihiro's face earlier when they clashed, and as he spoke about looking forward to a proper sword fight, he suddenly leaped out of the car while it was still midair. When the commander of Misumi saw that, his eyes widened in shock, and just as Kaguri landed on the ground, he instantly dashed forward with extraordinary speed. Because of that, Sumi told Iori to hold on tight, and as soon as she did, Sumi accelerated their motorcycle at full speed. Kaguri's path was blocked by buses, cars, and other vehicles, but instead of stopping, he unsheathed his katana and shouted that he was coming through. With incredible force and precision, he sliced the bus in front of him cleanly in half. This caught Sumi's attention, and she noticed that Kaguri was cutting through every obstacle in his path to take the shortest route possible. Meanwhile, in Kaguri's thoughts, he remembered his partner's earlier comment about how their opponents might be trying to lure them away from the students, and he thought to himself that it was a bad move. They'd put the cart before the horse, before deciding that he would take them down. As he fixed his gaze on the fleeing Sumi and Iori, he was confident that his blade would reach that girl, saying that now, even more lives would have to be sacrificed. Then suddenly, someone appeared directly in Sumi's path, as if waiting for them to come close. The scene then briefly cut back to the civilians caught in the bus that Kaguri had sliced through, and from there, it transitioned to a moment in time where the commander of Misumi explained that the Hishaku had no qualms about endangering innocent bystanders, and that was how Chihiro got those scars, from saving everyone. It then showed Chihiro remembering his sacrifice during the Kabuki show when he saved the audience from Hirohiko's attack. In the commander's mind, he said that from what he'd heard, Chihiro had been through a great deal in such a short span of time. He had faced an overwhelming flood of information and rapidly changing circumstances, and the commander remarked that it was far too much for one person to bear. He then added that even so, Chihiro's eyes were far too intense, with a side comment that they were actually kind of freaky, something Moku agreed with, saying that it was understandable. The commander also recalled the gleam in Chihiro's eyes when he said that he didn't care if he went to hell, and after that, he told himself that he wouldn't try to stop him anymore. Then he told Chihiro that the way he carried himself, taking all the burden upon his own shoulders, was just driving himself toward an early grave. He pointed out that even if that was fine with him, the people he will be leaving behind would still be sad. He added that he knew Chihiro was anxious and under a lot of stress, but reminded him that they were a team. After that, the scene returned to the bus, showing that Moku and the commander had successfully rescued the civilians who were in danger and brought them to safety. Then, the commander was finally introduced by name, Ro, which can be translated as son, boy, or servant. During their earlier conversation, he had told Chihiro to share the burden. It then showed that Chihiro was now standing in front of Sumi, and he nodded at her as a signal. Because of that, Sumi immediately tilted the motorcycle into a sideways slide as they approached Chihiro. Using her impressive driving skills, she executed it smoothly, and with added flair, she faced Kaguri head-on as he swung his blade toward them in an attempt to strike, while Chihiro prepared to leap. As Sumi stared at the edge of Kaguri's katana, she pressed a button on her motorcycle that triggered the ejection of the katana mounted on Iori's right side. Chihiro caught it mid-leap as he lunged toward Kaguri and instantly swung it at him, but Kaguri managed to parry the strike. He then remarked sarcastically that he was able to move after all, noting how Chihiro had frozen earlier in their standoff. Iori turned her head toward them while still holding on to Sumi, while Moku and Ro continued helping the victims of Kaguri's rampage. Chihiro responded in agreement, saying that his load had gotten a bit lighter, which was why he could move now, and in return, the members of Misumi gave him a look of trust. After that, Sumi stopped briefly behind them and threw Chihiro's katana sheath. When Chihiro caught it, he thanked her for it, while Iori glanced at him. Kaguri suddenly remarked that he wanted to have a proper sword fight. He recalled what he said earlier, that a sword fight is a conversation, and both parties must make things exciting. Then added that contending with an incredibly dynamic swordsman was, however, also problematic. He said he wanted to blow off some steam, but also had a job to do, which left Chihiro confused. Kaguri then moved and said that that job was to capture Iori. Iori was surprised by this, but Chihiro immediately stepped in, intercepting Kaguri before he could get close to her. In Chihiro's mind, he thought that he hadn't seen this man or the woman with him during the Hishaku attack on his father. He then recalled what Samura had told him, that he would handle the revenge and that Chihiro should put down his sword, and Chihiro thought that in that moment, his entitlement to revenge had been stripped away. After that, we returned to their conversation at the cafe, where Chihiro told Ro that, just as he said, they wanted to resolve as much of the issue as they could before Hakuri was able to get back on his feet. Ro agreed with him and added that in that case, there was one thing they had to address immediately. He pointed out that he was weak, and that all this time Hakuri had been saving him by sacrificing himself, and he admitted that he had allowed him to carry his burden. He recalled Hakuri's current state while recovering and said that his own weakness had led Hakuri to end up in that condition, to which Ro replied that he was overstating it. In any case, he added that if Chihiro were to rejoin the fight, he couldn't do it as he was. When he faced Samura, yes, he had been intimidated, but there was also a huge gap between their abilities. He pointed out that he wasn't as skilled with the sword as Uruha. He also explained that the physical fortification that serves as the platform for sorcery grants a person superhuman agility and endurance by circulating spirit energy within the body. There were some, he said, who perfected the art of close combat and supplemented it with sorcery. He then pointed out that swordsmanship is an extension of that. He explained that skillfully circulating spirit energy into the sword produces powerful swordsmanship. He further mentioned that the enchanted blade warriors during the Seitei War were master swordsmen who had already made a name for themselves even before the war began. It was shown that Chihiro had over 3 years of experience using the enchanted blade, while the warriors of the Seitei War only had 1 to 2 years. He explained that he had been using his enchanted blade longer than they had, yet it was clear that those warriors had a deeper mastery of the enchanted blades. He also said that no one had ever taught him proper swordplay, and just as he was about to explain what he needed to do now that his compatibility with Inen was perfect, Ro continued his explanation, saying that he needed to hone his swordsmanship to achieve greater heights in using the enchanted blade. Chihiro explained that he had been relying on the enchanted blade's abilities, but in the current situation, that would no longer be enough. Ro then told him that whether he liked it or not, his swordsmanship would be put to the test. He added that they would do everything they could to support him, but that this time, it would be his first battle in which he wouldn't use the enchanted blade. After Chihiro blocked Kaguri's attack, he shouted at Chihiro not to distract him. He said he wouldn't be able to focus on his job, and as he was about to express his thirst for swordsmanship, Chihiro became puzzled by his words, while Ro asked what on earth he was talking about. Kaguri suddenly pulled back his sword from the parry and moved swiftly, drawing Chihiro's attention. Kaguri unleashed an upward slash, which Chihiro immediately parried, and after both landed on the ground, Kaguri followed up with a backhand slash, which Chihiro blocked once again. However, in Chihiro's mind, he thought that every strike Kaguri made was incredibly fast and overwhelmingly powerful. Ro stared intently at Kaguri right after and thought to himself that he still hadn't used sorcery yet, and what they were seeing were merely his sword techniques infused with the spirit energy that Chihiro had mentioned. He noted that one could say it was a good example, then commented that it was both a coincidence and an inappropriate first battle. Meanwhile, on Kaguri's side, he began questioning Chihiro's level of mastery in swordsmanship. He muttered, "Wait a second," then asked in disbelief what this garbage was supposed to be. He demanded to know who had taught him how to fight using a sword, to which Chihiro answered that nobody did. Kaguri understood, explaining that his lines of attack were completely out of sync together with his spirit energy. Agitated, he asked if Chihiro wasn't supposed to be a sword fighter and what he had been doing all this time. Just as he was about to make a remark about his swordplay, Chihiro cut him off and pointed out that he would learn it right here, which made Kaguri pause in surprise. He questioned Chihiro's words and asked if he was being serious, wondering if he really thought he could refine his skills by exposing himself to an actual battle. After that, the scene shifted back to the past, to the moment when Yura instructed Kaguri to teach Hirohiko the art of the sword, to which Kaguri confidently replied that he would leave it to him. When he approached Hirohiko, he explained that swordsmanship was not like martial arts, where one merely circulates spirit energy within the body. He added that he had to imbue his katana with that energy and merge with it. As he continued to explain that Hirohiko must understand the deeper wisdom of those who came before him and reflect upon it, Hirohiko abruptly cut him off and said that he was fine, that he would figure it out on his own, adding that he was an intuitive learner. Because of that, Kaguri's anger boiled over, and he shouted at Chihiro not to be arrogant, warning him that if he couldn't respect the sword, then he'd better not use it, making Chihiro's eyes widen in shock. In Kaguri's mind, he furiously thought about how he could ever have a proper sword duel with a fool who had no respect for the art of the sword. He shouted that this was impossible, and he forcefully parried Chihiro's attack, pushing him backward, then quickly turned and dashed after Sumi, irritatedly shouting that he'd had enough of them all. As Chihiro stumbled back, Ro told him not to worry and that they would stop Kaguri. He then followed after Kaguri, wondering to himself what his deal was. On Kaguri's end, he began losing his composure, but he thought to himself that now he could finally focus on his job, making a side remark about the painful irony of the situation. Suddenly, Chihiro's Inten trembled and moved on its own, causing him to look at it in surprise. Watching Kaguri run ahead, Chihiro muttered that there was too much distance between them, realizing that now he was paying the price for relying on the enchanted blade all this time. He recalled Kaguri's words telling him not to be arrogant, and as he slid his enchanted blade back into its sheath, he admitted that Kaguri was right, that he couldn't expect to master it overnight. This caught Ro's attention, who silently wondered what Chihiro was planning to do. Ro reflected that while Chihiro's technique was still rough, over 3 years of battle had honed his talent and built him a solid physical foundation, and that the only thing he now lacked was a role model. He further added that, unlike Kaguri, Chihiro still didn't have the skill to dynamically circulate spirit energy, which restricted him to pouring it into kata. As Chihiro remembered how Samura had once defeated him with a swift strike, he continued thinking about the idea of a role model and how he had been learning on his own. He also remembered what Hakuri told him, that he needed a samurai in his life. And as he took a familiar stance, he declared in the present that he himself would become that samurai. Recalling Ro's words that he had to hone his swordsmanship to reach greater heights, he took a deep breath and steadied himself, something Ro immediately noticed. It was then shown that Chihiro mimicked the stance of the Iai White Purity style, and as he did so, he remembered Uruha's explanation, that the technique of that style involved building up spirit energy and containing it within the scabbard, and that when the sword was drawn, the energy would explosively release. Spirit energy began flowing through Chihiro's blade, and after he slightly drew it from the sheath, he vanished from his spot due to the sheer speed, dashing rapidly toward Kaguri. Kaguri quickly noticed him, and in the blink of an eye, he managed to parry Chihiro's lightning-fast sword dash. Chihiro bit his tongue in frustration, annoyed that Kaguri had managed to block him, while in Kaguri's mind, he thought that the Iai Chihiro used was still immature. But soon after, he realized something from the situation. He thought that even if it was still just an imitation, Chihiro had tried to incorporate it into his kata and had taken to heart the scolding and lessons he had shouted at him earlier, something that, in a way, filled him with a strange sense of satisfaction. However, he quickly turned his focus back to Sumi and Iori, telling himself no, and that he still had work to do. He reminded himself that he had left his partner in the car, and it was his duty to capture that girl. But before he could move again toward the two women, he suddenly remembered what happened when he tried to explain the art of swordsmanship to Hirohiko. How Hirohiko interrupted him, saying that he was taking things too seriously and that he should just watch him instead, and how Yura had allowed Hirohiko to do as he pleased. Because of that, his mind began to tremble in confusion about what decision he should make. But when he saw the determination in Chihiro's eyes and recalled the idea that a sword fight is a conversation, his overwhelming thirst for sword fighting consumed his mind, drowning out every other desire, such as hunger, duty, lust, money, sleep, and even companionship. It was as if a powerful wind struck him, shaking his entire being, and soon after, he shouted that he couldn't hold back anymore, turning again toward Chihiro and letting Sumi and Iori escape. Because of that, Sumi commented that it looked like he'd lost the struggle. Kaguri shouted again that he couldn't hold back any longer, while Sumi and Iori were gradually getting farther away from them. Ro then thought to himself that it was good that Samura's daughter was safe for the moment, and began to focus on their next course of action. He signaled Chihiro to buy them some time, to which Chihiro nodded and prepared once again to use the Iai White Purity style. However, Kaguri easily stopped him, making him click his tongue in irritation. Kaguri then noticed something about him, and inwardly commented that he still wasn't that good at using it, pointing out to himself that he was taking too long to build up energy. Kaguri told him that the stance he was showing wasn't an ordinary Iai stance, and realizing it immediately, he remarked that that was the secret behind his speed earlier. While keeping up with him, Kaguri pointed out that it was the White Purity style. He said it must have come from Uruha and Samura, adding that if he had trained under a master, he should have used that style from the very beginning. Because of that, Chihiro informed him that he didn't train under any master, which surprised Kaguri, who then got irritated and told him not to lie. It was then explained to us that the Iai White Purity style is an esoteric Iai technique. The principle behind it is simple, but it requires a special type of movement, and it is extremely difficult to learn. Ever since it was first introduced by the swordsman Itsuo Shirakai, only Seiichi Sumira and Yoji Uruha have ever received certification. After that, we return to the confrontation between the two, where Kaguri said that the style was on the brink of extinction because no one else had ever managed to learn it, calling it a legendary art. He then asked him that if he hadn't trained under a master, by what possibility could he wield it? We then return to a point in time when young Chihiro was trying to use a katana. Here, Sumira was amazed at him because he managed to perform what he was shown after seeing him do it only once. Shiba explained that Chihiro had inherited the Roku Hira's eyes, and he bet that Chihiro would pick up his technique quickly. Following that, it was explained that a master swordsmith can gauge the changing temperature and composition of steel simply by sight while forging it into a sword, and it was stated that Kunishige Roku Hira was the epitome of that mastery. The power of Daten Seki, the raw material for enchanted blades, is fundamentally toxic. The reason he was able to stabilize it was because of his ability to observe the minute properties of that stone. Purely by sight, he could draw out the stabilizing properties of Daten Seki. As scenes showed the times Chihiro witnessed Uruha using that style, as well as his first-hand experience when Sumira used it on him. It was explained that this unique power of observation could also perceive life in the midst of battle. Kaguri's eyes widened when he realized something and shouted that it was impossible. He couldn't believe that purely through imitation, Chihiro could already perform the white purity style. While Kaguri was still in shock, Rose suddenly called out to Chihiro, having completed a teleportation circle beneath his feet. He threw a smoke bomb between the two, confusing Kaguri, and the area was soon covered in thick smoke. Chihiro immediately moved toward Ro, and together they escaped using the teleportation circle, while Kaguri coughed from the smoke. Frustrated that they had escaped, he eventually snapped completely, yelling in anger that he and Chihiro had only just begun. Because of that, he decided to return to his partner and asked if she was still alive, addressing her as Toto, to which she replied emotionlessly that she was dead. He then informed her that Sumira's daughter had escaped, which made her despair and shout in frustration. She reported that their detection sorcery couldn't locate anything and that they didn't even have the vaguest sense of Iori's whereabouts, saying she had completely vanished. After that, the scene shifted to the Kyoto Bloodshed Hotel, which was revealed to be the tower shown earlier, with Sumi and Iori's motorcycle parked near its entrance. At the hotel's front desk, we were introduced to Yujiro Sengoku, the general manager. He said that their hotel guarantees its guests the ultimate rest, and explained that in other words, any threat of danger is completely out of the question. He further added that the barrier imbued within the building ensures complete privacy. When he saw Sumi and Iori, he immediately recognized Sumi as a member of Masumi and asked if they had a reservation, to which Sumi replied that it looked like she was still busy with more construction work, prompting Yujiro to joke that the bigger, the better. Sumi then explained to Iori that their enemies wouldn't be able to detect them as long as they stayed there, but she added that havens like this were rare. She also mentioned that it was only a matter of time before their enemies began to search through them, while in her thoughts, Iori commented that everyone there looked scary. After that, they entered their room, the Pine Room, where Ro explained that, in other words, they couldn't lower their guard, but they could at least have a brief rest. Moku took a look around the room, while Sumi offered Iori something to drink. As Ro and Chihiro quietly observed Iori, they both thought to themselves that this girl must be Mr. Sumira's daughter. Iori then thanked them for protecting her, though she uncertainly addressed them as Masumi. Because of that, Ro explained that it was the name of their group, and as for their names, each of them, Moku and Sumi, introduced themselves, with Sumi adding that she could call them however she liked. Iori hesitated for a moment before suddenly telling Chihiro that she had seen him on TV, saying that people there claimed he was a killer. But as she recalled what she saw, she added that maybe that was just a misunderstanding, to which Ro asked if she was referring to the Kabuki show incident, and then said it was indeed a misunderstanding. He explained to Iori that Chihiro was the kind of person who, like her, always puts others first. Just as Iori was about to speak, Chihiro interrupted and denied everything. He said there was no misunderstanding. He wasn't like Iori because he was a killer. Because of that, Ro scolded him and told him not to look so fierce since she was just starting to warm up to him, while Moku began to massage his shoulders and told him to relax instead of looking so grumpy, which made Iori glance at them in confusion. Chihiro was about to say, but in spite of that, before changing his words and saying that because of that, he would ensure Iori's safety, to which Iori responded with a silent gaze. In Ro's thoughts, he stated that their first priority was Iori's safety, and the scene then shifted a few minutes earlier before they entered the room, where Ro informed Chihiro that Iori was starting to remember Samura. He explained that subconsciously, she had a strong bond with her father, so strong that she was beginning to break the seal even without any clues. He added that the loosening of that seal had allowed the Hishaku to detect Iori. Ro then reminded Chihiro that they must not mention Mr. Samura in her presence, as it could cause her to remember even more. He also said that it would take a bit more time, but they were already preparing a stronger seal. After that, he snapped his fingers and added that this time, they would make sure Iori completely forgot Mr. Samura. When he looked at Chihiro, he noticed that he seemed doubtful, prompting Ro to clarify that when they first accepted this mission, Samura had said that the child had never been tainted by war and that she was better off forgetting that her father was a killer. The scene then returned to the present, where Chihiro, while staring at Iori, recalled asking Ro how long it would take to prepare the seal. Ro then told Iori that in 24 hours, she would return to her regular life. He also apologized for putting her through this situation and explained that she wouldn't have to deal with those maniacs chasing after her again. Iori stared at him for a moment before suddenly asking in confusion, "That's it?" She remembered Ro's earlier statement that they'd explain the rest to her later and questioned if they weren't going to tell her anything, pointing out that they had said they would. She then asked why those people were after her, and upon remembering Kaguri's words about looking for Samura, she also asked who that Samura was. This caused Chihiro and the Masumi group to glance at each other, while Chihiro sarcastically thought to himself how smooth that was of them. Iori pleaded desperately for them to tell her, saying that she couldn't just go back to her normal life like that. Once again, the scene in her recurring dreams flashed through her mind, and she pointed out that she always felt as though she was forgetting something important. Since Chihiro remained silent, Iori asked them if they truly weren't going to tell her anything. Chihiro and Ro exchanged looks, and shortly after, Ro explained to Iori that they had manipulated her memories, but somehow, her body was trying to recover them. Iori then thought about it and pointed out that she kept having the same dream over and over, then asked if that meant it was a memory. And just as she was about to ask who the person she kept seeing in it was, Ro told her that they couldn't tell her. He pointed out that the seal was what was keeping her safe. If they told her any more, he said, various forces would come after her. She would never be able to attend school again, and she would never be safe. And, he added, those memories won't necessarily be happy ones. After that, he informed her that by tomorrow, all of that discomfort would go away. So for now, she should just try to relax. Iori questioned the idea that she was better off forgetting, and as she recalled her dream again, she said that in it, someone was holding her hand. That caught Chihiro's attention, and he began to think to himself, what if he hadn't lived with his father? He thought that maybe he could have gone to school, and maybe he wouldn't have had to put his life on the line. He also remembered his fight with Hirohiko and thought that maybe he wouldn't be covered in wounds now. But even so, he told himself that he wouldn't trade that time for anything. He then called out to Ro and asked if it was true that if the seal were to break at this point, the Hishaku wouldn't be able to detect them as long as they stayed inside the hotel, to which Ro confirmed yes. Ro then asked what he was getting at, and Chihiro followed up by asking that if they were going to stay there anyway until the new seal was ready by tomorrow, why not tell Iori everything, which left Ro surprised. Chihiro recalled that Samura had said that she was better off forgetting that her father was a killer, but he insisted that Iori could decide for herself whether or not she was better off forgetting. Ro was about to respond, but he stopped himself and let Chihiro continue. Chihiro then sat in front of Iori and explained that he would tell her everything he knew about Seichi Samura, the person from her faint memories. He told her that within 24 hours, when the new seal was ready, if she wanted to forget, she could. After learning everything, she could decide whether or not she wanted to return to her class. Meanwhile, in Ro's mind, he thought that if she refused the seal, The Hishaku and the Kamunabi would never stop coming after Iori. In Chihiro's thoughts, he said that if he could master the art of the sword, he would get closer to Enten's true realm. He remembered Kaguri's words that the style was on the brink of extinction because no one else had ever managed to learn it, and that it was a legendary art. And he said that he would master the Iei White Purity style within 24 hours. He also said that whatever Iori decided, as he had said before, he would ensure her safety. Iori briefly explained that it's not that she was dissatisfied, and that her life had been peaceful and good. But all along, she'd always had this vague sense of loneliness. After that, we returned to their conversation, and Iori asked who Seiichi Samura was to him, to which Chihiro immediately replied that he was her father. Ro handed her a snack to eat while they talked. Iori didn't believe it and said that it couldn't be true, that she had never even met her father, but when she remembered what Ro had said earlier about them manipulating her memories, she realized it and grew puzzled. After that, she suddenly started eating the snack Ro gave her rather intensely, prompting him to comment that he understood it was confusing. He then explained that she had lived with her father when she was a child, but they made her forget about it. He added that her current official name and birth record were fake, and that her real name was Iori Samura. While chewing, Iori thought back to what Ro had said about them doing it for her safety. When she was about to ask why that was done and how it affected her safety, she noticed the paper Chihiro was writing on, which had the words Seiichi Samura written on it, and it immediately caught her attention. She said she had seen that name before, while Chihiro told her that she had probably heard of that man before, since he was mentioned in their school textbooks. After that, he asked her how much she knew about the Seitei War. Iori began explaining that 22 years ago, a small island called Shikoku suddenly appeared in the Southeast Seas, and along with it came Dadanseki, the raw material used for the enchanted blades. She said that material originated from that small island. As a scene of creatures from that island arriving at a nearby city was shown, Iori continued that the inhabitants of Shikoku were naturally immune to Dadanseki, and were therefore able to handle the unprocessed stone without their bodies exploding. After that, the invasion began. A year and 5 months later, Kunishige Roku Hira forged the enchanted blades. It was said that the master swordsman and the 5 wielders of the enchanted blades annihilated their enemies a year and 5 months after the invasion. She then asked if that meant her father was one of those heroes. A portion of the seal began to crack the moment she thought of that, and Ro agreed, explaining that among the 5 heroes, Mr. Samura possessed the fastest sword techniques. Ro went on to explain that if anyone tried to exploit Samura's incredibly fast sword for their own purposes, his daughter Iori would become the perfect hostage, just like the men who had been chasing after them. He then added that if no one knew she was Samura's daughter, that danger would be eliminated. For that purpose, he said, Mr. Samura requested that her memories be sealed. Because of that, Iori lowered her head and muttered that she couldn't even remember what her father's face looked like. However, when she looked at Mr. Samura's name written on the paper, another part of the seal began to shatter, and a memory of her sketching her father's face slowly surfaced in her mind. After she finished the drawing, she proudly showed it to her father and told him to look at it, to which Mr. Samura reminded her that he couldn't see, making her exclaim, "Ah, right." As she recalled that moment, she became slightly irritated, then pointed at them and said that they kept calling him Mr. Samura like they actually knew him, and asked what he was doing and where he was now. Ro then explained that even he had forgotten about her, and that the Misumi had been assigned to protect her if the need ever arose. Iori began to remember that throughout all that time, she truly wanted to remember, and asked why her father had left her. She firmly stated that if her father was strong, then why wasn't she allowed to stay with him, and pointed out that he could have protected her. Then, in a faint voice, she muttered if that's the case, then why, while Chihiro remained silent, simply watching her. Another large portion of the seal started to crumble, and as it happened, Iori tried hard to recall the dream she kept seeing over and over, and at that moment, she finally realized that the man holding her hand in her memory was her father. Another large crack appeared on the seal because of that. Everything slowly became clearer to her, and she felt happy realizing that she had finally remembered who her father was. However, when she recalled the full image of the scene from her recurring dream, her heart grew heavy because it showed that they were standing in front of their house at the time, and the people had covered their walls with piles of trash and vandalized them with words saying her father should die, calling him a murderer, a sinner, and a killer. She exchanged glances with a crow perched on the garbage, and the moment she remembered that, the seal shattered even further. Her eyes widened in the present as she trembled in shock, while Rose simply stared at her in silence. Chihiro then told her that the reason her father had given her up wasn't just because of the danger. Ro added that yes, he was known as a hero, but not everyone felt the same, and that kind of stigma would never go away. Iori's eyes widened even more as she suddenly recalled what she had told Chihiro before, that people said he was a killer. Ro went on, saying that no matter how hard her father had fought to save people, her life as the daughter of Seiichi Samura would have been a constant struggle. Iori's heartbeat quickened, and she began to lose her breath. As the image of the crow repeatedly flashed in her mind, she remembered what Ro had said, that those memories wouldn't necessarily be happy ones, and she grabbed her head in pain, overwhelmed by the flood of information she had just learned. It quickly worsened, and Chihiro and Ro immediately rushed to her side. After that, the two of them helped Iori lie down on the bed. While she rested, Ro said it was understandable, since just moments ago, she had only been an ordinary high school girl. He added that she was confused and that it was a lot for her to take in. When Ro was about to bring up the topic of her mother, Chihiro interrupted and said there was no need to tell her about that. He wanted her to still have the option of going home. He added that her truth was a painful one. He then went on to say that, of course, the desire to live with the truth was real, but the simple and whitewashed life she had been living was just as sacred. He also said that it was all up to Iori, pointing out that there was still time for her to process everything, and that their job was simply to stay by her side. We then shifted to the 35th floor of the hotel, where Moku and Sumi were. Moku commented that it looked like they'd be pulling an all-nighter. It was shown that they had begun preparing the new seal for Iori, and he added that this time, they would completely seal off her memories of Mr. Samura. Sumi added that they had to write down everything about Iori. Moku then asked why they were doing it on the rooftop, and Sumi explained that sorcery was prohibited inside. She also said that the interior of the hotel was filled with members of the underworld, and that one of the hotel's regulations was to keep them from riling each other up. She explained that if they caused any disturbance, the thugs inside the hotel would immediately swarm them, and added that that wasn't all. The hotel staff were disciples of Yujiro Sengoku, the general manager and masters of the Reijin one-sword style, emphasizing that they didn't want to get on their bad side. After that, the scene shifted to the hotel's first-floor lobby, where Yujiro noticed something on the hand of a woman sitting on a couch. He raised his gaze and saw the Hishako mark on her hand, revealing that it was Toto. She seemed to cast a spell that caused a burst of flames to appear beside the couch, and out of the fire emerged Hirohiko, who thanked her and remarked that the surveillance there had been intense. She told him that Samura would quickly pick up their trail, so they needed to be extremely careful, and she warned him never to use the enchanted blade. Hirohiko replied that he wouldn't, and showed her the weapon he had chosen instead. Toto was surprised to see that it was just a hairpin and asked if that was really all he brought. Hirohiko ignored the question and instead asked if Samura's daughter was inside the building, to which Toto replied that she wasn't sure. There were only a few possible places where she could be hiding, then added on the side that Kaguri was also making rounds, so they'd just have to search for her. One of the hotel staff approached them and reminded them that sorcery was strictly prohibited inside the building as he prepared to draw his katana. When the staff member noticed even the slightest movement from Hirohiko, he tried to strike first, but in an instant, Hirohiko redirected the slash and countered by decapitating him effortlessly using only the hairpin in his hand. After taking down the staff member, Hirohiko caught his katana and decided to use it as his own weapon. He explained that if he drew Kamiyuri, Samura would slay him instantly, and he knew this because he had seen it with his own eyes. He then tied his hair back using the same hairpin he had been holding, and as he did, he said he would just have to rely on his regular sword skills, then told Toto to just have her tea. Because of that, Yujiro prepared for battle and unsheathed his katana. While blood still dripped from Haruhiko's hairpin, he declared that the Bloodshed Hotel would make for a good stepping stone. Hirohiko then called out to Todo to follow, asking if it was true that Chihiro was really alive, to which she firmly answered yes and said that she saw him, explaining that he was protecting Samura's daughter. Then, tears suddenly welled up in Hirohiko's eyes, and while trembling, he told Todo that he understood, while she looked puzzled and asked if he was crying. After that, Hirohiko said that now he was pumped, then added that he'd plow through the questioning nice and quick. Todo then asked if he was sure he didn't want any help, to which he replied that he was fine and said he'd handle everything himself. Yujiro then called for their attention with a loud shout, asking where he thought he was. The other men sitting on the opposite side of the area stood up, but suddenly sat back down again, as if stopping whatever they were preparing. In Todo's thoughts, she noticed that all the staff there were sword fighters, but there was said to be a whole range of skill levels among them. The real challenge, she thought, would be that big-shot swordsman who had over 50 disciples. As Yujiro approached them, he stated that this hotel had rules. He then pointed out that Hirohiko bore the Hishaku emblem and said that he'd heard that he was quite skilled, to which Hirohiko asked why. If that were the case, he was facing him alone. Yujiro answered of course, explaining that the art of the sword had been passed down with this hotel, and said that he himself was its history. Then Yujiro took a stance with the Reijin one-sword style, and in an instant, vanished from where he stood and appeared right before Hirohiko, delivering a powerful slash, which Hirohiko managed to block just in time. However, on Hirohiko's side, he could feel the strength behind that strike and thought to himself that it was heavy, clicking his tongue in frustration. Meanwhile, Todo thought to herself that although Hirohiko was a top-tier sorcerer, when it came to sword technique, he hadn't really been trained properly. And in his current state, with no access to sorcery against an opponent like this, she thought that something bad might happen, but admitted to herself that she was also scared, so she decided to stay seated. Yujiro then followed with an upward slash, but Hirohiko struggled to parry it because of the sheer weight behind his swings. Todo grew anxious as Hirohiko realized how much of a difference skill in swordplay really made. He recalled what Kaguri had told him about starting with the basics, and how he taught him that the forms were crucial because they were the crystallization of the style. He then remembered telling Chihiro during their fight that very soon, they'd both step into the same ring, and now he thought that even with an enchanted blade, if his sword fighting wasn't bad, he wouldn't be able to step into the same ring as Chihiro at all. While he was still lost in thought, Yujiro suddenly lunged straight toward him, shouting for him to prepare to be swallowed alive by 150 years of history. Then he suddenly remembered how proudly he once told Chihiro that they would face each other as equals, and while recalling that, Yujiro's sword was already inches away from him, his hand still raised and ready to swing. In response to this pinch, Hirohiko quickly let go of his katana and swiftly dodged Yujiro's lunge, then caught his sword mid-air, spinning it backhand to parry Yujiro's attack. Yujiro went straight forward because of that while Hirohiko stumbled to the floor. Yujiro stood back up straight afterward and glanced behind him as Hirohiko was getting up. Worried, Todo asked if he was sure he didn't want help, but he refused, then suddenly decided to tell Yujiro's men that he'd rather they all come at him at once. Because of that, one of the staff pointed out that he was barely dodging already, but before another staff could ask how can he possibly beat them all at once, blood suddenly splattered across Yujiro's face, revealing that Hirohiko had sliced off his entire left arm during their exchange. The severed arm fell to the floor, drawing the attention of the staff and Todo. Even so, Yujiro remained calm and simply reviewed what had just happened between them. He thought to himself that Hirohiko had taken a totally unorthodox path, and even he couldn't read where the blade that cut off his arm had come from. He then asked Hirohiko whose disciple he was, and Hirohiko replied that they were all so pig-headed, asking why he even had to be anyone's disciple, then added that he was a student of freedom. Yujiro stared at him for a moment, but then remarked that there wouldn't be a next time where he'd get hit again. After that, the scene suddenly shifted back to Chihiro's situation. While he was keeping watch over Iori, she had already woken up, so he asked her how she was feeling, to which she simply asked what time it was, and he replied that dawn's just breaking. Iori greeted him good morning, showing slight annoyance as she commented that it was too bad the outside was still dark. She then asked where Masumi was, and Chihiro told her that they were on the roof, finishing the final stages of preparing the seal. He also told her that he was there to guard her, which made Iori ask in a somewhat shy tone if he had stayed there all night, and what about his sleep, to which he clarified that only this part required all three of them to be present, and that they took turns during the night. He went on to tell her that they had taught him battle techniques, and that he even practiced sword techniques, which left Iori speechless for a moment before asking again how about his sleep. Iori then commented that he seemed completely used to this kind of life, and asked if it was true that they were the same age, to which Chihiro agreed, leading her to ask about his school, and he answered that he had never once attended one. Because of that, Iori asked if that meant he had been enmeshed in all these bloodbaths this whole time, pointing out that for students like them, stealing each other's desserts during lunch, competing for test scores, and playing drawing games were their kinds of fierce battles, to which Chihiro commented that it sounded peaceful. Iori then said that her classmates were probably worried about her, adding that she missed them, which made Chihiro glance at her quietly. Iori told him next that before she fell asleep, she remembered something, and it briefly showed her dream again, where she was with Mr. Samura while seeing the graffiti written on their house by people who resented him. Chihiro frowned upon hearing that, and Iori added that when she returned to her original self, she wouldn't be able to live the same way she did now, nor would she be able to go back to school, which Chihiro agreed with, saying that only one of the two could be chosen. Iori frowned after hearing that, which Chihiro immediately noticed. Chihiro then decided to tell her that his last name was Roku Hira, which caught Iori's attention. He explained that his father was Kunishige Roku Hira, and that their fathers had been great friends. Iori then focused her attention on him as he continued, saying that they were both children of war heroes, and that their circumstances were kinda similar. So, he added, he once had the idea that it was better to live with the truth even if it hurt, but admitted that it had been arrogant of him. Just as he was about to continue, the doorbell to their room suddenly rang, so he stood up and said he'd go check it. As soon as he opened the door, a man with a knife suddenly lunged forward, attempting to stab him in the face, but he managed to dodge it. He moved quickly and pinned the man down, holding his katana to the man's neck as he asked who he was and what he wanted, to which the man replied, money. The man explained that someone had called his room and promised him a lot of money if he did this. After that, the other people checked into nearby rooms started coming out one by one, and it seemed like all of them had received the same call promising money if they killed them. Chihiro noticed that all of them were heading toward their room, and it was clear that they were being targeted, which made him wonder inwardly what was going on. He saw Iori peeking through the door, so as he closed it, he told her to stay inside. Once the door was shut, Iori immediately ran to see what was happening. She looked through the peephole to witness the scene outside, and when she did, she saw Chihiro easily cutting down and slaying the men who were trying to attack them. Blood sprayed everywhere as the battle continued, and she could also hear the various grunts and screams of pain from those Chihiro fought. After a few moments, Chihiro said that it was okay now, so Iori decided to step outside to see for herself. When she did, she saw blood splattered all over the place, with all the men who had charged at them lying lifeless on the ground, their bodies torn apart. She also saw that in the middle of it all, Chihiro was calmly standing there, quietly observing the surroundings. After that, they left their room, and while walking toward the elevator, Iori asked Chihiro if he wasn't scared. While Chihiro was feeling uneasy inside, thinking that he still hadn't fully mastered the EI white purity style, he told Iori that those men he fought earlier weren't elite fighters, and that there were probably more coming for them, so he suggested that they head to the roof. Iori then pointed out that that wasn't what she meant, saying that she was talking about killing people, and after a short silence, he answered that he wasn't scared. He said that was the reason why he wasn't like her, and that this was the only life he had now. But as for Iori, she had a life as Samura's daughter, or a peaceful alternative existence. He told her that both of those were her truths. There was no right answer to that, nothing she needed to do, because it was about what she truly wanted. He then pressed the elevator button, and as they waited for the door to open, Iori recalled the graffiti she saw about her father and began to tremble, torn by her emotions. The elevator they were waiting for finally arrived, and all of a sudden, Iori decided that she wanted to go back to school, which made Chihiro turn to look at her. Just as she was about to say something about what she had, explaining that she didn't have a choice, the elevator door opened, revealing the severed head of Yujiro. It was being held by Hirohiko, as if it were a trophy, and the two of them faced each other once the elevator door fully opened. Hirohiko then smirked and calmly told him that he was ready for him, while Iori began to feel a surge of intense fear as she watched Hirohiko. Chihiro gripped his katana and told Iori not to worry, promising her that he would bring her back to her peaceful life. Chihiro recalled the words of the first man who had attacked them earlier. He remembered him saying that someone had called their room and promised him a pile of money, which made him comment that Hirohiko must have been the one behind it. Hirohiko agreed and explained that he had asked Yujiro's brain which room they were in, then calmly added that it was great they were here. He went on to say that the clientele in this place were extremists of one sort or another, that they were all heading to the floor they were on, and now that the manager was gone, there was nothing left to hold them back. After that, Hirohiko turned his attention toward Iori and said they hadn't been introduced yet, then, with an eerie calmness, thanked her for being born while calling her Samura's weakness. Hirohiko then moved and suddenly slashed the severed head of Yujiro horizontally, splattering blood across the left side of Chihiro's face. After attempting to obstruct Chihiro's sight, Hirohiko swiftly swung his katana from below, but Chihiro managed to intercept it before it could reach him and Iori. As the blood from Hirohiko's sword scattered across the air, Iori's face was filled with fear. Then, the sound of an elevator door opening caught Chihiro's attention, while Hirohiko remarked in a composed tone that it looked like he was the one cleaning up the mess Samura left behind. He then informed them that Samura was currently in motion to kill the contracted sword-bearers. He added that once he got his hands on Samura's daughter, that should be enough to get his attention. He then ridiculed him, calling him a moron, saying that Samura was so racked with guilt he didn't even realize what was happening around him. Irritated, Chihiro shoved Hirohiko into the newly opened elevator and firmly declared that he wouldn't lay a hand on Iori. He remembered what Iori said earlier about wanting to return to school, and he added that the girl was no longer a part of what was happening here. He then stabbed his katana into the side of the elevator and began to swipe it through, severing the cords that held the elevator in place, which caused it to plummet straight down to the lowest floor. Iori, filled with worry, called out to him in panic, and after recalling his earlier promise that she shouldn't worry because he would return her to her peaceful life, she began to question if he truly meant to leave her there. She also remembered Hirohiko's words that all the clientele were heading to that same floor, and soon after, they indeed began emerging from the elevators behind her. Panicking, Iori rapidly pressed the buttons on the elevator before her, trembling in fear as she shouted that Chihiro had said she didn't need to worry. Fortunately, Ro appeared from the elevator in front of her and told her to come inside, which she quickly did. After she entered, Ro stepped out again, and moments later, he returned, having effortlessly taken down every man who had arrived there. Once the elevator doors closed, Ro told her they should head to the roof. Iori was a bit confused and mentioned that Chihiro had said they needed 3 people on the roof. Ro was initially puzzled, but he quickly understood what she meant and explained that they had already finished the task, so she could now return to being a regular high school girl. Iori fell silent at those words, and after hesitating for a moment, she asked if she could really return, saying she didn't fully understand how the seal worked, and she pointed out that the Hishaku had already seen her face. They knew what school she went to, and even one of her teachers had lost his life. Because of that, she anxiously questioned how she could just go back to school as if nothing had happened. Ro then explained that the events of the past 2 days would become hazy, that no one would even remember what had happened, though they couldn't bring back those who had died. Iori tried to blame herself, saying that those bad people came because she was trying to break the seal, and just as she was about to say that it was her fault their teacher died, Ro immediately cut her off and said it was absolutely not her fault. He told her that the ones to blame for everything were the Hishaku, and if anyone slipped up, it was them, the Misumi. He went on to explain that they are ninja and that they never learned about human emotions. When they made that seal 3 years ago, he said, they didn't comprehend the bond between a parent and a child, so the seal had been insufficient. However, after speaking with her, they had gained a better understanding this time. He told her that now, the seal would reach the very root of her consciousness. He added that there was no longer any danger of it breaking again and that she could return to her normal school life. He also mentioned that the only thing they still needed for the seal was the key, which made Iori immediately ask about it. Ro explained that the hotel they were in was surrounded by an enormous barrier. He informed her that each barrier had a lantern that served as its power source, and in this particular hotel, it was installed on the rooftop, and that's where they need the key. He also said that the seal they were applying to her was massive and that they had arranged to borrow that power source in order to complete it. We were then briefly shown how Yujiro had agreed to their request. Ro added that he was supposed to have the key, then asked if it was true that Chihiro had gone downstairs, to which Iori replied that he could say that, prompting Ro to respond that in that case, they would leave the retrieval of the key to him. After that, the scene shifted to the falling elevator carrying Chihiro and Hirohiko, where the two were still clashing with their swords inside. Before long, the elevator crashed violently onto the first floor, sending debris flying in all directions. Chihiro immediately dashed out while keeping his eyes fixed on the interior, and in his mind, he remarked that Hirohiko's technique was unorthodox. Each slash, he thought, was filled with powerful spirit energy, even though the man seemed to have very little experience with the sword. He then heard a weak voice to his side asking if he was Masumi, which drew his attention, and when he turned, he saw that it was a severely injured hotel staff member. The man held out a key and told him it came from the general manager, saying it was for the lantern. As he struggled to breathe, he muttered bitterly that it was obvious Hirohiko was nothing more than an amateur. He said that Hirohiko had been swinging his sword aimlessly with no particular form, yet despite that unskilled swordplay, he had still managed to sever the general manager's arm. He said that at the time, he thought it was pure chance, while Yujiro told Hirohiko that it wouldn't happen again, something the hotel staff was also confident about. When Hirohiko took his stance after his bout with Yujiro, another hotel staff member questioned what kind of stance that was, and after hearing him call himself a student of freedom, the man remarked that he was about to learn that swordplay was nothing to trifle with. He explained that he had trained under Master Sengoku daily for 7 years, and during that entire time, he had never scored a single point against him. In a flashback, during one of their sparring sessions, Yujiro told him nice try, but said that his footwork follow-through was weak. He added that there were no geniuses in this world, that nothing surpassed diligent and consistent effort, and reminded him never to neglect that, to which he respectfully answered yes, sir. However, when he witnessed what Hirohiko did to his master, easily cutting through Yujiro's body with that strange sword style, he shouted, "What the hell?" and broke down in tears, calling him a damn liar and crying out that there truly were geniuses. He then pointed out to Chihiro that Hirohiko was unstoppable, adding that his sword was invisible. Chihiro looked toward the elevator, and as the smoke began to clear, he saw Hirohiko standing there, already in stance and ready to charge. Hirohiko smirked, and the hotel staff quickly realized he was about to make his move. In an instant, Hirohiko vanished from his position, prompting Chihiro to lunge forward to match him. As the fight unfolded, it was explained to us that through the keen vision Chihiro had honed over countless deadly battles, he was able to perceive the secret behind Hirohiko's invisible sword technique. It was explained that his ability to use both his left and right hands, as well as both overhand and underhand grips freely and in any combination, while moving simultaneously through his opponent's blind spot, was what caused his opponent to completely lose sight of his blade. After rapidly switching hand positions and sword movements, Hirohiko tried to strike Chihiro with an underhand upward slash, but thanks to Chihiro's sharpened perception, he managed to evade it, immediately catching Hirohiko's attention. Hirohiko was shocked that he had been able to see and dodge his attack. In Chihiro's eyes, there was a fierce determination and focus to kill Hirohiko, and when he found an opening, he seized the chance and sent a slash toward Hirohiko's head. Hirohiko's eyes widened as he all-outed his focus at his sudden burst of attack. He managed to avoid it. The two ended up crossing paths mid-charge. Meanwhile, The hotel staff who was watching them could only stare in utter shock and disbelief. In Hirohiko's mind, he was completely thrown off that Chihiro had managed to counter him from that position, realizing that his opponent's blade was even faster than his own. He muttered to himself that that was close, then added with a crazed grin that Chihiro was truly ferocious, and that he liked it. On Chihiro's side, he thought to himself that Hirohiko had dodged his strike, then said that he needed to make his white purity style faster, that he needed to be faster overall, and after that, he simply responded with a calm well sure to Hirohiko's comment. He recalled Hirohiko's earlier words that Samura was currently in motion to kill the contracted sword bearers, which pushed him even further to move faster. He stared at him with deep focus and seriousness and declared that he would kill him and reach the roof. In his mind, he also told himself that he needed to become faster so he could take that key and give Iori her life back. After that, the scene shifted to Iori and Ro, where Ro asked her if she had already made up her mind and if she truly wanted to return to her school. In Iori's thoughts, she said that she would go back to school and that she would no longer be Seiichi Samura's daughter. She said it wasn't just because she wanted to reject that truth. She remembered what Ro had told her, that Seiichi Samura had also forgotten her, that the Misumi had been appointed to protect her should the need arise, and what Hirohiko had said, that Samura was currently in motion to kill the contracted sword bearers, which made her comment that her father's attention seemed to be elsewhere. She thought that maybe her father was fine with forgetting her. With hesitation and confusion visible on her face, she confirmed her decision to Ro while thinking that she was the only one still struggling with the hole she felt in her heart. After a few moments, they finally reached the rooftop of the Kyoto Bloodshed Hotel, immediately catching Moku's attention as they arrived. Iori commented that it was freezing up there, while Moku asked where Chihiro was. Ro explained that he went downstairs to get the key and that the general manager had already been taken down by the enemy, which made Moku concerned. Ro explained that they would implement the seal as soon as the key reached them, and after that, they would send Iori back to her normal life, something that visibly made her uncomfortable. In Iori's mind, she began to wonder who she would really choose to be. She recalled Hirohiko's words that Samura was currently in motion to eliminate the contracted sword bearers, and she told herself that her father wasn't looking for her anyway. She thought that maybe it was fine to just return to school. However, she said she wanted to go back, but then remembered that those bad guys came because she tried to break the seal, which gradually made her uneasy. Ro noticed the troubled look on her face and recalled what he had told Iori earlier, that there was no longer any risk of the seal breaking again, and silently admitted to himself that he knew it didn't sound very convincing since they had messed up last time. Iori then remembered how Ro had blamed Misumi for everything that had happened and told him that it wasn't really about who should be blamed. Just as she was about to say that none of it would have happened if not for her, the elevator suddenly rang, and when it opened, Kaguri stepped out, immediately catching Ro's attention. In an instant, Kaguri lunged forward to attack Iori, but Ro managed to block it, which drew Kaguri's attention. Sumi quickly rushed toward Kaguri to defend, while Moku ordered them to get back. Moku then noticed a man climbing up from his side, so he charged forward and killed him instantly, along with several others following behind, without breaking a sweat. As he slashed through their bodies, Moku thought to himself that these people were completely unhinged, because even with fatal wounds, they kept charging at him. He also thought that this felt just like what happened at the Senkitsuji Temple, then wondered to himself if these people had been brainwashed, and if this was some kind of Hishaku sorcery. He clicked his tongue in irritation and remarked in his mind that individually, they were weaker this time, but their sheer numbers were a different story altogether. It was then shown that countless more enemies continued pouring out from the lower floors and from every direction. While clashing with Kaguri, Ro taunted him, saying he couldn't believe they were recruiting small-time thugs, thinking that they must really be desperate now. But Kaguri was unfazed and told him that their hands would soon be full and that every person still inside the hotel was already heading up to the rooftop. Like a horde of zombies without minds of their own, the thugs all charged while shouting to capture Samura's daughter, and the panic on Iori's face was clear as she watched them swarm relentlessly. Sumi comforted her, saying that it was fine, and reminded her that just as she told her before, none of them would be able to lay a finger on her. Iori looked at Sumi and thought that if she stayed here, these people would continue risking their lives for her. She then remembered when Kaguri had gone to her school and killed one of her teachers, blaming herself for everything that had happened. She thought that as long as she was here, people would continue getting hurt. It was painful for Iori to witness all the terrible things happening around her, and after recalling what Chihiro told her, that her life with Samura and her life as a high school girl were both her truths, she closed her eyes and began to tear up, saying to herself that in both of those realities, everyone's better off without. After that, the scene shifted back to the moment when Chihiro first went to Iori's school to save her. There, right after Kaguri left, Ikura suddenly introduced himself to Chihiro. He explained that he had only known Iori for a few months, but that she was his friend, then nervously asked what exactly was happening there. Ikura tried to stand up, but as soon as his hand touched the floor, he got cut by the shards of broken glass. Chihiro informed him that there was a dangerous gang after her, and that they were there to protect her. He assured him that they would make sure she was safe. He then told him to just stay put unless he wanted to lose even more blood. After that, Chihiro left the area, while irritation was clearly written on Ikura's face. Ikura ignored what Chihiro had said and insisted that he wasn't the kind of guy who backed down so easily, then went straight into a part of Kyoto known for its heavy criminal activity. He explained that he usually never entered that part of Kyoto because it was too sketchy, but since there was supposedly a gang chasing after Iori, he figured that this must be the place. After searching all night, he said that he eventually found Toto and immediately recognized her. He decided to follow her, thinking that by doing so, he might be able to find Iori. He successfully infiltrated the Kyoto Bloodshed Hotel and hid behind a sofa while Hirohiko was slaughtering the thugs inside. He started gasping for breath and squeezed his eyes shut in fear, explaining that he had entered an extremely suspicious hotel and suddenly found himself in the middle of a bloodbath. From somewhere distant from where he was hiding, he said that he could faintly hear snatches of conversation, words like reinforcements, capture alive, upstairs, daughter, and the name Iori. Because of that, he immediately thought that Iori was inside the hotel and that those people were heading upstairs to where she was. However, just as he was about to move, his eyes fell on the body of a hotel staff member lying dead and covered in blood, causing him to freeze as fear and panic consumed his face. He stared at the body intently and remembered what Chihiro had told him earlier, that if he didn't want to shed any more blood, he should just stay put. He also recalled his conversation with the school doctor when his injured hand was being treated. The doctor told him that he overheard another student saying that the attackers were looking for someone, and if it was true that they were after Iori, then she was probably in hiding. The doctor had also commented that the situation sounded extremely dangerous and that it would be better to leave Iori to the authorities, saying that it's better to stay out of it. Ikura's eyes widened as he remembered that and began to think deeply about it. Afterward, he recalled what had happened at the start of the school term, when some of their female classmates whispered to Iori about how they feel so bad for she because she was seated next to him, telling her not to talk to him because he was too cringy and gross in the way he spoke. One of them even added that he'd probably spit all over her. At that time, Ikura silently commented to himself as he overheard them, but he simply let them say whatever they wanted. He said he didn't care about any of that and that he chose solitude. However, it seemed like Iori didn't pay much attention to her classmates' whispers as she walked right up to Ikura and introduced herself. She said that it looks like they were neighbors now and that she hoped they could be friends, which made Ikura puzzled. In his thoughts, he explained that the standard doctrine at this school was to ignore him completely, but Iori had gone against that, which made him admit that he was weirdly impressed. With a slight blush, he then told Iori that it was nice to meet her, while inwardly thinking that he had abandoned solitude. After that, he looked down at his injured left hand, and in frustration, he began to clench his fist tightly while saying that Iori just happened to be someone who didn't discriminate, and that talking with him had probably been basic for her. His hand began to bleed from how tightly he was clenching it, and as he recalled what he had told Iori before everything happened, that it was proof of his mission, he added that, to him, her act of befriending him was something truly special, then used the blood from his hand to carve a mark on his face resembling Chihiro's scar. In the next scene, we return to the battle between Chihiro and Hirohiko, which had grown so intense that debris scattered all around. Back in the present, right after Chihiro declared that he would kill Hirohiko and reach the rooftop, Ikura suddenly arrived, which made Hirohiko ask who he was. Chihiro immediately recognized Ikura and asked him in concern what he was doing there, while Hirohiko told him that he'd better stay out of the way since their fight was just getting good. Ikura shouted that he came there to save Iori, and just as Chihiro was about to tell him that he had already warned him how dangerous it was, Ikura charged forward and yelled that he didn't care if his body got covered in scars. That was exactly why he was there. This made Hirohiko shift his focus toward him and rush forward, wondering aloud who this moron was. But Chihiro quickly moved and intercepted him before he could get close to Ikura. Chihiro then turned toward Ikura and, without warning, threw the lantern key to him, leaving Ikura confused as he caught it in his hands. Chihiro then explained that it was his response to Ikura's pledge, informing him that the object he now held was the key to bringing Iori back. He told him to take it to the rooftop and hand it over to the kid wearing sunglasses. Chihiro recalled Iori saying that she wanted to return to school and stated that, at the moment, Iori was uncertain about where she truly belonged. He thought that if there was anyone who could take Iori by the hand and guide her, it would be Ikura, so he told him to go, which Ikura agreed to before stepping into the elevator. After a short while, the focus shifted to Iori, who was still struggling with the thought that she didn't belong anywhere, and when she suddenly heard a familiar voice calling her name, her eyes widened as she turned toward the direction it came from. She saw Ikura standing amidst a swarm of charging thugs, shouting once more while holding the key high above his head, telling her that he needed her back at school. Iori seemed to calm down and focused solely on Ikura, beginning to think about her desire for what she truly wanted to become. It was then explained that the scream of an ordinary person was what led her to the answer. Ikura also caught Kaguri's attention, making him wonder if he was part of the reinforcements, and the thugs in front of him began turning their heads toward Ikura. Meanwhile, in Ro's mind, he wondered why Ikura had the key and felt deeply alarmed. The thugs started rushing toward Ikura, and at that moment, Iori became filled with the overwhelming desire to protect that ordinary life. Then, she suddenly vanished from behind Sumi, who had been guarding her, and in an instant, she managed to seize the katana from one of the thugs. The charging thugs abruptly stopped their advance toward Ikura, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he saw Iori standing right before him. The seal that had been restraining Iori's memories was completely broken, and it was revealed that Iori had blocked the katana strike aimed at Ikura. It was then explained that, bizarrely enough, that powerful feeling, her desire to protect that ordinary life, was what caused her to awaken as the daughter of Seiichi Samura. After that, we returned to the scene between Chihiro and Hirohiko, where after they parried each other's attacks, Hirohiko commented that apparently, Chihiro had a plan to help the girl escape. Hirohiko then recalled the moment when Chihiro threw the key to Ikura, telling him to take it to the roof, saying that it was the key to bringing Iori back, and after that, while pressing the elevator button beside him, he asked Chihiro if it was right that when he made things that obvious, it meant he had to leave. Chihiro then charged toward him, saying that he wouldn't let him escape. He used the EI white purity style again, but Hirohiko still managed to block it. Hirohiko stared at him with a grin, while Chihiro clicked his tongue in irritation, thinking to himself that it still wasn't enough. As this was happening, it was explained to us that Sword Master Itsuo Shirakai reasoned that the fastest is equivalent to the strongest. To achieve that speed, he developed the stances that Samura and Uruha now use. It was said that Shirakai maintained that these stances produced the fastest propulsion toward the enemy, making it possible to slash with a sword while moving at maximum velocity. Shirakai himself added that everyone laughed at him at the time, but it was explained that it wasn't without reason. It was said that normally, the foundation of all swordplay and Idai lies in maintaining a firm grip on the sword to harness all of the built-up power. While showing the difference between the normal grip and the reverse grip, it was added that this is why the katana is held this way. The knuckles at the head of the metacarpals are aligned with the blade's edge. It was then stated that this is common sense, since it allows the fighter to transition directly from drawing the sword to attacking. It was pointed out, however, that the white purity stance is unorthodox, and in this position, the blade faces the wrist, and after drawing the sword, the fighter has to rotate the blade 180 degrees before it reaches its target. It was then shown how Shirokai's peers ridiculed and criticized the style he invented, as one of them questioned why he had to re-grip his sword, saying that it would only disrupt all the spirit energy he built up, and that the whole premise that such a stance yields the highest speed made no sense. Another remarked that one could become extremely fast if they perfected the standard drawing technique, calling that the smarter approach, while another mocked him as an idiot for wasting energy on unnecessary movement. But in the end, Shirokai said that none of those who laughed at him lasted, because, as he added, he cut them all down. For that, the scene shifted to the night of November 13th, where Iori was asleep while Chihiro was practicing the use of the white purity style. Out of frustration, he muttered that he still couldn't get the hang of it, prompting Ro to ask what the problem was. Chihiro explained that he was losing speed and force because of the awkward grip, to which Ro replied that this was the classic drawback of the white purity style. He explained that nearly all sword fighters charge their katanas with spirit energy and that they have to concentrate to do it. He added that normally, when you add a complex movement like red ripping, you lose focus and the spirit energy disperses. Furthermore, he said that you have to be able to use the sword as a natural extension of your body, in a way that doesn't require extra awareness, and that you have to use spirit energy to merge yourself with your katana. He pointed out that it might sound simple, but it requires extreme intuition, and then commented that honestly, you have to be a complete freak to pull it off, adding that that's why only 3 men have ever mastered the white purity style. Chihiro then thought deeply about merging with the katana and said that he had already been syncing with his sword using spirit energy, so he kind of understood what Ro meant, prompting Ro to respond that it was interesting. Chihiro then told himself that he was close, that if he could just make it click, he would reach it. After that, we returned to the present, where Hirohiko charged toward him with his sword in his right hand, and in an instant, he managed to re-grip it mid-motion and vanish, while Chihiro used his keen sight to follow him. With a swift sleight of hand, Hirohiko's sword suddenly appeared from the opposite side, changing the angle of his grip and his energy flow, which immediately caught Chihiro's attention. Because of that, Chihiro managed to parry Hirohiko's attack and thought in astonishment that this man could freely re-grip his sword without losing any force. He then recalled the hotel staff saying that the man was clearly an amateur, and it was then said that Hirohiko was a wild animal. It was then explained that Hirohiko killed a man for the first time at the tender age of 3. He bit to death a full-grown man who was assaulting him. It was said that fighting had become his way of life, and that using spirit energy was like breathing to him. It transcended consciousness and entered the realm of pure instinct. Those survival instincts, combined with Hirohiko's unorthodox fighting style, gave birth to an extremely innate and unconstrained sword technique, one that ran purely on impulse and instinct. After that, we returned to the present where Hirohiko tried to slash at Chihiro from an unorthodox angle, but Chihiro still managed to block it. His eyes widened in surprise as he thought to himself in disbelief that this man could visually follow even his unorthodox movements. On Chihiro's side, he thought inwardly that even though Hirohiko possessed innate advantages, he too had been endowed with special gifts, so there was no reason he couldn't defeat him. As he recalled the white purity style used by Oruha and Samura, he declared that he had his own way. He then tried using it again against Hirohiko, but Hirohiko leaped high into the air, dodging the attack, then mocked him by asking if he was doing that kata thing again, calling them idiots. He then pointed out that all that traditional stuff was a load of crap, and when Chihiro turned to look, his eyes widened in shock. It turned out that Hirohiko was attempting to imitate the white purity style, and after taking a stance, he quickly charged toward him. While struggling to hold him off, Chihiro thought to himself in amazement that even though it wasn't perfect, it was still an incredible imitation of the white purity style. Chihiro was knocked down and clicked his tongue in frustration, while Hirohiko entered the elevator, commenting that the move was interesting but difficult. He then looked back at Chihiro and said it would be better for him to prioritize Iori, just as the elevator doors were closing, prompting Chihiro to shout for him to wait. But before he could pursue, the hotel staff caught his attention and helped him get into another elevator. Hirohiko then remarked that he'd see him up there before the elevator door fully closed. They both ascended toward the rooftop using separate elevators facing each other, and while they waited, Chihiro told himself not to panic, that he and Samura had lived different lives, and that he had his own way. Meanwhile, Hirohiko explained that his fighting style was like a magic trick that only worked the first time it was used. He added that things would have been easier if he had managed to take off Chihiro's arm, just as he did to Yujiro, but it wouldn't work on him now. On Chihiro's side again, he began visualizing the re-grip method required by the white purity style, while Hirohiko said that he already got the gist. To kill Chihiro, he needed overwhelming speed, not trickery. Moments later, the elevator reached the rooftop. As Chihiro recalled the examples he saw of the white purity style, he focused, and when the elevator doors opened, he saw Hirohiko once again, also ready to unleash his own version of the white purity style. They both charged toward each other, facing off with their boundless fighting talent, as each of them sensed impending death. It was then shown that a massive horde of thugs was rushing toward Iori, and Ikura, shocked and confused, called out her name. Chihiro's eyes widened when he saw Iori standing before the Yakuza with a katana in her hands, while inside her mind, Iori felt a strong desire. She wanted to protect her life at school. It was then explained that the means to fulfill that desire was alive within her. The memories of her original power, which the seal had made her forget, were quickly returning to her. Chihiro then asked himself how Iori even knew how to use a katana. In that fleeting life or death moment, Chihiro's mind went completely quiet, and he simply watched her. It was said that Iori's sword technique was not directed to kill. Like a precision machine, she simply trimmed away the hostility directed toward her, and it was shown that she merely cut the weapons of the men charging at her. Her movements were described as delicate and precise, and even without that deadly speed, her strikes were imbued with the white purity style of Seiichi Samura's technique. After witnessing that, it was said that the hazy example Chihiro had been searching for finally became crystal clear. Both he and Hirohiko charged toward each other using their own versions of the EAI white purity style, but because Chihiro had found his example, his version prevailed, slicing through Hirohiko's sword and landing a solid strike on the left side of his body. After delivering the blow, Chihiro exhaled deeply and turned toward Iori, as it was then explained that after everything that happened, Iori now knew everything. In the next scene, the story took us back 9 years ago inside a hospital room. Here, Iori was only 8 years old, accompanying her mother, who was confined. Samura arrived there, casually calling Iori's mother, Inori, by name, and said that he heard she suddenly collapsed, then asked her not to make too much noise there. Inori explained that it was Iori who had called the hospital and pointed to her daughter, who was now sitting nearby. Samura turned toward Iori and greeted her, saying it had been a long time, but Iori remained silent. It was then revealed that Inori was Samura's ex-wife and Iori's mother, and Inori told him that how could he expect Iori to even remember him, before introducing him to Iori as her father. Right after, Inori explained to Samura that she wouldn't be able to go home for a while, so he had to take care of Iori, but Samura immediately objected. He pointed out that he couldn't do that and asked what about her sister, to which Inori replied that she was still working for the Kamunabi and didn't have the time. Samura then recalled the countless blood that had stained his hands from all the killing during the Seitei War and said that he couldn't possibly hold his own daughter with those hands. Inori responded that she'd already heard that line countless times during their divorce, then asked who, then, would take care of Iori. She insisted that Iori was his daughter, which he agreed to, saying that that was exactly the reason why. Inori tried to explain further, but eventually stopped herself and told Samura that it was enough. She told him to let go of the past, and that it was time to look forward, not backward, which left Samura speechless. In the next scene, Samura was shown leaving the hospital, now walking together with Iori on their way home. Iori remained quiet the whole time, while Samura told her that there was somewhere they needed to stop by. They went to a dojo, and upon entering, they saw students inside practicing swordsmanship. One of the students immediately recognized Samura, called out to him respectfully, and welcomed him warmly. He said they weren't expecting him, while Samura explained that he wanted to introduce Iori to them. When they learned that she was his daughter, they couldn't believe that Samura actually had a child. He then told one of them that Iori would be joining him there for a while, and the student said there was no problem with that. Some of the students even asked Iori if she knew that her father was an amazing guy, prompting Samura to yell at them to stop. They went on, saying that all the cops in that city took sword fighting lessons from him, that her father was a contracted bearer of an enchanted blade, a war hero, and that the nation owed its existence to him. But Iori only frowned and looked at them blankly. Eventually, Iori couldn't hold back and shouted angrily, asking if that was so, then questioned who even cared if he was a hero. She then recalled a time when she and Inori were walking together, where she had asked what kind of person her father was, and Inori answered that he was the worst. She explained that he was too obsessed with the past and completely neglected them, adding that she should never fall for a man like that. Back in the present, Iori yelled at Samura that he wasn't amazing at all and pointed out that he abandoned her mother, calling him a loser. That made Samura turn to her with an uncomfortable look, while she continued staring back, remembering her conversations with Inori. Before leaving with Samura, Inori had apologized to her and explained that it would only be for a little while and that she should listen to her father, to which Iori tried to protest but instead asked if it was true that she'd be home soon. Inori cheerfully replied that of course she would, and said that she'd kick that illnesses but in no time. After recalling that, Iori picked up a kendo shurnai or practice sword that was sitting nearby, then pointed it forward, shouting that any bad guy out there better be careful of her too. With her eyes shut, she yelled and charged straight towards Samura, startling and confusing him. However, instead of hitting Samura, she bumped right into a nearby wooden pillar, which made her father rush to her in concern. In the next scene, after they returned home, Samura placed a band-aid on Iori's forehead where she had hit it, then asked if she really closed her eyes and suddenly rushed in, and why she did that in the first place. Iori explained that you should always fight at the same level as your opponent, which made Samura wonder if that meant he was the opponent, before commenting that while that was an admirable sentiment, she shouldn't try to imitate him because he'd been blind for many years. He added that he now had the ears and nose of a beast, which made Iori grunt in irritation, unable to admit that it was actually impressive. She suddenly stood up and ran off, shouting that in that case, she just needed to train harder, and teased Samura that he couldn't possibly catch up to her, making Samura yell after her, hoping to stop her. Iori ran outside their house and straight toward the hospital where her mother was, and upon arriving there with Samura, Inori scolded him, saying he shouldn't be letting Iori get hurt, pointing out that it was basic, while Samura knelt down and nodded obediently, making Iori laugh playfully at him. In the next scene, while Iori and Samura were slicing ingredients for their cooking, Iori suddenly came up with an idea, which made Samura concerned and asked what it was. He asked in disbelief if they were really having a cooking contest, then suddenly grew anxious upon realizing that maybe she had her eyes closed. Iori confirmed it, which made him quickly object, saying that they shouldn't be doing that while using a blade. When he noticed her continuing to slice anyway, he immediately stopped her after realizing that she was holding the knife backward. Iori reasoned that since it was a contest, it needed to be fair, to which he told her to forget about the whole contest thing and asked what her deal even was. After they finished cooking, Samura tasted what Iori made and was surprised at how delicious it was, making Iori blush with joy. She then asked him if that meant she won, to which he asked back why it even had to be a contest, but eventually let it go and told her that she could be the winner. Iori smiled again and proudly said she was a good cook, then shared that she often cooked together with her mom. As she remembered her mother, her expression slowly turned from joy to sadness because of her current situation, and Samura, sensing this, quickly tried to change the topic. He suggested to Iori that they should have a contest, which immediately caught her attention. He said that whoever could make the most delicious food for Inori and cheer her up the most would be the winner, and Iori eagerly accepted the challenge. After that, time passed, and we were shown that they started grocery shopping together, that Iori again tried to learn how to use a katana while blindfolded and hit her head on a wooden pillar again, leading to Samura getting scolded by Inori once more, and that the two of them continued cooking together regularly. One day, after finishing their cooking, they happily ran to the hospital to bring food to Inori. Inori was amazed at how the bento box looked and asked if Iori was the one who made it. Samura explained that it was supposed to be a contest, but it ended up becoming more of a teamwork effort between them, which caught Inori's interest. Iori added that she'd say it was the result of a healthy rivalry, making Inori smile and ask if that was so. Inori then tasted their cooking, and she happily commented that it was delicious and the best. Iori then asked with hope and enthusiasm if that made her feel any better, while Samura quietly listened beside her. Inori cheerfully replied, "Absolutely," and said she felt much better. Iori smiled brightly and laughed, while Samura's face softened into a gentle smile as he felt her happiness. After that, before they went home, Iori excitedly told Inori that she would become an even better cook by the time she got out of the hospital, so she should wait for it. To which Inori, while waving goodbye to them, said that in that case, it looked like she'd have to hurry up and get out soon. Time passed once more, and unfortunately, Inori eventually passed away from her illness. After her funeral, Iori sat quietly on their veranda, looking downcast and lost in thought. Samura could feel how lifeless his daughter had become, and the worry was evident on his face as he quietly observed her. After showing us that, the scene returned to a time when Samura and Iori were visiting Inori before she passed away. After Inori finished eating the food they brought, and Iori had fallen asleep, she spoke to Samura. She apologized to him, saying that she didn't think she could hold on much longer, to which Samura replied that still, it was incredible that she had managed to fight and hang on for an entire year. After that, Inori asked him since when did he know how to cook, to which he answered that since never. He then explained that the guys at the dojo had been teaching him on the side, which made Inori laugh and say really, before pointing out that he had changed a lot over the past year. Inori then asked what he thought about Iori, to which he answered that she was cute, making her ask if that was still true even though he was blind, which slightly irritated Samura, prompting him to tell her to listen. He pointed out that he didn't need to see, and that she laughed just like her. He then remembered Iori's words from before, when she told him that he abandoned her mother, and in his thoughts, he quietly apologized for everything he had done. After that, the scene returned to the time after Inori's death, where Samura decided to sit beside Iori on the veranda and asked if she would agree to call a truce. On Iori's side, her eyes were filled with tears, still carrying the pain of losing her mother. When Samura felt this, he remembered Inori's wish that she could have seen Iori grow up, as well as her words that he should look forward, not back, and Iori's determination to get better at cooking in the hopes that she could cook for her mother once she left the hospital. Iori then couldn't hold back and broke into tears, which made Samura think about comforting her by placing a hand on her shoulder and pulling her close, though he hesitated for a moment. He soon made up his mind that he would watch over her for Inori's sake, so he followed through and sat beside her, quietly sharing in her grief. After that, it was shown that Iori had fallen asleep in her room, while Samura stepped outside by the front entrance to smoke. However, he suddenly stopped when he caught a scent of something unfamiliar, and it turned out that a man had arrived at their gate, making him ask who it was. It was then revealed that the man was Yura, who greeted him politely and called him by his full name, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. Samura replied that he didn't know who he was, but asked him for a favor, not to force him to draw his blade. Yura told him not to worry, saying that he was only there to talk about the future and about the sins they had committed as war heroes, which caught Samura's attention, and as he said this, the master swordsman was shown to us. Yura then added that they would also discuss the disaster that would soon befall that country as a result a few years from now, and the scene showed us a glimpse of the catastrophe he was referring to. Samura then told them to give him a break, pointing out that his ex-wife's wake had just finished. Yura apologized to him, but said that he simply had to express his gratitude to the great hero, to which Samura said nothing in return. After that, Yura suddenly explained that the Seitei War began when the islanders invaded. He stated that the citizens of that small country were bloodthirsty savages by nature. He added that their bodies were resistant to the Datanseki, and that their invasion had advanced steadily. It was known to everyone that their heroes and their enchanted blades had turned the tide of the war. He said that the heroes succeeded in eradicating the citizens of that nefarious small country, and thanks to their heroes, all of them were wiped out, and their nation was protected. Samura then recalled Yura's earlier statement that what they were here to discuss were the sins committed by the heroes and the disaster that was yet to come, and he told him that he didn't think that was the real reason for his visit. Yura agreed with that, and said that he knew the truth. He said he knew the events that led up to the eradication, the story the public didn't know, which made Samura furrow his brow. Yura explained that when the Shinuchi appeared, it instantly turned the situation around against the enemy. He added that they waged a powerful counteroffensive that rapidly drove the enemy back. Moreover, he said that the heroes eventually pushed into enemy territory, and at that point, the end of the war was already in sight. The enemy raised a white flag as a sign of surrender. Afterward, he mentioned the words bloodthirsty savages, pointing out that that was what they had been taught to call them in their textbooks. He added, however, that in reality, human beings are individuals. He explained that physiologically, the citizens of that small nation had a unique genetic resistance to the Datanseki, but they were still human. He also said that the royal family who led the invasion was deposed. They chose to surrender in order to prevent further casualties. As he continued speaking, Samura quietly listened without saying a word, while Yura added that the royal family signed a treaty, and for a time, peace was established. After that, the scene showed a close-up of the master swordsman, and upon learning of the treaty, he refused to accept it, declaring that the islanders must be annihilated. And here Yura explained that one of the heroes who had stepped over countless corpses during the war had completely gone berserk. The strongest among the enchanted blades responded, and it was explained that the true realm of an enchanted blade conforms to its master. When the master swordsman decided to reject the treaty, he used the shikoku with malediction, and because of that, the entire island was destroyed, covered with endless fields of flowers, swarmed by centipedes and butterflies, and every inhabitant was reduced to bones. He also stated that the abilities evoked by the sword master were a force of pure obliteration. As the remains of the island were shown, he added that in the immensity of that power, the Shinuchi and the sword master consumed each other. After that, all reason vanished, and the calamity that followed transcended both virtue and evil. He also revealed that the calamity that struck that small nation resulted in the death of approximately 200,000 people. He explained that it was only afterward that the remaining 5 enchanted blade bearers managed to stop him, and that even now, the sword master remains imprisoned. Afterward, he pointed out that this was the true story behind the cleansing of that nation, and that the truth was that the sword master was the worst murderer to have ever lived. However, he added that the country had been in chaos at the time, reeling from the invasion, and to restore stability and prevent further confusion, they hid the truth and enshrined the sword master as a hero who had defeated an evil enemy. As Samura listened, he began to wonder how much this man actually knew, while Yura continued speaking and asked how anyone could blame them for it, pointing out that it was for the good of the future, and agreed with himself, saying it was indeed for the future. After that, he stated that as for the reason for his visit, he came to deliver a prophecy, which left Samura confused. Yura explained that as long as the sword master lives, the calamity known as the malediction will occur again in the near future in that country. Samura was once again taken aback upon hearing that, while Yura pointed out to him that he had a job that he needed to do. The sliding door behind Samura suddenly made a sound, drawing his attention. Yura then began to vanish using a kind of teleportation sorcery while uttering the words for the future. When Iori opened the door, she saw him disappearing. Samura commented that she was awake, while she curiously asked who that person was. She then asked about what he meant by the calamity and the job that needed to be done, wondering if he had to go somewhere. which made Samura tense up in surprise as he asked if she had heard that. Samura answered that he wasn't going anywhere as he gently patted her on the head. Afterward, he glanced toward the gate and fell silent, lost in thought about the conversation that had just happened. In the next scene, Samura decided to visit the Kamunabi headquarters in Tokyo. There, he was approached by one of the leaders, the small one, who commented that it had been quite a while since they last met, then added that it wasn't like him to reach out. Samura replied, pointing out that he had aged and teasingly remarked about his hobbling gait like an old geezer, to which the man said he was being cheeky and added that he was still pretty spry for an old man. He then invited Samura to spar, but Samura immediately declined, recalling the time when he had beaten up Shiba and Azumi while training them how to fight. After that, they went to an office where Samura told him about what had happened to him before. He explained that the man who had come to him knew the truth about the sword master. The leader responded with surprise and pointed out that only the core members of the Kamunabi and the nation's highest echelon knew about that, while Samura added that perhaps that man had been involved back then, noting that his voice and scent were unfamiliar. He then asked if it was true that the man who knew the truth had said that the malediction would beset this country next. He also recalled what Yura had told him, that it was a prophecy, and explained that it was like the dream of the monk of Tenryquin, a sort of divination without clear evidence, adding that in other words, it was a possible disaster. Samura asked if that meant it was possible, to which the leader replied that to prevent such a thing, the sword master had been imprisoned deep underground, while the Shinichi was sealed and isolated in a separate place so that the two would never come into contact. However, he pointed out that as long as both the sword master and the Shinichi existed in that world, the possibility would still remain. To extinguish it completely, he said, they would have to execute the sword master, but as he knew, that wasn't possible. He then began explaining about the eternal contracts. These life and death spells, he said, were immensely sophisticated, and it would have been extremely cumbersome to enact multiple spells at once. For that reason, Rokuhira used the Shinichi as its core and assigned it to the sword master, his most trusted ally. Like a master-slave configuration, he linked them together to establish the contracts. Because of this configuration, if the sword master and the nucleus die, the bodies of the other linked sword bearers will deteriorate, and within just a few days, they too will perish. He added that, just like shogi pieces that fall when the king falls, the enchanted blade bearers accepted that risk when they entered the war, which made Samura wonder how they could have known that their comrade would become their enemy. He then pointed out that if they executed the sword master, Samura and the other contracted owners of the enchanted blades would also die. Samura tried to speak in concern, saying that if they did nothing, the malediction would happen again, but the leader immediately interrupted him, telling him to calm down and adding that this wasn't like him. The leader looked at him intently and came to a realization, then said that yes, he understood. Samura was worried because he was caring for his daughter now, and that was why he had become concerned about the future. Samura then answered yes, though with hesitation. Noticing his worry, the leader explained that while it was indeed possible, the chances were extremely slim. He added that very few people knew that the sword master and the Shinichi were under the tightest security imaginable. As long as both the master swordsman and the Shinichi remained sealed and isolated, there was nothing to be concerned about. They didn't need to sacrifice Samura's life for such a slim possibility. He then pointed out that what the sword master had done was a horrible crime that they must atone for somehow, but to the very end, the rest of them had fought to save the citizens, not to kill the enemy, asserting that they were heroes. He said that they had done enough and should leave the rest to them. He added that he and his daughter had futures they needed to live for. Sometime later, Samura and Iori went back to the dojo, where Iori managed to disarm her sparring partner effortlessly, astonishing the other students. The surprise on her opponent's face was clear, as she had done it with her eyes closed. One of the students beside Samura noticed that her eyes were closed, but somehow she could still sense her target, and he asked how that was possible. Samura explained that she was constantly imitating him, and he guessed she was getting the knack of it, which left the student speechless. Samura then fell silent as he saw Iori almost in tears while her opponent prepared to strike, and one of the students commented that she seemed more afraid when her eyes were open. Samura explained that by closing her eyes, she eliminated extraneous thoughts, allowing her to quietly concentrate and focus on wielding the sword. The student exclaimed in amazement at how incredible that was, pointing out that, well, she was the daughter of the great hero Shichi Samura, which left Samura silent. Iori then called out to him and asked if he had seen what she did, so he nodded and praised her, which made her happy. Iori declared that she was going to be the best fighter ever and that she would protect him. Samura recalled what the goateed leader had told him, that he could live for the future, and then asked Iori if that was so, adding with a faint smile that, well, he couldn't wait. In the next scene, when Iori returned home from school, she noticed 2 garbage bags left beside their house. She stared at them silently for a moment, then decided to take them to the proper disposal area herself. Inside the dojo, one of the students mentioned to Samura that he had learned Iori was in the same class as his own son. Samura replied that his son was probably helping her out a lot. The student then asked if he ever worried about her going to school, to which Samura admitted that he did. The man smiled and pointed out that since they lived in a small town with not many kids, he was sure she'd settle in quickly. Days later, while at home, Samura visited Inori's memorial and began talking to her. He said it had been quite a while since she passed away and told her that Iori had already started going to school. He added that he still worried about her and began explaining that Iori still used her last name, but everyone knew she was Seiichi Samura's daughter. He said Iori seemed happy, but every now and then, he could see that she missed her mother. Not long after, Iori arrived home from school and happily asked what they would have for dinner. They began cooking together, and while Iori was slicing ingredients, Samura asked her how school was and if she was having fun, to which Iori enthusiastically said yes. Iori then remembered something and told him that they had learned about him in class that day, which immediately caught Samura's attention. He asked if what was taught about him had been okay, and though Iori paused briefly, she quickly answered that it had been intense, which made Samura uneasy. However, contrary to what he feared, Iori clarified that she actually received non-stop praise because she was the daughter of a hero, and it showed how her classmates were amazed and in awe of her. She went on to say that one of her female classmates even asked if she was a good sword fighter like her dad, which she confirmed, proudly declaring that one day she would be just as skilled as him. Samura asked in surprise if that was so, while Iori muttered that she was kind of bragging. He then told her that there was no need to rush to be like him, gently patting her head and adding that he was just glad she was making friends, though she flinched slightly when he patted her. He felt something that made him worried again, so he asked why she had a bump on her head. Iori quickly said she fell, but he called her a liar, pointing out that she said that way too fast, which made her visibly nervous. Soon after, Iori finally admitted that she had gotten into a fight, shocking Samura and filling him with concern. He gasped in alarm and asked why, but Iori told him he was overreacting, saying it wasn't a big deal, and sighed in annoyance. He asked what happened, and after a short silence, Iori explained that one of the kids had said her dad was a killer. Upon hearing that, Samura thought to himself that this was exactly what he had been afraid of. Iori then said she told the kid off, which made Samura anxiously ask if the boy had hit her because of it. She looked at him for a moment and answered yes, but added that she stood up for herself. After all, she said, that was the whole point of training every day, to defend herself, and Samura listened quietly. She then added that her mom always said her dad might be a real jerk, but he was still a hero who protected their country and their loved ones, saying that her mom respected him for that. Iori agreed with her mother completely and said that was why she wanted to be like him, so she could protect everyone too. She also told him that she would fight alongside him, so he didn't have to worry. Samura thanked her and told her not to overdo it. The next day, when Samura went to the dojo, he respectfully informed one of the students there, whose son was in Iori's class, about the bullying incident. The man was shocked and apologized for how rude his son had been. He then said that kids will be kids, while Samura apologized as well. The man refused to accept his apology, saying that he was the one who should be sorry, and that he would set his son straight and tell him that Samura was the man who saved their country, but Samura immediately declined. While they were talking, Two other students nearby were quietly listening in on their conversation. Soon after, someone entered the training room and called for Samura, informing him that he had received a phone call from Iori's school, which immediately caught his attention. In the next scene, Samura went to pick up Iori from school. As they walked home, he asked why she had called for him to take her home, and whether it was because she was feeling sick or something. Iori thought for a moment, then quickly said she just felt like leaving school early. Samura was irritated by that reason, but Iori simply told him it was fine. She then cheerfully asked what he wanted for dinner, while Samura clicked his tongue in mild annoyance. But something else soon caught his attention. As they reached their house, he noticed a smell coming from the front and saw piles of garbage bags left there. Confused, he wondered aloud who could have dumped them, while Iori began to look uneasy, breaking into a nervous sweat. She suddenly kicked at the garbage in frustration, yelling about how messy it was, demanding to know who dumped all that there, and asking if those people didn't know where the garbage drop was. Samura stayed silent, watching her quietly. Iori then pointed out that some gunk had also splattered on their wall, saying she would clean it up herself. After that, she handed Samura the trash and asked if he could throw it away, to which he agreed. As Samura carried the garbage bags to the proper disposal area, he sighed in frustration and muttered to himself, wondering what was going on. Just then, two teenage boys suddenly spoke up from his right. One of them asked if the other had seen that, and the other replied that the pile of trash he had dumped was huge, probably more than just from their house alone. One of them asked if there had been graffiti on that wall before, and the other said yes, but not like what was there now. Another added that, well, it's not like Samura could even see it anyway. Unexpectedly, Samura heard them. He immediately grabbed one of them by the collar and demanded to know if they were the ones who dumped the garbage in front of his house. The boy quickly insisted that it wasn't just them who did it. Samura frowned, asking what he meant by that, and the boy nervously tried to speak. The other one tried to stop him, but eventually, the boy Samura was holding decided to speak up, saying that they did it because they were disgusted by him, shocking Samura even more. He went on, saying that they'd heard what really happened, that the story had started spreading half a year ago, the story about how the sword master massacred the people of that small country. At that moment, Samura recalled his previous conversation with Yura, and it hit him with dread that Yura had been the one spreading that story. Just as he was about to say something, the scene shifted to Yura meeting with his subordinate, the man wearing a fedora, where Yura effectively continued what Samura was about to say. Yura explained that they couldn't prove anything because the Kamunabi had covered it all up. He revealed that they had distributed leaflets throughout the city, describing the treaty and the ethnic cleansing allegedly perpetrated by the sword master, along with a forged photograph of the treaty signing. He added that, after all, the information they used was based on truth, and that made it quite compelling. He said that while it wasn't enough to persuade an intelligent person, it fueled the people's growing mistrust of the heroes. After all, from the very start, there had already been people who viewed the heroes as killers, and those allegations only fanned the flames further. Given that the target of those rumors was a legendary sword master, no one felt comfortable making direct accusations. Instead, there had been a slow but steadily mounting tension spreading among the people. After that, the scene returned to Samura's situation, where the boy he confronted said that everyone in town already knew what kind of person he was. Samura thought to himself that 6 months ago, back when Iori first started going to school, all of this had already been happening. On Iori's side, it showed her cleaning the graffiti that people filled their wall with out of hatred toward them. While scrubbing the marks off, she quietly commented to herself that that was close. Samura almost noticed it. She then explained to Hir that, in truth, what she told her father earlier about receiving praise from her classmates for being the daughter of a hero was a lie. What really happened was that her classmates had harassed her. They surrounded her, pointing out that one of their dads said that all that hero talk was nonsense, and another said that those sorcerers were actually a bunch of mass murderers. Another classmate even agreed, saying he'd heard the same thing too. After that, one of the boys kicked her, while another threw water at her, calling her the daughter of a killer. She then remembered what Samura once said before Inori left her in his care, that he couldn't hold his own daughter with the hands that had taken so many lives. She also recalled Inori telling him to stop sniveling about the war and neglecting his wife and child. Because of that, Iori thought that if her dad believed she was suffering because they were together, he might go far away from her again. When she fought back against the bullies, they mocked her, saying that she must be a killer too and that they'd better watch out or she might kill them. Because of that, they were called to the teacher's office. But after hearing the bully side of the story, it was Iori who was scolded instead. The teacher called her violent, sighed, and commented that such behavior must run in her blood. It was also shown that the reason she had a bump on her head was because one of her classmates had thrown something at her. Yet when Samura once asked if she was having fun at school, she pretended to be fine and said yes. At that moment, Iori thought that as long as her father didn't find out what she was going through, if she could just keep hiding it, they would be able to stay together. While she continued wiping off the graffiti, she recalled everything she had endured, how she lost her friend after that friend's mother told her not to associate with her, how her classmates messed with her desk, whispering to each other about why she still kept coming to school despite how terribly they treated her. It also showed how the stress of all that had led to her hair loss over the past half year. It then showed how she had once tried to fight back against her bullies, declaring that her dad was a hero and that she was his daughter. After remembering all that, she thought that if she could just be strong and hold on, she wouldn't lose another person she loved. She wrung out the cloth she had been using, then pressed it back against the graffiti-stained wall. And just like the water pouring out from her hand, her emotions finally overflowed, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly whispered to herself that it was okay. Afterward, when they returned home, Samura thought to himself that all of that had only been the tip of the iceberg. Ever since Iori lost her mother, she had been enduring everything alone for the past 6 months, and it was all because of him. He went to her room quietly, where she was crying in secret, but as he was about to open the door, he imagined what it might look like in the future. What if, one day, he found her hanging there, unable to bear the weight she carried? The thought made him panic and lose his breath. He then remembered the blood that stained his hands from the war, and that made him hesitate even more. But when Yura's words came back to him, how he already knew the truth, Samura stopped himself from opening the door and simply stood there, listening to Iori's quiet sobs. After that, he explained in his thoughts that the 6 months they had spent together as father and daughter came to an end when he left Iori in her mother's sister's care. The scene showed her old room, now completely empty. In the next scene, the story shifted to a point 4 years ago, when Shiba and Chihiro came to visit him. As they watched Chihiro train, Samura brought up the topic of those who knew of the swordmaster's crime. Shiba told him that the old geezer, referring to the leader with the goatee, had spoken to him about the prophecy, saying that the malediction would happen again. Samura then remembered what the leader had told him, that as long as the swordmaster and the Shinichi remained sealed and isolated, there was nothing to be concerned about. He then told Shiba that, and added that he was counting on him to protect Roku Hira, and he was to protect him at all costs, for the sake of the future. Sometime later, after Shiba and Chihiro had gone home, Samura received a phone call. As he answered it, the air around him grew heavy, and the scene revealed why. The call was to inform him of Kuni Shige's death. After that, the person he was speaking with told him that the Roku Hira household had been invaded, and that Kuni Shige Roku Hira had been killed. He was also informed that the intruders had stolen all of the enchanted blades, and that even the sword bearers there were in danger. He was told to head to headquarters along with the bodyguards they had dispatched, who were said to be arriving momentarily. He then put down the phone and stepped out to the veranda. The moment he caught the scent, he immediately recognized it as Yura's, and it was then shown that Yura had already taken down the Kamunabi bodyguards sent to escort him. Yura then asked if he still remembered him, saying it had been a long time since they met. Samura also noticed inwardly that Yura had 3 others waiting outside. He then asked if that meant Yura was part of an organization, and if it was true that he was the one who killed Roku Hira, to which Yura confirmed and told him that they were called Hishaku. Samura then asked if that meant he had come here to kill the sword bearers, to which Yura again answered yes, and explained that they had already disposed of one of them, which caught Samura's attention. Yura added that they had already reached their quota and that they had limited manpower after all. He then said that he had come to negotiate with Samura regarding the future, which made Samura ask if that meant he would kill him if he refused to cooperate, to which Yura agreed but pointed out that he would, in fact, cooperate with them, as the impending catastrophe was near. Samura, however, brushed that off, telling him to screw that, him and his prophecy crap. He then said that the seal on the Shinichi was plenty strong to keep it stable, and that it was fine the way it was until they stole it. He added that they were the ones trying to unleash another malediction, to which Yura replied not exactly, then asked how he could be so sure it would remain stable. Yura explained that the small country had indeed been sealed off, yet the flowers bloomed by the Shinichi still remained. He said that those flowers were pure spirit energy, and that if the battle had truly ended, they should have disappeared long ago. He pointed out that those flowers were proof that the Sword Master's bloodlust had never waned, even after the war. He then said that the Shinichi and the Master Swordsman had once shattered everything they imagined possible, and that the faith in that stability could also break at any time, adding that the possibility of it happening had always existed. But instead of eliminating that possibility, the sword bearers chose to deny the danger and complacently continue their lives while concealing the truth, which he pointed out as their sin. In Samura's mind, he thought to himself that Yura truly did know, and that he even understood what would happen if the contract were ever broken. Yura then said that his goal was to execute the Sword Master and to wield the Shinichi himself. He further explained that it was the Sword Master who had caused the true realm of the Shinichi to manifest as the malediction. Thus, his goal would, in fact, serve to end the malediction once and for all. Yura then noticed that Samura no longer seemed to be with his daughter, so Samura explained that being with him was only hurting her, which made Yura stare at him silently. Yura then said that he hoped to gain another pawn to help them kill the Sword Master, and that for the sake of the future, he would give Samura a chance to atone for his sins. In Samura's thoughts, he admitted that he didn't quite understand Yura's true intentions, but he knew one thing. Nothing good would come from allowing them to free reign with the enchanted blades. However, he added that Yura was right about one thing. That possibility had always existed, and even if he resisted and killed him, this still wouldn't be over. After that, Yura seriously invited him to end that menace together. Samura then thought that they needed to eradicate it from the root, to look toward the future, and that they should have executed the Sword Master to begin with. He also thought that there was no longer any point in living if his existence only brought misery to those closest to him. Afterward, the scene shifted to Yori's side, where she explained that about 3 years after her father left her with her aunt, the news about the death of Kuni Shigeroku Hira had spread, and she had begun to be monitored by the Kamunabi. It was then shown that at one point in time, 2 Kamunabi had come knocking at her door just to check on her, apologizing as they explained that she might also be in danger, though she added at that time that the reason she might be in danger was because she was the daughter of Seiichi Samura. 6 months passed, and while Iori was writing in her notebook, her window began to slide open. Standing there was Ro, who wasn't wearing his shades, and he told Iori that they worked for her father and that she needed to come with them, which immediately caught her attention. They went to a room, and while Moku was placing 3 stone lanterns around Iori, Ro explained that they were going to overwrite every trace and memory of Iori Samura, and that she would live an ordinary life under a new identity, which confused her. Ro clarified that from that moment on, she would no longer be the daughter of Seiichi Samura, adding that he understood the hardships she had gone through. He then handed her something that caught her attention, and before she could open it, he explained that as the daughter of Seiichi Samura, she had dealt slander and violence. As the daughter of Seiichi Samura, she was a prisoner. But as the daughter of Seiichi Samura, she got to be with her father, and she got to see her mother's last smile. She then opened what Ro had given her, and it turned out to be a note from Samura. In it, he apologized to her, saying that all he had ever given her was pain, which brought her to tears. After that, we returned to the present, where Iori's eyes widened as she remembered everything, while Hirohiko was sent tumbling back after taking Chihiro's attack head-on. Ro thought to himself in disbelief that it was unbelievable how the seal had been completely destroyed, and it was shown in Chihiro's eyes that he was filled with inspiration. Todo then caught his attention when she suddenly teleported beside Hirohiko. She teleported again to another location, which surprised Chihiro and made him turn sharply to see what was happening. Todo and Hirohiko ended up on top of a crater, and there, while bleeding from the wound he received from Chihiro, Hirohiko commented that his sword had softened the blow, so the injury was shallow. He said he could still move and didn't need any treatment. He then abruptly ordered Todo to retrieve the enchanted blade, which surprised her. When Todo tried to explain that they already had it but hesitated with a "but," Sumi shouted at Chihiro, saying she would take care of them and told him to help Iori instead, which caught his attention. On Iori's side, she thanked Takura for coming there, to which he simply replied sure. Several thugs then charged at her from every direction, so Iori quickly closed her eyes to focus, and Chihiro appeared behind her to assist. Ikura was impressed by what he saw, while Chihiro asked Iori if Samura had taught her sword fighting, to which she nodded and explained that it was her first time using a real blade, which surprised him. Iori then added that as long as her eyes were closed, she was fine and didn't need to see the blood, which left Chihiro completely dumbfounded. After that, Iori recalled her years of rigorous training ever since her father had left her. As she practiced the techniques Samura had taught her, she remembered saying that she wanted to become like him so that she could protect everyone, thinking that if she could only become stronger, if she could become powerful enough to rise above everything she had been through, then maybe he would stay by her side. She then looked up at the sky and asked if her dad was the one behind what was happening, to which Chihiro answered yes. She then asked if he was watching them, and Chihiro explained that if the seal had already been broken, then Samura had probably regained his memories of her. However, he added that he still couldn't come to her yet because he was currently on a mission. Iori simply looked up at the sky and remembered that he's on his way to kill the contracted sword bearers. She then stared intently at the owl, and while remembering everything, she quietly thought to herself that if that were the case, then all of this was meaningless. No matter how much she struggled, her feelings could never reach him, leaving Chihiro silently gazing at her. He remembered what Ro had told him, that if he were to draw the Inten, Samura might try to kill him, and how Ro had explained that Samura had only spared him the first time, but if he were to kill him again, he would then reclaim the Inten. Meanwhile, on Hirohiko's side, as Todo handed him the Kamiyuri, he explained that if Hirohiko were to draw that enchanted blade, Samura would immediately sense it, and even with the proper technique, Hirohiko's body was already covered in wounds. Hirohiko reasoned that either way, Chihiro would still draw his blade, and besides, he wasn't about to let things end like this. Todo, visibly worried, pointed out that Samura had already been forced to cut Chihiro down once, and that he had resisted drawing his own blade for this long. So why would he do it again now? Both of them then turned to look toward Chihiro as he told Iori that everything she had done wasn't meaningless. He remembered what Ro had said about needing to hone his swordsmanship to achieve even greater heights together with his enchanted blade. As he removed the glove from his left hand, he added that Iori was now capable of reaching Samura. Iori then recalled when Chihiro told him that it's about what she wants, and after a few seconds of silence, she softly said that even if it were just for a moment, she wanted to see her father. Right after that, Hirohiko drew the Kamiyuri, and at the same time, Chihiro drew the Inten. The sky suddenly cleared, and black feathers began to fall from above, catching Iori's attention. It was then revealed that Samura had arrived, and he immediately drew the Tobamune. Like a black angel descending from the heavens, he slowly came down with enormous dark wings, while Chihiro readied his blade to face him head-on. The three of them simultaneously activated their respective enchanted blades, while Iori could only stare fixedly at Samura. As soon as Samura landed on the steel columns, he used Crow, scattering black feathers throughout the area. Hirohiko recalled what he had once been told, that whenever an enchanted blade was unleashed anywhere, Samura would be able to detect it, and that he should just consider such a blade unusable. Todo then told him that they should get out of there since the situation was bad, and though Hirohiko agreed outwardly, something else occurred to him in his mind. He remembered what Samura had said before, that once he had killed all the sword bearers, it would come down to a showdown between the two of them. Hirohiko's eyes widened as realization struck, thinking to himself that Samura hadn't anticipated his daughter being there, and that it must have been unsettling for him, to say the least. He then told Todo that if they were going to capture his daughter, it was now or never. But right at that moment, Samura suddenly vanished from where he stood atop the steel columns. Hirohiko attempted to activate one of Kumiyuri's techniques, Banquet, but before he could, Todo's head was suddenly severed from behind him. Samura swiftly sheathed Tobimune after that instantaneous strike, as Todo's head hit the ground. Hirohiko turned in shock at the sight, his eyes wide. Without hesitation, Samura moved again in a flash, decapitating Hirohiko with ease and slicing through his right hand and left arm effortlessly. The two Hishaku members' decapitated bodies collapsed simultaneously, while Iori's eyes widened in horror upon witnessing what had just happened. Chihiro, who was watching closely, explained that when Samura drew Tobimune, he used those dancing feathers to sense his surroundings. He added that one of Tobimune's abilities was Crow, which allowed its user to swap locations with any of the dancing feathers. In response, Chihiro immediately activated the Kuro shred of the Enten, releasing several spirit goldfish that swam away from him. Samura then wondered what was going on, asking if Masumi and the others had broken the seal. Ro quickly answered that they hadn't, and explained that Iori had done it on her own. In that case, Samura told them to redo it. Iori then asked if he truly had nothing to say to her after such a long time. Chihiro glanced at her upon hearing that, while Samura's expression tightened as if he were holding himself back. When Iori called him father and was about to continue, Hirohiko's severed head suddenly reacted, drawing Samura's attention. He took a moment to let Iori's words sink in, that she had called him father, when he noticed something strange. The Kumiyuri in Hirohiko's hand began to melt, followed soon by his entire body, shocking Samura even more. Moku, too, was startled by what he saw, while Iori suddenly felt something strange happening within her body. The entire area around them distorted as if it had softened, startling everyone present. Ikura thought that the building itself was moving, while Sumi and Moku focused carefully on what was happening. Ro realized in his mind that it wasn't the building that was warping, but their inner state instead, and Samura quickly understood what was truly happening to them. Two faceless, geisha-like entities made of spiritual energy then appeared, pouring a liquid substance from a massive jar into a traditional sake cup, and it was revealed that Chihiro had successfully activated Banquet. It was then explained that one of Kumiyuri's powers was Banquet, which caused intoxicating hallucinations. In Chihiro's thoughts, he noted with concern that Hirohiko had made the first move, and that Samura's cuts were merely illusions, while Ro shouted, asking where Hirohiko was. Irritated, Samura clicked his tongue inwardly, realizing that the illusion had even reproduced the sensation of slicing. Chihiro mentally remarked that Samura had been caught off guard, most likely distracted by the presence of his daughter. While they were still under the influence of the hallucinatory power, several thugs suddenly rushed toward Iori, startling Chihiro. Moku looked on in concern, puzzled as to why those people weren't affected by Hirohiko's technique, while Iori struggled to move properly due to the dizziness overwhelming her. Despite the chaos, Chihiro refused to stand still. As he leapt down to a lower floor, he called out to Samura in his thoughts, telling him that there were no excuses, and aloud, he shouted for him to protect his daughter. Samura quickly sensed Iori's presence amid the attacking thugs. As several black feathers drifted near her, he instantly swapped places with one of them and, in a single motion, decapitated every thug surrounding her with blinding speed. While Chihiro moved swiftly across the railings toward the elevator, Moku shouted after him, asking what he planned to do. Chihiro replied that he was going after the sorcerer. The scene then shifted to Hirohiko and Todo, who had managed to reach a lower floor of the hotel. As they caught their breath, Hirohiko remarked that the Kumiyuri was incredibly useful. Seeing how weak and battered he'd become, Todo told him that his wounds were serious, reminding him that with Kumiyuri's abilities, they could still escape and that there was no need to take unnecessary risks. But Hirohiko insisted on doing so anyway, saying that if they missed this chance, there wouldn't be another, they needed to capture Samura's daughter no matter what. Todo fell silent for a moment before telling him to just admit the truth, but Hirohiko didn't answer. Todo then said there was no way his brain was capable of thinking that far ahead, to which Hirohiko muttered that she was harsh. Todo pointed out that Hirohiko had said he wouldn't let things end like this, and asked if wasn't that all it is, comparing him to a kid who always wanted to play just one more game. Hirohiko replied with a wry smile, asking if it was that obvious, and Todo agreed, adding with a small grin, "Totally," before asking how long they had known each other. After their brief exchange, Hirohiko, though on the verge of collapse, declared that no one was quitting yet and that they'd fight one more time. Todo sighed with a yeesh at his stubbornness, while he added that besides, Chihiro was already coming. At that moment, one of the spirit goldfish from Chihiro's inten reached the area where the two were located. Chihiro explained that the first Kuro technique was meant for detection, and that beginners using Kamiyuri had a limited range, which was why he decided to search inside the hotel. He added that he knew the Kamiyuri's abilities and that this was the reason he used Nishiki to strengthen his inner ears. Now, he said, he was fully prepared. Soon after, he appeared in the hallway where the two Hishaka members were waiting. As Todo looked at Hirohiko, he told her not to worry and said that he would be the one to take care of Samura's daughter next, adding that this time, he would be the one to win. Chihiro suddenly vanished from his position and appeared before them in an instant. Even wounded, Hirohiko managed to react quickly enough to parry his high-speed charge. With a serious glare, he told Chihiro that he had better genuinely try to kill him this time. Chihiro responded that the last time they fought, he didn't know where the Kamiyuri was, but now that he'd found it, he had no issue killing him. As their clash unfolded, the scene shifted to Iori and Samura. After Samura had saved her, she looked at him closely, and the two briefly shared a silent moment of proximity and tension between them. The story then transitioned to the streets of Tokyo, where Yura met with the fedora-wearing sorcerer. Yura stated that Seiichi Samura was currently the Hishaku's most powerful weapon, explaining that they must wield him wisely and then sacrifice him for the greatest possible gain, adding that that was his fate. During this time, Samura had not yet deactivated the owl. Yura went on to say that one key to sealing Samura's fate was his daughter, and that depending on how the battle in Kyoto progressed, they would release 2 arrows. He pointed to the ground beneath them, explaining that deep below lay the Shinichi. As he said this, the scene showed the vast underground structure where it was sealed. His fedora-wearing colleague pointed out that the location was the Kamunabi headquarters, remarking that it was quite an obstacle. Around them, people began murmuring and looking up, as the Hishaku's sorcerer added in a slightly sarcastic but tense tone that what they were about to do was going to be rough. It was revealed that this was because the sky above had cleared. Samura had finally released the owl. Yura looked upward and calmly remarked that it appeared to be time for them to act, as his companion knelt down and began manipulating massive roots to break the ground. After that, we returned to Chihiro and Hirohiko's situation, and as the two clashed, it was explained here that the enchanted blades possess a true realm that transcends theory. The theoretical limits, it said, can be infinitely transformed by the bearer. Both of them stepped back after that parry, and as Hirohiko observed Chihiro, he noticed that he was using the Nishiki to strengthen his inner ears as a means to counter the banquet. Following that, he remarked to Chihiro that his real opponent was Samura, and that he wasn't wasting his true power to kill him. Chihiro simply raised his enchanted blade in preparation and ignored him, while Hirohiko stood straight and stared back at him. Hirohiko then came to a decision and said that he would kill Samura first, which surprised Todo. He explained that he wanted Chihiro to fight him seriously, then asked what Yura had said. Todo reminded him that Yura had said it was up to him, and that basically, it was fine for him to do it as long as he retrieved the Tobamune. He replied with an okie dokie, then told Todo to hide, which she immediately followed. After she ran off, Hirohiko prepared to attack and used another power of the Kamiyuri, play. It was then explained that aside from the Shinichi, the enchanted blades have 3 main abilities. Of Kamiyuri's powers, Banquet causes hallucinations, and play allows the user to freely manipulate the objects around them. 3 faceless geisha appeared, each holding different instruments, and they approached the lifeless thugs that Chihiro had killed earlier. When they infused some kind of spirit energy into them, the corpses began to move and stand up like zombies. Then, one of the geisha spirit energies flew toward the rooftop, circling in the air while scattering countless spirit energy particles. And when those touched the severed heads of the thugs that Samura had cut down along with the other corpses, they also began to rise and move. He suddenly looked back when dead thugs began emerging and running toward him at high speed. He noticed they were corpses and realized that Hirohiko was perceiving the core as objects, commenting that his way of viewing things was harsh. Though, he added, it wasn't really something that concerning. Hirohiko's body then suddenly shivered as if he had done something strange, and he thought to himself that, well, he understood why Chihiro might be underestimating him since he had already beaten him once, but then corrected himself that it was actually twice. After that, the area around Chihiro began to distort, and the banquet started to take effect on him. He quickly turned his gaze toward Hirohiko, and as he did, he felt like his entire position had rotated by 45 degrees, causing him to wobble and lose his balance. In his mind, he was shocked and thought that the banquet Hirohiko was using now was even stronger, so much that even with Nishiki as a counter, his equilibrium was still being disrupted. He managed to prevent himself from falling while thinking that that freak had already managed to master the enchanted blade. He also noticed that Hirohiko was attacking up on the roof as well, and that he was clearly going all out to try to finish this fight quickly. On Hirohiko's side, his body began throbbing from pushing himself too far, and he started vomiting blood as he strained his strength. In his thoughts, he said that he had already been defeated twice by Chihiro, so if he wanted to force him to use his full power against him, he needed to show his utter determination. He gritted his teeth after that, and while glaring at Chihiro with a strained expression, he declared that he must kill Samura. He raised the Kumayuri again and further amplified the banquet's power. Its strength began affecting even Samura, and both Iori, Ikura, Sumi, and Ro were shaken and deeply disoriented, which alarmed them all. Hirohiko then explained while doing this that once someone drowns under the banquet spell, even defense becomes impossible. On the Misumi and Ikura's side, Moku asked Ro where that other bastard was, referring to Kaguri, to which Ro replied that he vanished as soon as Samura appeared, then pointed out that more importantly, they needed to fight until they could get out. All the elevators behind them suddenly rang at the same time, and when they opened, each one was filled to the brim with corpses of thugs. As soon as the doors fully opened, the corpses charged forward like mindless zombies toward Samura and Iori, drawing his attention. It was then explained that through all the years that had passed, Samura had purged Iori from his mind, abandoning everything and living for a single, unrelenting mission to kill the Swordmaster. It was added that that concrete motive was now supplemented by another, and that was to protect his daughter. Samura then began remembering the time when he saw Iori losing her hair excessively due to stress while they lived together, and how he feared the possibility that she might end up taking her own life because of it, which deeply startled and worried him. While clashing with Chihiro, Hirohiko explained that perhaps Samura was indeed unbeatable in terms of fighting power, but asked if he was right that he was vulnerable on the inside, then commented that that made him the perfect opponent for him. And as he said that, the effects of the banquet on Samura grew even more intense. Samura's mind began to fill with painful memories about Iori and everything she had gone through while living with him, which gradually caused him to lose focus. Hirohiko added that Yuro once said that Samura's heart was twice as sensitive as that of a normal person, which was why he was attacking his psyche to the maximum, investing copious time and energy to force him into a mental corner where he could bend him to his will. Using all his spirit energy, Hirohiko focused entirely on Samura's mind, and before long, its effects on him began to worsen. On Hirohiko's side, he suddenly found himself back at their old house, hesitating to open Iori's room door because of the anxious feeling that overwhelmed him. He immediately told himself to calm down because it was only a hallucination, but when he heard a faint groan from inside, he was shaken even more and slowly reached for the handle to check on his daughter. However, having completely lost his focus, he failed to notice that several thug corpses had already closed in on him, and they managed to stab him in the left shoulder and in the abdomen. The effects of Hirohiko's own banquet continued to plague him even as that happened, and Chihiro was visibly shocked when he saw it unfold. Hirohiko then let out a triumphant yell of "Gotcha!" after catching Samura off guard. After that, while Iori was still under the influence of the banquet, several thug corpses also rushed toward her, but Samura immediately sensed it and turned in her direction. In an instant, he reached Iori's side and threw himself in front of her, sacrificing his body for his daughter as he took the barrage of stabs from the charging thugs. Iori's eyes widened in horror at the sight, while Ro also screamed Samura's name out of sheer panic. As Samura vomited blood from his injuries, it was explained that the thing that finally shattered his hallucination was the pain of a fatal wound. Hirohiko stared seriously as it happened, while laughing and saying that that was what Samura got for stalling. He then added, while Chihiro stepped back after receiving a slash from him, that he was the only one who was free. Chihiro immediately followed up with another slash attempt, but Hirohiko still managed to parry it. He then shouted that it was all or nothing now, challenging Chihiro to come at him. Chihiro, confused, asked why, as several corpses were seen running toward him from behind. The doors along the hallway suddenly opened, releasing a flurry of black feathers that began surrounding the corpses. Before long, the feathers completely enveloped them, seemingly causing them to vanish, and Chihiro questioned how Hirohiko could ever underestimate a master like Samura. Hirohiko then turned toward the swirling mass of black feathers behind Chihiro, and his eyes widened in shock. While that was happening, the scene shifted to the rooftop where all the corpses had stopped moving, and Samura was no longer standing in front of Iori. Iori could only stare blankly ahead, while the Masumi and Ikura calmed down and finally managed to catch their breath. By the side of a steel column, it was revealed that Kaguri had been hiding there the entire time. Frustrated, he muttered that he couldn't even tell what was happening anymore. He explained that first, he thought Hirohiko had died, but then suddenly, he was wielding an enchanted blade. After that, Samura arrived, and Hirohiko along with the others were sliced up, but then they all suddenly vanished. The next scene then showed what happened after all of that. After taking the blades of the thugs, they recoiled back, leaving Samura's body covered in countless cuts and stab wounds. As he hunched forward afterward, he muttered that he was the only one who should get hurt, while Iori's face was filled with terror at the severity of his injuries. Following that, Samura used Suzaku, and as Kaguri watched from his safe spot, he saw Samura's body ignite in flames that wrapped around his wounds as if healing them. Seeing this, Iori's tense expression softened, and she began to calm down, as it was explained that wounds served as the fuel for that flame. Afterward, we returned to Chihiro and Hirohiko's situation, where Hirohiko was staring at the swirling mass of black feathers behind Chihiro. Then, from within it, Samura's voice echoed with the faint crackling sound of fire as he remarked that Hirohiko was a lively one, calling him a friggin' brat, and when he was shown to us, his eyes and the scars on his body seemed to blaze with flame as he declared that that was enough out of him. In the next scene, we suddenly shifted to an art exhibit. Here, a curator told a painter that it was an honor to behold. Amazed, he said that what he was seeing here was truly a stunning masterpiece, then pointed out that the phoenix in it was spectacular. He remarked that in the moment of death, it goes out in a blaze, only to be reborn again from its own ashes. The legendary mythical bird. He added that depending on the region, the phoenix has many interpretations. He said there were myriad theories pertaining to its name and its powers. When he said that, the painter finally spoke and contradicted him, saying that it was not a myth, which made the curator ask him for a pardon. We were then introduced to this painter as Kanryu Yoshida, and he explained that the painting they were looking at depicted a scene he himself witnessed during the Seitei War, and the name he recalled hearing then was Suzaku. After that, we returned to the Kyoto Bloodshed Hotel, and here, Samura was slowly walking toward Hirohiko while surrounded by countless black feathers engulfed in flames, and even the wounds he had earlier continued to burn. While approaching, he said that from here on out, Hirohiko was powerless. Hirohiko called Samura's return here a rebirth, then asked if that meant Samura was immortal. While Chihiro recalled the Tobamune ability, Suzaku and realized that it was the power of the phoenix, then commented that even so, Sumira had left his eyes unhealed. Two black feathers then appeared behind Hirohiko and Chihiro, and Hirohiko noticed them immediately. So he grabbed Chihiro by the collar and pulled him in to use him as a human shield, which surprised Chihiro. Sumira instantly switched places with a black feather behind them, already prepared to deliver an attack. Chihiro remained hazy and dizzy because of the banquet's effect on him, while Hirohiko closely observed what Sumira was about to do. Inside Sumira's mind, he decided to cut the two of them down at the same time and immediately swung his blade. In response, Chihiro used his Nishiki-infused eyes to enhance his overwhelming eyesight, and when Sumira's swing reached them, he managed to parry it, to which Hirohiko also parried it, although he moved a little too late since Sumira still reached his left shoulder. From the force of Sumira's attack, a massive shockwave burst around them the moment they parried it, causing the destruction of the entire floor they were on. We then shifted to Hirohiko's side after that attack, and as the debris was still settling, he became alarmed because he felt his exhaustion. His earlier wound had been struck again. His right hand was trembling from fatigue, and it was burning from Sumira's flames. He quickly shook it off to remove the flames, while commenting that apparently Sumira could use those flames offensively too. He also noticed that Sumira's body was regenerating, and that it could probably mitigate altered states. He realized that the banquet would not work on him, and the only thing it could do against Chihiro was to force him to turbo-charge his Nishiki to counter it. In that case, he asked himself whether he should already use his third ability. However, he told himself no, and that he was already behind the two of them at this point. So he needed to focus his mental capacity not on quantity, but on quality. Barely hanging on, he added in his mind that he could not hesitate here and had to put everything into his next move, then cast play. It was recalled to us here that play allows its user to command all objects within the vicinity and manipulate them freely. It added that to utilize an object skillfully, the user must become familiar with its structure by repeatedly playing with it. The more the user respects the object, the more precisely they can wield it. After that, the scene showed Hirohiko when he was only 3 years old, and the time he first killed someone by biting them until they died, and it explained that for Hirohiko, killing was simply killing, with no deeper meaning. His respect for life was non-existent, and that disdain applied even more strongly to objects. He felt nothing but contempt for everything, and thus, his compatibility with play was the worst possible. Sumira then emerged from the smoke, and so did Chihiro, and suddenly they both noticed something when they looked at Hirohiko. Hirohiko's face began to form branching veins from the extreme strain and the relentless pushing of himself, and while that was happening, the building suddenly started to shake, which confused those on the rooftop, where Ro even asked what exactly he was seeing here. It was added here that this very incompatibility would become Hirohiko's key. Chihiro could not believe that the entire building was being affected by this, and after that, it was shown to us that an enormous faceless geisha appeared beside the hotel, wrapping its arms around the whole building. It was then explained again that the true realm of an enchanted blade is infinitely mutable by its bearer, and as this was being said, Hirohiko's nose began to bleed from the strain he was exerting. After that, the giant geisha started to destroy the entire upper floors of the hotel, causing it to collapse little by little. Chihiro was shocked, still inside the upper floors when the hallway he was standing in was destroyed, and even Iori and the Misumi on the rooftop were startled. Sumira then commented in his mind that what was happening here was not a hallucination and that Hirohiko was physically demolishing the building. Hirohiko laughed arrogantly as he did this and questioned Sumira's earlier statement that he was powerless, pointing out that he had just destroyed the building. From a lower floor, Hirohiko then sent several thug corpses upward from the wreckage, and they immediately leapt toward Chihiro from every direction. Chihiro realized here that Hirohiko was trying to bury him under rubble and corpses, and he commented that at this scale, no amount of slashing could cut through them. He also noticed that Hirohiko's wounds were deep, so he asked inwardly with a surprised tone how he still had this kind of energy. On Hirohiko's side, while still carrying his contempt for everything and his nihilism toward killing, He said that Chihiro was the only special one here, and he added inwardly that Chihiro was the one who gave him meaning. He recalled what Chihiro had told him, that the reason they wanted to kill each other was because they were different, and he said that to face one another using enchanted blades was the ultimate battle. With that goal, he could persevere infinitely, and he shouted loudly as a sign that he was not done here even as he was already spitting blood. He also sent the thug corpses charging towards Samura next, while he shouts at him to get out of his way. He returned to the idea that Samura might possess some immortality, then rejected it, and explained that just like how the Cloud Gouger requires an interval to recharge its Mei, there must be some limitation on Tobi-Mune's power, and because of that, he decided to overwhelm Samura using pure mass. Massive numbers of thug corpses began closing in on Samura, and Samura clicked his tongue in irritation. In response, he moved swiftly and flew out of the building using the wings he created, which caught Hirohiko's attention and made him think that Samura was trying to run away. Even with Samura now in the air, Play continued to control the corpses, forming a kind of extending ladder made of them so they could reach Samura. When Hirohiko completed this, he decided to break the deadlock and inwardly ordered Chihiro to finally show him his true realm. He told Chihiro that Samura was no longer relevant and that now was the time for their showdown. And when Chihiro stepped out of the wall, he only stared at Hirohiko with serious eyes. Hirohiko stared back blankly because Chihiro showed almost no reaction. He then looked upward and stared at the gaps he had created by destroying the hotel. And when he looked more closely, he saw Samura flying at the very top of the building, resembling the phoenix in the painting shown earlier, while countless corpses continuously climbed in an attempt to reach him. When Samura finished taking form, he flew downward at high speed, and as he passed through the corpses, they instantly ignited and burned. Samura then focused his gaze on the gap where Hirohiko was looking from, and with full ferocity, he flew directly toward it. Because of the fiery aura he was releasing, a massive portion of the upper floors burned away, and as this was happening, Hirohiko nervously commented that Samura was blasting through everything just to get to him, asking if Samura did not care whether everything else goes up in flames. As Samura approached Hirohiko, Hirohiko's eyes gradually widened. After that, it was explained to us that the third power of the Tobi-Mune was the Suzaku, the power of the immortal bird to self-combust and rise again. However, it was revealed that Samura already further evolved that power in previous battles. It was added here that in his true realm, he can apply that boon more than just on himself, and it was shown to us that the painter Yoshida had lost his right arm during the Seitei War. We then moved to the present, where Yoshida showed the curator his fully restored right hand and said that those flames were the flames of universal mercy. It was then explained to us that Seiichi Samura's flames reached everything affected by the altered state Hirohiko inflicted with the Kamiyuri. It was added here that the first time Hirohiko ever sincerely cared for anyone or anything, his all-or-nothing, full-force rampaging attack, in a single instant, was completely nullified. After Samura's flames spread throughout the entire building, they restored all the damage and injuries it had sustained and returned everything to its original state. We then returned to Hirohiko's side next, and here, while slumped against a wall and covered in blood from his wound, he wept uncontrollably, unable to accept his defeat. It was shown that Samura had sliced off his entire left arm, and as Samura picked up the Kamiyuri, he commented that this time, it was not an illusion. After that, Samura decided on what his next move would be, and on Chihiro's side, he was already prepared to unsheath and use his enten. Then, we briefly returned to Hirohiko's side, and here, it was shown up close how severe the injuries he had sustained from Samura's attack truly were. As he gasped for breath and began to cry because of everything that had happened, he thought to himself that he could no longer move his body. After that, we returned to Samura as he shifted his focus toward Hirohiko. In Chihiro's mind, he said that it was no surprise that Hirohiko could no longer move. Using an extremely powerful move was exhausting, and it would deplete both one's physical and spirit energy, adding that this was normal. He added that what was abnormal here was Samura. He pointed out that Samura had completely nullified Hirohiko's all-out move, and beyond that, He had also sustained the owl throughout Japan for several days, and despite all of that, not even the slightest sign of being winded could be felt from him. He recalled how Hirohiko had earlier believed that the power of the Suzaku was rebirth, and he countered that inwardly. He explained that Suzaku was capable of regeneration, but it could not resurrect the dead. And, he added, it consumed tremendous energy, and if you kept taking wounds and relied on constant regeneration, you would deplete your spirit energy and collapse, pointing out that regeneration was limited. After he explained that, he also said that in theory, that was the case anyway. He noted that while the regeneration was incredible, beyond that, there were several things that had never been recorded during the war. He said he did not know what sparked it, but Samura had evolved far beyond the abilities he possessed 18 years ago, and after he said that, the scene briefly showed Hirohiko's tear-filled expression. After that, we moved to Samura's side, and here, he decided to finish off Hirohiko. As he walked, he noticed something at the door of the Hibiki room to his right, and when he sensed it closely, he moved quickly and began slicing it open, which revealed that Kaguri had been hiding behind it. Kaguri managed to evade his slashes, and as a counter, attempted to stab him while hiding the thrust behind the shattered pieces of the door. However, once Samura sensed it, he easily stopped it with a slash of his own. Kaguri's eyes widened when Samura cut through the katana he was using, and he was placed in a pinch when Samura immediately attempted to follow up with another slash aimed toward his body. Because of this, he decided to use his hidden ability, Twilight Wave. After that, it was explained to us that Kaguri's sorcery allowed him to store the heat released by his body while fighting and unleash it at will. Its capacity was said to be unlimited, and the more he accumulated, the stronger it became. For the past 7 months, Kaguri had been fighting using only his sword. A powerful force began to surge from his hand as he activated his sorcery, and its strength caused a massive blast that eradicated a large portion of the building's wall and continued outward for a great distance. Samura was forced to shield his face because of the force, and when he turned toward Hirohiko, he noticed that Hirohiko had disappeared and realized that they had withdrawn. In the next scene, we went to an alleyway where Todo teleported while carrying Hirohiko, who was in a critical state. Kaguri also arrived there, and he immediately asked if Hirohiko was okay, which made Todo sarcastically ask what he thought the answer was supposed to be, while Hirohiko could only groan. Kaguri casually remarked that he did not look good at all. He then informed them that he failed to retrieve Hirohiko's arm, while Todo said that he would be out of commission for a while. Kaguri added that he also failed to retrieve the Kamiyuri, explaining that it was because Samura had stepped on the enchanted blade before he even had the chance to get close to it. He also said they did not manage to get his daughter, while the scene showed his hands still steaming from the attack he used earlier, and Todo said that what happened to them was a major defeat. Hirohiko was lucky to have survived, she said, and she was amazed that he even managed to distract that beast Samura for a split second. Chihiro then informed them that now that their pact with Samura was over, they no longer had any card left to play here. And while he was saying that, he noticed small white particles in front of him. When he and Todo looked up, they saw that it had begun to snow in the area, which surprised them. He said that maybe it was because the owl had blocked the sky for quite a long time, adding that he couldn't believe that it had affected the weather. Todo then commented that it seems he wasn't thirsty for a sword fight now, and Kaguri replied that of course he wouldn't be, explaining that the kind of insane power Samura had was a real vibe killer. Todo could only agree with that, and said that well, Yura was already on the move in Tokyo, to which Kaguri said that it looked like they just had to place their bets on them instead. They couldn't fight a beast like Samura head-on, and that it was impossible, and then Hirohiko suddenly spoke in a weak tone, saying that they should just kill him. He pointed out something about the eyes, which confused Todo, and she began recalling the look in Chihiro's eyes earlier while he stared at Hirohiko, and she now realized that he felt nothing toward him, not even hatred, and because of that despair, Hirohiko began crying uncontrollably as his face became covered with snot and drool. After that, we returned to the scene in front of Samura and Chihiro, and as Chihiro prepared to fight, Samura asked him why he had wielded the enchanted blade again. As the smoke around them began to clear, Chihiro looked down at the floor, and not long after, he He informed Samura that he had already learned everything regarding the malediction and the Swordmaster's crime. That caught Samura's attention, and he became irritated at Shiba because he immediately thought that Shiba was the one who told Chihiro those things. He then listened to what Chihiro would say and began explaining that only the Swordmaster was responsible for that, and that his own father had only created the weapons, and that he was merely a hero who did everything he could for his country. Chihiro replied that that was also what Shiba had told him, while Samura inwardly commented that he still isn't swallowing it. Samura then said that, well, if he already knew about the malediction, then they could cut to the chase here, and he told him that the Swordmaster could not be allowed to live. Chihiro then asked, and to that end, was he willing to let all the sword bearers die, including himself, to which Samura replied that it was necessary to stop the malediction, and that it was also for Iori's future, making Chihiro look at him intently. After that, Samura began approaching him and said that if he stood in his way, he would cut him down again. Chihiro then said that what his daughter needed for her future was Samura himself. He also pointed out that Samura was wondering why he had picked up the enchanted blade again, and he said that he did so in order to stop him. After that, the scene suddenly shifted to Tokyo and moved to Yura and his fellow Hishaka member who were standing above the Kamunabi headquarters, and here, after Yura asked whether they were going to fight now, the Hishaka sorcerer, wearing a fedora, began controlling the roots beneath the concrete. Inside the headquarters, it was shown that a Kamunabi sorcerer was sitting on a floating cushion above a pool, with his head inserted into a lantern-like structure connected to the ceiling. The pool beneath him splashed slightly, which made him twitch. Next, we moved to the meeting grounds of the Kamunabi leaders, and here, one of them reported that the owl had already cleared up, and that the Misumi reported that they encountered Samura in Kyoto. Azumi added that they had also encountered the three Hishaku, and it was confirmed that they were in possession of the Kamayuri. While they were talking, a lantern rose up from the ground and began floating in the middle of the room. A voice informed them that there was an enemy attack, and it turned out to be the Kamunabi sorcerer sitting on the floating cushion, and he added that they had received a hit to the force field coming directly from above the Shinichi, pointing out that it was a pine tree spell. When the leaders learned this, they immediately realized that it was the Hishaku attacking, and the white-haired leader sarcastically commented that those people were really busy. The leader with the goatee then said that it was hard to believe that they would actually attack their headquarters. It was then explained that the Shinichi was currently hidden inside the Kamunabi headquarters, and that in an even deeper place, the Swordmaster was imprisoned there. Inside the Tokyo Underground facility, there were roughly 500 employees, including the non-combatants. It was protected by a solid rectangular force field. On the side of the Hishaka sorcerer wearing a fedora continued trying to destroy that force field using his pine tree spell, causing widespread destruction of the ground. And while doing so, he commented that that force field was incredibly tough. It was also shown that some civilians were already being affected by his attack. While that was happening, the supreme leader of the Kamunabi said that they would welcome those invaders and allow them to penetrate the first level, which greatly shocked the floating Kamunabi sorcerer. But just as he was about to protest, the leader said that their primary mission was to protect the citizens from sorcery attacks, and that they could not permit a surface battle. Because of that, the floating Kamunabi sorcerer immediately began retracting the protective force field, which caused its area of coverage to shrink, and as he did so, he instantly saw the count of their enemies. He informed the leaders that he had detected the invaders on level 1, and that there were 7 visitors there, which immediately caught the attention of the leader with the goatee. He said to himself that according to the intel from Roku Hira's son, Chihiro, there were 10 Hishaku. He recalled that 3 of them were confirmed to be in Kyoto, and because of that he quickly realized that the 7 present here were the entire remaining forces of the Hishaku. After that, the supreme leader told them to send out a force to intercept them, pointing out that it should be a top-level member. Azumi snapped his hand and volunteered himself, saying that he would be the one to attack them. In the mind of the leader with the goatee, he said that he had thought those Hishaku would use Samura to hunt down the contracted sword-bearers first, and that was the reason he assigned Shiba and Hiyuki to security. He said that they shouldn't have been able to expect those attackers to crush this place without an enchanted blade. He wondered whether their plan had been ruined because Samura had been held back, but immediately thought that wasn't the case, and it almost felt like those people had planned to purposely disengage the owl. He wondered what they were plotting, but he also came to a realization. After that, the Supreme Leader announced that since this place was now the battlefield, he ordered all non-combatants to immediately evacuate to the lowest level of their headquarters. Then, the masked leader went to the room where Hakuri was being treated. He apologized and said he knew that Hakuri had only just woken up, but as he could see, it was an emergency, then asked if he could move. It turned out that Hakuri's condition had already improved and his strength had returned, and he replied energetically that he was at their service. After that, Hakuri eagerly asked how he could help, so the masked leader told him to take it slow. He said that first, Hakuri should let him introduce himself, and the moment the leader mentioned that his name was Kudo, Hakuri immediately called him Mr. Kudo and then asked how he could help, which made Kudo tell him once again to take it easy. Hakuri began breathing intensely because of how pumped up he was, so Kudo calmed him down and said that next, they would assess the situation. When they stepped out of the room, Kudo told him that, just as stated in the broadcast, an enemy attack was taking place, which made Hakuri ask if it was the Hishaku, and Kudo answered that more than likely, then told him that Chihiro was currently detaining Samura, which caught Hakuri's attention. After that, Kudo explained that if the Hishaku were there, their targets would be the Shinichi and the Swordmaster. If the Hishaku managed to obtain both of those, that would mark the end of that country. But hopefully, he said, it would not come to that, and that was where Hakuri would come in, and when he said that, he noticed something in Hakuri's reaction. When Kudo added that he would now explain how Hakuri could help, Hakuri's eyes opened even wider, showing clear eagerness to contribute. Kudo explained that they wanted Hakuri to teleport the Shinichi, which confused Hakuri. He informed him that while Hakuri had been unconscious, they had resealed the Shinichi. It was now in a similar state as it had been just before the Rakuzechi incident, which shocked Hakuri. Kudo added that if they could completely isolate the Shinichi inside a subspace, the Hishaku would have no way to obtain it, and that immediately gave Hakuri the idea of storing it in the warehouse. Then he also explained that when Hakuri had overused his sorcery, he had been hanging by a thread, and his access to the storehouse had dwindled. They had barely managed to save him by transplanting a portion of his nervous system that governed the Aisu, his other sorcery. Hakuri began to say what he understood from that explanation, but Kudo finished the thought and told him that his sorcery was still alive, which made Hakuri feel relieved. However, Kudo added that he had lost a little bit of both abilities, the Aisu and the storehouse, which made Hakuri ask if that meant they were now limited. Kudo clarified that, to put it simply, they would not completely know until Hakuri attempted a test run. It was only possible because his unusual constitution allowed him to use two types of sorcery, and if he overdid it again, he could lose both. Kudo noticed Hakuri's reaction upon hearing that, so he added that honestly, it was their fault for putting him back into that position immediately after the battle in Rakuzechi. Hakuri quickly refused to blame them, and, remembering what happened to Urua, said he appreciated what they did. He then added that he could still be useful, and asked Kudo to take him to the Shinichi. Kudo agreed but told him to take it easy as they headed there, and Hakuri reasoned that the enemy was already there, which made Kudo ask if he had not realized where they currently were, then showed us their exact position beneath the underground Kamunabi headquarters. Next, we moved to the west entrance of Underground Level 1. An elevator opened in that area, and 3 individuals stepped out of it. As they walked outside, one of them asked if this really was the Kamunabi headquarters. We were shown the hand of one of them with the Hishaku mark, and he questioned how the Kamunabi had allowed them to infiltrate this easily, without even a single person lying in wait to ambush them. Another commented that the Kamunabi had important things stored in this place, so if that was the case, why would they leave themselves this open? Then one of them remarked that maybe this was a trap, but another scoffed at the idea, saying they would not be scared by traps, and urged the others to keep moving. Above them, behind the metal grates, there was an office full of Kamunabi members watching them on monitors connected to the security cameras. We shifted to the perspective of one of those members, who stared at his screen with an uneasy expression. He explained internally that he had worked at the Kamunabi headquarters underground west entrance for 18 years. Ever since the inception of the Kamunabi, he had served as the commander of this zone. Before the Kamunabi existed, there had been a counter-sorcery army, and during the Seitei War, the Kamunabi had been created as an emergency response to the threat of sorcerers from Shikoku. He added that at first, the Kamunabi adopted the army's ranking system, although it is no longer used now. But he said that a person's former rank still revealed a lot about their abilities. Back then, he said, he had been a second lieutenant, which meant he possessed significant martial experience. He added that everyone stationed on that level had similar backgrounds, which meant they were well prepared to handle an emergency attack. However, something disturbed him. They had learned from the Kamunabi sorcerer who floated above the pool that there were 7 enemies possessing elite fighting abilities, and they believed those 7 were Hishaku. He also said that 3 attackers would be passing through their station, and their situation had been classified as Code Mouse, which greatly worried him. The commander explained that when enemies infiltrated the facility, the Kamunabi sorcerer seated on the floating cushion above the pool could sense their threat level. He also explained that the meaning of Code Mouse was that their forces were insufficient. He told them that counterforces were being deployed to underground level 1 central area, which meant that their mission was to direct the enemies toward the central area without engaging them in combat, so they could avoid unnecessary casualties. He fell silent after recalling that, and continued watching the Hishaku on the monitor. He noted to himself that one of them was clearly Hishaku because of the emblem on his hand. When he examined the other 2 more closely, he furrowed his brows in confusion, and soon, his eyes widened in shock as he recognized them. It was then explained why he was horrified. The Hishaku were accompanied by the Shigyu brothers. The Shigyu brother wearing lipstick arrogantly told the Hishaku member not to worry and that they no longer needed to pay them. It was explained that the 2 of them came from an ordinary family, and yet they had once butchered 11 Kamunabi, including officers. The other brother, the one with the massive jawbone, said he did not care about the Shinichi or the Sword Master, as long as they were allowed to rampage. As the commander kept observing them, he tried to cope by thinking that not all Hishaku may be fighters, and told himself that those 2 would more than make up for the rest. For now, he said, their presence remained hidden by the force field built into their grid. As long as they made no sound and emitted no hostile energy, they would not be sensed, and they could avoid combat. He glanced at a photograph on his desk and scowled in frustration. It was explained that a wave of revulsion washed over him for a reason. His nephew had been one of the 11 slaughtered. He remembered when the boy had been younger, telling him he wanted to become a great man just like him, and how excited he had been when he was finally accepted into the Kamunabi so he could devote his life to protecting their nation. The commander clenched his teeth in anger and thought that yes, their job was to protect the nation, and he could not allow his personal feelings to expose his troops to danger. He closed his eyes, exhaled, and reminded himself to focus on commanding. From outside their hiding place, the brother with lipstick suddenly turned toward their direction and said they're there, which shocked the commander, making him worry that the man had sensed the subtle energy he unintentionally released. The other brother asked in surprise if he was serious, commenting that his detection abilities were insane. The lipstick-wearing brother focused even more, saying that at first he sensed 23 people, but immediately corrected himself. There were 24. The brother with the large bone jaw asked if they should waste their time there, and the Hishaku member with the samurai clothing told them to simply do what they wished. The commander, horrified, wondered how on earth they managed to do that, how they could detect their exact number despite the force field. His heart pounded, and he thought that now they had no choice but to engage in battle, only for the lipstick-wearing brother to suddenly say that they would not waste time there after all, because they were merely pitiful insects unworthy of their attention, and that they should continue onward. The commander could only stare in stunned disbelief. After the commander attempted to use his sorcery, he trembled and stared intently, and before long his body relaxed, and he noted in his thoughts that he felt a sense of relief. The Shigyu brother wearing lipstick then said that they were pathetic, adding in a tone that sounded dissatisfied that he hoped they would at least offer them some decent entertainment. The commander turned his gaze back to the photograph of his nephew and thought about how the murderer had spared his own life, then let out a groan of frustration and pain over the fact that he had been unable to avenge him. After that, we moved outside the Three Assassins Central area on Underground Level 1, where a Kamunabi member informed Azumi that as of now, 3 enemies had entered, and the remaining 4 had not yet done so. Azumi thanked him and ordered the others not to send him gloves because he would be doing this barehanded. 2 Kamunabi members then opened the door in front of him, and he stepped inside. We were told that the place he entered was the Threat Elimination Grounds, located in the central area of the Kamunabi headquarters Underground Level 1. The entire space was filled with the sound of taiko drums and shamisen being played intensely by 5 Kamunabi members positioned above the doorway he had entered through, and before him stood the 3 trespassers who had infiltrated their base. Next, Azumi was introduced as the executioner of this area, and it was explained that within the counter-sorcery land forces, he had risen to the rank of colonel at the young age of 18. The Shigyu brother with the bone jaw grew annoyed at the loud playing of the Kamunabi members, and as he activated his sorcery, which allowed him to summon hovering spikes, he questioned whether the performance was supposed to be intimidating. Meanwhile, the lipstick-wearing brother said that at last, they had encountered someone worth their time, adding that he recognized the man and knew he was good at fighting. Right after that, the Shigyu brother swiftly used his sorcery, Yellow Chains, which wrapped tightly around Azumi's body, while his sibling launched the floating spikes toward him. Despite this, Azumi remained calm and noted internally that the 2 were fast, and then easily dodged the incoming spikes by leaping high into the air. While he was still airborne, the Shigyu brothers charged again, moving above and below him to sandwich him as they launched another attack. It was then explained that Livid was the executioner of this facility. It was also added that he had questioned Chihiro in depth regarding the incident. Azumi turned his gaze toward the Hishaku member while still in midair, and when he saw that the man had taken a small step toward him, Azumi instantly shattered the yellow chains of the lipstick-wearing Shigyu brother, which widened the man's eyes in shock, and in the next moment Azumi blurred forward and delivered a solid punch to his face, leaving his knuckles imprinted on the man's skull. That immediately drew the attention of the bone-jawed brother, all while the intense rhythm of taiko drums and shamisen continued pounding throughout the chamber. Just as the bone-jawed brother began to get angry, Azumi suddenly appeared above him, and it was explained that Azumi's fighting style was assault and battery, meaning small tricks were useless against sheer overwhelming power. Like a falling meteor, Azumi crashed down onto the Shigyu brother with immense force, and the impact was so powerful that it completely destroyed the section of the floor beneath him. Throughout all of this, the Hishaku member remained silent and simply observed, assessing the situation, and Azumi briefly turned toward him. In Azumi's thoughts, he noted that the man was Hishaku and was probably one of those responsible for attacking Rokuhira. When Shiba detected that attack, he said it had arrived in under 10 seconds. But, he added, the Hishaku had already finished their work within that brief moment. The 3 Hishaku who killed Rokuhira were the best of the best, and the 2 losers he fought here could not compare. We were then shown a close-up of Azumi's left fist covered in blood, and it was revealed that his punch had been so strong that it obliterated the entire head of the lipstick-wearing Shigyu brother, along with the head of his bone-jawed sibling. It was explained next that the rule of the Threat Elimination Grounds was that this was the place where threats died. Azumi then addressed the Hishaku member and said that they had finally met, and while that was happening, we were shown Kudo continuing to calm Hakuri as he guided him toward the Shinichi, with Hakuri agreeing to everything he said. In the next scene, Hakuri and Kudo arrived at Kamunabi headquarters Underground Level 2, and it appeared to be an enormous library. Because of the overwhelming number of books, Hakuri remarked in awe that there were books there for days. Kudo explained that all of those were manuals of sorcery. He added that this was not the type of sorcery that was innate at birth. Basic teleportation and force field magic, he said, were more academic, and that entire place was jam-packed with formulas and knowledge. Kudo then pointed out that the Sazanami clan came from a prestigious lineage and asked if they did not have a library like this, to which Hakuri replied that they did, but not on this level. adding that this library looked about twice the size of theirs. Kudo informed him that one needed to study seriously in order to excel in Kamunabi, then asked if he had already met the Misumi, noting that they were masters of these crafts. If he could absorb and master all the material on that floor, he said, he would become a peer of theirs. Hakuri began to look dizzy and nauseous after hearing that, so Kudo quietly commented that it seemed he did not like studying, while also wondering if Ro really was that badass. When Hakuri heard a loud noise, he asked why they could hear such a crazy racket, and Kudo answered that Azumi was probably brawling, which startled Hakuri. Hakuri worriedly commented that it sounds like they're gonna bust through the ceiling, so Kudo told him not to worry and explained that there was a force field there. He then informed him that there were 7 practitioners on par with the Misumi, though each with different areas of expertise. They took turns occupying the core station, where they operated the force field. He explained that if anyone tried to bust through it, it meant the attacker was not only extremely strong to begin with, but they were constantly repairing the barrier at the same time, calling it absolutely impenetrable. But, he added, the barrier only allowed the sound they were hearing to pass through, and Hakuri silently listened. Hakuri pointed out that the sound was getting even louder, so Kudo said that Ichiki had probably joined the fight, which made Hakuri ask who he meant, prompting Kudo to clarify that he was the little old man from the meeting earlier. Hakuri was shocked and could not believe that that man was also fighting, pointing out that he was tiny and ancient. Kudo then explained that all upper echelon members were highly skilled, though Azumi was on a different level altogether. As for himself, he was not much of a fighter. Still, he added, most of the council members were up there in age, and the ones currently fighting were probably their best bet. Each one of them directly commanded their own elite troop. Almost all their forces were also on site, and beyond that, there were more than 300 fighters who had completed their basic curriculum. Those individuals were the ones Hakuri had been seeing walking around carrying swords. They stepped inside an elevator while they talked, and when Hakuri heard the word curriculum, he once again became dizzy and nauseous, as Kudo explained that it was the intensive training in spirit energy and martial arts, plus sorcery fundamentals. Kudo said he could safely say that those fighters had absorbed about a third of the library they had just passed. Hakuri commented afterward that they were quite a strong group, which Kudo agreed with, adding that all of them were enclosed within a rock-solid force field, and nothing could be more secure. He also explained that Azumi and the others facing the enemies were not actually fighting to protect the headquarters, and were more like hunters stepping out to search for prey. Then we briefly returned to Azumi's side, and while he stared at the Hishaku dressed like a samurai, he commented that he sensed something was off. The Hishaku were not using the Daten-seki like they did in Sanso, he noted, and they operate very strategically. Even if the plans of those enemies had gone haywire, he wondered whether they would really appear and knowingly waltz into a death trap. After that, we returned to Hakuri and Kudo, and the moment the elevator doors closed, the elevator operator looked toward Kudo and commented that things seemed busy out there, while Hakuri stared at the man. Kudo addressed him as Ishihira and confirmed that he was right. He then introduced Ishihira to Hakuri as one of their instructors, so Hakuri said it was a pleasure to meet him, and Ishihira remarked that he was very young. He shared that lately he had been teaching more and more students around Hakuri's age, and that quite a lot of fresh sprouts were appearing these days, while Kudo commented that education was a crucial job and informed him that they were severely shorthanded these days. Their trainers, he said, were building the foundation needed to address that issue. Ishihira then added that he had dedicated his life to serving that country, and that he had also fought in the war. Hakuri stared at him, and Ishihira's expression suddenly turned sorrowful, which puzzled him. Ishihira began rummaging through his coat and urged them to look. He showed them a pendant containing a photo of his daughter, introducing her as Yuki and saying she would be turning 4 next month. Hakuri happily commented that she was cute, and Ishihira said she scrunched up her whole face whenever she smiled. Ishihira returned the pendant, then suddenly pulled out a knife and said that he cared more about his daughter than this country. He pressed the knife to his own neck and immediately took his life, shocking Kudo so much that he yelled his name in alarm. Blood splattered across Hakuri's face and all over the surroundings, and Ishihira collapsed to the floor. Terror filled Hakuri's expression at the sight, and suddenly something began to emerge from Ishihira's head, bursting it open, and before long, large roots surged outward. The roots targeted Hakuri's head next, but Kudo quickly moved and used his move called Warrior's Path, tapping Hakuri on the shoulder, and because of that, Hakuri slipped through the elevator platform, shocking and worrying him even more. Concern was clear on Hakuri's face as he fell farther away. So even as the roots drew closer to Kudo, he told Hakuri not to worry about him. Meanwhile, on the side of the Kamunabi sorcerer, sitting on the floating cushion, the pool beneath him began to splash violently, alarming him deeply. He immediately informed the other Kamunabi members present that there was an unregistered spirit energy explosion occurring in 4 locations inside the force field. Then the scene showed us the exact locations that had been struck by the massive roots. After Hakuri fell from the elevator, he wondered to himself what had happened as he stood back up. Something else fell beside him, and when he turned to look, he saw Kudo's bloodstained face mask. He remembered immediately and realized that Kudo had protected him. He also recalled the Hishaku sorcerer wearing a fedora when he recognized that the sorcery that appeared was Pine Tree sorcery, wondering in shock why it had emerged from Mr. Ishihira's body. He glanced up toward the elevator and saw that it had been completely engulfed by thick roots. He carefully stepped out of the elevator, and there he encountered 2 Kamunabi members heading toward him, one of whom commented that it looked like they had been searching for him. Hakuri quickly told them that Kudo was still in the elevator above, but instead of helping him, they suddenly pointed their katanas at his neck, startling him. One asked his companion if they should kill him now, which terrified Hakuri even more. The spiky-haired one answered no, saying the idea was to use him as bait to attract the core fighter, which confused Hakuri and made him try to speak to them. The spiky-haired Kamunabi member apologized to him and explained that they were doing this for their families, which widened Hakuri's eyes. He recalled what they had said about doing this for family and remembered something similar Ishihira had said earlier, and at that moment he realized something that deeply alarmed him. Next, we moved to the Hishaku member wearing a fedora, and as he calmly drank coffee at a cafe, he spoke on the phone about Ishihira. He told the person on the line that Ishihira had done his part, and that they could now release his daughter. The scene revealed that he had a checklist of Kamunabi members' names, and he had just crossed out Ishihira's. After that, we returned to Hakuri's situation, and he realized that the enemy was using hostages to force Kamunabi members into doing these kinds of things. We also saw the fedora-wearing Hishaku member telling his subordinates to start doing their thing, calling them soldiers. We then returned to the spiky-haired Kamunabi member preparing to kill Hakuri, saying they couldn't let him flail around, and telling his partner to cut off Hakuri's limbs. However, when their blades touched Hakuri's hands, they instantly disappeared into the storehouse, and he asked them how they were supposed to cut off his limbs now. The 2 Kamunabi members were completely shocked, and as their blades popped up inside the storehouse, Hakuri told them he had confiscated their weapons. But before he could even say what he intended to do if they surrendered, the spiky-haired one ignored him and suddenly kneed him in the face. Blood streamed from Hakuri's nose and mouth, and the spiky-haired member told his partner to knock him out. The 2 Kamunabi members kept kicking and punching him non-stop, and Hakuri stated to himself that taking away their katanas still didn't stop them. He also wondered what he was supposed to do now. There was no way, he thought, that only these 3 were being blackmailed by the Hishaku, and remembering what Kudo said, that each of those members directly commanded their own elite troop. He realized that, worst case, the Hishaku had already reached them too. The attack upstairs, he thought, was merely a diversion to lure out their strongest fighters, and at the same time, the enemy was provoking infighting. He remembered Kudo's words about wanting him to teleport the Shinichi, because that would remove any way for the Hishaku to obtain it, and after that, he told himself that he was the only one who could prevent that from happening. As he grew irritated with himself for thinking this way at a time like this, he noticed something strange happening and wondered what it was. Meanwhile, the 2 Kamunabi members were confused as to why their blows had no effect on Hakuri. Then it was explained that these soldiers had trained for 5 years under Kamunabi's intensive physical fortification program. Meanwhile, Hakuri had been toughened by a decade of bottomless love from the eldest scion of the Sazanami clan, Soya. When Hakuri found an opening, he raised his hand toward the two Kamunabi members and apologized. He used his Aisu on them, blasting them violently into the nearby wall, destroying it in the process. The two instantly fell unconscious, while Hakuri, staring at them, wondered if maybe the pine tree could not grow out of them if they were unconscious. Hakuri breathed a sigh of relief and said that from now on, no one would know who the enemy was here. But, he added, his thoughts were correct, he could fight now. If the Sword Master and the Shinichi were to fall into the hands of the Hishaku, that nation would be done for. He also pointed out to himself that Chihiro was out there fighting as well, and afterward, he told the Kamunabi members who had attacked him that he too was one of the core fighters here. On the side of the Kamunabi sorcerer who was operating the force field inside the core station together with 6 other practitioners, they were approached by the leader with white hair, and he was somewhat agitated when he asked what was happening, while also pointing out that a worker's body had suddenly exploded there. While he continued observing the areas affected by the pine tree sorcery, the Kamunabi sorcerer core station operator/vessel addressed that leader as Master Izaru, and said that they were currently investigating the cause of that. Izaru then followed up by asking about the condition of the Shinichi, to which the operator answered that it was safe, for now. If that was the case, Izaru said, then the Hishaku were apparently trying to destroy them from the inside, and he added that hopefully those were all of them. He brushed that aside afterward and pointed out that there were 4 things the Kamunabi must protect even if it cost them their lives. These, he said, were the core of the force field, the Shinichi, the Sword Master, and just as he was about to say the 4th, the scene suddenly shifted to Hakuri, who was running through the hallway of the lower floor. While he was doing this, he thought to himself that no one could tell who the enemy was here, but that was fine, he said, and he kept repeating to himself that he was a core fighter. He reached a lobby area, so he stopped there and wondered if this was the path leading to the Shinichi. A Kamunabi member noticed him arriving and immediately called out to him using his full name, which jolted him in surprise. The man informed him that he was the troop leader who reported directly to Kudo, and introduced himself to him as Kashima. He then explained that Kudo had left to search for him, then asked whether he was not with him, which caused Hakuri to immediately show his readiness to fight, making Kashima confused and prompting him to ask what the problem was. The speaker in their area suddenly sounded like an alarm and notice, catching all of their attention. The Kamunabi sorcerer operator then explained that approximately 4 minutes ago, pine trees had sprouted from the bodies of 4 employees and had attacked the vicinity, and that it was likely that some of them had witnessed those attacks. They felt shaking afterward, so one Kamunabi member anxiously asked why they were feeling rumbling there. Hakuri remembered Kudo sacrificing his life earlier to save him, which made him frown. Kashima noticed the expression on his face and realized something concerning. He reluctantly explained that Kudo had protected him, and just as he was about to continue describing what happened next, Kashima already understood. The operator then explained that he had already investigated the corpses, and it appeared that a Hishaku sorcerer had planted seeds in their bodies, and those seeds activated when the carrier died. He stated that that kind of sorcery should not have slipped past their notice, and he rhetorically asked why they would allow that. They were probably blackmailed by the Hishaku, he said, and for some unknown reason agreed to become the suicide bombers of those sorcerers. And, he added, there are more bombs yet to detonate, which drew the attention of both Kashima and Hakuri and caused them to grow even more worried. He said he had already scanned the premises for additional seeds, and it was picking up close to 50. This made the two of them even more anxious, as well as the members gathered in that area, and Kashima commented that there were around 500 workers there. Hakuri then thought that this meant 1 in 10 members there had definitely been implanted with a seed. The fear was evident on the faces of the members with them when they heard that announcement, and the force field operator added that he was now zeroing in on the exact locations of those seeds, then instructed all of them to spread out and for no one to move, except for Hakuri Sazanami. Kashima commented that he understood and that the operator was working very quickly. He immediately shouted for the members there to spread out and warned them that if anyone made any suspicious movements, he would break their limbs, which made Hikuri's eyes widen. He then told Hikuri that he would not let those people get close to him, and pointed toward the hallway in front of him as the path leading to the Shinichi, and told him to go there. Kudo then arrived there and immediately called out to Hikuri before Hikuri could even respond with yes sir to Kashima. Hikuri was shocked by this, and while he was injured, Kudo told him that it was too dangerous, so he would accompany him. Hikuri's eyes brightened when he saw that Mr. Kudo was still alive, while Kashima simply observed him closely. Kudo said he had only gotten lucky, but then Kashima suddenly yelled halt, causing both Kudo and Hikuri to turn toward him with confusion. Kudo ended up blurting out his name because of that, and Kashima pointed out that he was glad Kudo was alright, but asked if he had not heard the broadcast. Kudo affirmed that he had, but explained that it was too dangerous for Hikuri to go there alone, and pointed out that everything's riding on Hikuri, to which Kashima replied that precisely that was the reason, and that there were no exceptions, so Kudo should maintain his distance from Hikuri. Hikuri reasoned that that was true, but Kudo had risked his life to save him earlier, and Kashima simply repeated that there were no exceptions and urged him to hurry. When Kudo insisted that it really was him, Kashima yelled at him, saying that what he ordered was for them to halt, which made the atmosphere tense, and Kudo gritted his teeth because of that, while two specific members there looked at each other with extremely nervous expressions. Hikuri turned toward those two afterward, and when he looked at the hallway behind them, he saw a female individual holding blades in both hands, preparing to charge. Kashima was shocked when he saw her and immediately told the people behind him to duck, but because of her speed she vanished and had already rushed toward Hikuri. She quickly slashed the two Kamunabi members standing behind him, but before she could reach Hikuri, Kashima blocked her and ended up getting stabbed in the left side of his chest. Hikuri furrowed his brows in worry because of that, and as the two members who had been decapitated fell to their knees, one of them had a seed planted inside him, causing a gigantic mass of roots to emerge and quickly move toward Hikuri. In response, Hikuri immediately used his Aisu, allowing him to destroy it before it could touch him. He staggered backward toward a pillar afterward, and the pain on his face was quickly replaced by shock and alarm from the fall, and it turned out this was because Kudo was pointing a blade at Kashima's neck. Kudo's face slowly melted, revealing that it had only been a type of sorcery, exposing the true appearance of the man underneath, and he commented that it looked like his time was up for using that. Hikuri was shocked when he saw this, while the man explained that what they had just seen had been only his transformation sorcery, and informed him that Mr. Kudo had died while protecting Hikuri, adding a side remark that it had been pointless. This man then explained to his female companion with the dual blades that that was the last of Kudo's troop, and that they had already met their quota. He added that the main force of the Western Underground sector had also been neutralized, which the woman understood. After that, he ordered her to go ahead and kill Hikuri, which frightened Hikuri as he wondered what the man meant by quota. Kashima then told him to run and not trust anyone, before he was finally killed by the enemy. On the side of the force field operator, when the pool splashed again, he worriedly commented that they were relentless. Another one of his companions said that their casualties were mounting. The operator commented that something strange was happening here and that he was not only seeing the pine tree victims. Izaru then explained to them that there were two types involved, which confused him. Izaru clarified that he meant their enemies here. The first type have seeds planted in their bodies. He imagined that the families of those people were being held hostage, but to acquire intel on the families of 50 staff members there, one would need to work in that facility. Because of that, the core station operator realized that in other words, there was another group of traitors, and Izaru added that those were the people who had leaked information to the Hishaku. Just as he was about to say something regarding what plans those traitors might have to take advantage of this chaos, one of the assisting sorcerers suddenly said that it was already over, which puzzled Izaru. Carelessly, he said that they had no idea who their enemies were here, and that their enemies knew exactly who their key forces were, as well as their precise locations. Just as this assisting sorcerer was about to say that there was no longer any way to stop them, Izaru scolded him and told him to be quiet and pull himself together. They were instructed to identify anyone who did not follow orders, including the troops, he added. The core operator then said that the circuits were being jammed by the pines, so it would only take a moment. After that, Izaru said they would dismiss that assisting sorcerer afterward, and that they would know who the enemies were momentarily. But actually, he added, once they got past this ambush, that would be the perfect opportunity to clear those people out. After that, we returned to Hakuri's situation, and here he began running into the hallway that served as the path toward the Shinichi, and the two enemies immediately chased after him. While he was running and panting, he was wrapped in guilt because he thought that all of them had died while trying to protect him, and that he could not rely on anyone. It was as if he became dizzy from thinking that he was completely alone here. When he realized that he needed to fight by himself, he began to shake from fear and anxiety. He remembered what Kudo had said, that he had lost a little bit of both his Aisu and storehouse abilities, which made it even harder for him to breathe because he kept thinking that his sorcery was limited here. The two enemies were gradually closing in on him as he helplessly looked down at his hand, but when he looked forward, he saw an individual running toward them. His eyes widened when he recognized who it was, and it appeared to be Uruha, returned from death. He could not believe it when he saw him, but he immediately remembered what Kashima had said about not trusting anyone, and the moment he had seen Uruha die firsthand. He stopped running because he thought that he was now sandwiched between enemies. He also thought that they did indeed have an enemy who possessed transformation abilities, and there was no way to know who was an ally or an enemy, while Uruha shouted his name to get his attention. Before he could get close, Uruha immediately used Centipede, while Hakuri remembered the moment he had been saved by him in the past. Uruha prepared his stance, and he used the EEI White Purity style. Hakuri fell on his knees when he moved, and in an instant, Uruha managed to reach the two who were chasing him and parried their slashes. Uruha apologized to him afterward because he said he had taken far too long. When Hakuri was about to ask how he was still alive, Uruha told him that he would explain that later. He then urged him to come with him, and Hakuri immediately agreed, bursting into tears from the immense relief he felt. In the next scene, we suddenly return to the side of Chihiro and Samura, and here Chihiro said in his mind that all this time, he had wanted to believe in something, but he had never been able to feel certain. Samura then picked up the Kumiyuri that Hirohiko had left behind, and he threw it toward Ro. When Ro caught it, he commented that that was close, and he also asked where Hirohiko was. Samura informed him that he had retreated, and that he was still contracted to the blade. He also said that the sheath of the blade had fallen, and that Ro should be able to find it 2 floors down. In Chihiro's thoughts, he said that Samura had advanced even further over the past 18 years, and during the battle that had just taken place, he sensed that Samura's revival sorcery was an intentional exercise. He questioned himself when he realized that, wondering why Samura had honed that ability for the purpose of killing a person and reviving them. He recalled when he had asked Samura if, to that end, he was willing to let all the sword bearers die with him included, and Samura's answer that it was necessary in order to completely stop the malediction, and he thought that Samura's only motive was to stop the malediction, and that he held no malice toward the sword bearers. He stared at Samura afterward, and he suddenly asked if he was right that Uruha was alive. He caught Ro's attention when he asked that, while Samura simply fell silent. Next, Uruha's voice explained to us that the malediction was the true realm of the Shinichi, and that it had taken countless lives. The only way, he said, to ensure that it would never happen again was to execute the sword master. As this was being explained, we were shown Uruha briefly opening his eyes from their closed state, and he added that if the sword master died, the eternal contracts dictated that all other sword bearers would also die. They avoided killing the sword master to spare their own lives, so they sealed up the Shinichi to minimize the risk of another malediction. He quoted the word minimize, but reasoned that even still, Samura had to live constantly with the guilt that the malediction might attack again. We then returned to the time of Samura and Uruha's confrontation. During that moment, Samura declared that he would kill all the sword bearers. Uruha explained that he had thought his end had truly come at that point, but Samura allowed him to live just a little bit longer, which was why, he said, he could not throw away that gift. While the destruction of the Senkitsuji temple was happening due to the pine tree sorcery and the attack of the Hishaka members, the confrontation between Uruha and Samura was also taking place. And here Samura told Uruha not to worry, which caught his attention. Samura explained that the only one who would die here was the hero version of himself, which confused Uruha. He then said that, well, all of this was only about their egos, and the only thing left was to fight until death. Along with the fall of a single leaf from a tree, Samura cut down Uruha using his EI white purity style. When he pointed the Shinichi at Uruha's side, it was shown that he used his flames, which had the power to regenerate anything they touched, and when Uruha noticed this, he immediately realized something. Before Samura delivered a large slash to the side of his torso, Uruha asked him whether he intended to shoulder it all by himself. After the events of that night, Uruha was brought to a Kamunabi hospital, and while lying in the operating room, he suddenly woke up, surprising the doctors there. He locked eyes with the surgeon, who was completely rattled by his awakening, and Uruha explained that based on what they had said, at one point he had been clearly dead. He also explained that his eternal contract had been severely damaged, and in that moment, he realized that that had been Samura's goal. One doctor, still stunned, said that he had come back to life and that it was a miracle, which Uruha inwardly disagreed with. And when another doctor pointed out that what happened to him was like a phoenix, he agreed. He pointed out that it had been because of Suzaku. He then wondered to himself whether Samura had implanted the flames of mercy inside his body so that they would activate after his death, then said that he understood it in principle. Sorcery activated through a person's death was not unheard of. But when it came to revival, it was clear that Samura did not possess that kind of power 18 years ago. He said he did not know how Samura managed to do that, but Samura had cultivated that ability, and he did it to release the sword bearers from their eternal contracts. However, he said, there were limitations to this kind of sorcery. Even if that spell was implanted, once the sorcerer died, the spell would also die, which meant that it would not work if Samura implanted it into himself. In other words, that tactic of severing the eternal contract itself could not be applied to Samura, and he likely understood that. He recalled Samura saying that no one else needed to be involved except him alone, and here Uruha realized that Samura intended to die by himself. He realized that Samura planned to end the eternal contracts, the sword master, the threat of another malediction, all of it, alone, which made Uruha squinch from the weight of that idea. He began thinking that Samura had been chasing after him ever since that time. While we were shown how Uruha pushed himself to learn the EA white purity style, he said that only he had pursued it relentlessly. He repeated that to himself, and when he tried to move, he grew frustrated because he could not. The doctor explained to him that because his eternal contract had been severed, his entire nervous system was now trying to regenerate after being distorted for 18 years, and the doctor also said that his condition would probably take a few more days before stabilizing. Uruha reasoned that if that was the case, who would stop Samura? So the doctor told him that he had heard Chihiro had joined the counter-Samura force, which immediately caught his attention. He thought about this afterward, and we were shown him saying not to report him to the higher-ups, and that there was no harm in having a secret ace up their sleeves. After that, we returned to the present where Uruha had just charged at the enemies. The man who could transform staggered backward when he tried to parry Uruha's attack, and even so, he still spat blood while saying that Uruha was supposed to be dead. Uruha told Hakuri that he indeed had been defeated, so at the very least, he should allow him to protect this place while Samura was not here, adding that he had faith in them while remembering Chihiro. After that, we returned to the Kyoto Bloodshed Hotel, and while Samura looked toward Chihiro, he asked what difference it made if Uruha was still alive. Chihiro pointed out that Uruha had intended to die alone, and Samura said that more than anything, the possibility that the malediction and the power of the enchanted blades might wreak havoc in the future was his greatest fear. He said he knew Chihiro felt the same way, and that Chihiro did not need to stop him, and that he would kill the sword master. Chihiro agreed, saying yes, that he felt the same, and then he suddenly vanished from where he stood and tried to charge at Samura, which Samura immediately blocked. Chihiro insisted, while clashing against him, that even in Samura's darkest despair, Samura had wanted to save people's lives, and that he had fought tirelessly for that. He said that he felt the same, that he was willing to fight tirelessly to save Samura's life, and Samura replied that won't stop the malediction. Samura easily parried him afterward and threw Chihiro into the room beside them. Chihiro tried to talk to him and said they could find another way and that he would fight alongside him. But Samura ignored that and simply said it was impossible and then closed the door. Chihiro immediately stood up afterward and walked toward the door. He did it slowly because he felt something, and when he peeked through the peephole, he saw Samura already in position, prepared to use his EI White Purity style. It was explained that the White Purity style required the buildup of spirit energy to generate explosive force, and that Samura was preparing to take Chihiro down with a single blow, a blow imbued with the flames of Suzaku. A blow imbued with the flames of Suzaku. While Chihiro remembered that the last time they faced off, he could not even slow Samura down, and nothing he say now would be convincing. In response, he also began activating his Inten, and while preparing his own EI White Purity style stance, as the liquefied aura of his enchanted blade swirled around him, he thought that he needed to charge it with everything he had. He realized that Samura was determined not to let him read his stance until the last minute because he was using it from behind the door. He used his Nishiki eyes in response, and he said that if he moved here, Samura would locate him by sound. He thought about this briefly, then decided that he would stand his ground. He swallowed hard from fear and from knowing exactly what he was stepping into, and Samura heard this. After that, Samura immediately unsheathed his Tobamune. In an instant, Samura slashed the door in a cross pattern, and the force of the impact sent all the furniture behind Chihiro flying. The windows behind him shattered as well, but despite the force, Chihiro did not blink even once, keeping his focus solely on Samura. As he remembered everything they had been through, he said to himself that he did not care if he ended up in hell. The wall behind Chihiro exploded from Samura's attack, and the two of them were blasted out as Chihiro resisted Samura's charging strike. While clashing with him, Chihiro shouted at Samura that he would show him that he was not afraid, here and now, and this was the moment when the battle between Inten and Tobamune began. While that was happening, we suddenly returned to a point in time where Shiba had just handed back the Inten to Chihiro while he was still healing on the hospital bed. Here, Shiba explained to Chihiro the matter regarding the malediction. Chihiro already knew that it was the power of the Shinuchi, while Shiba added that Kunishige did not want to talk about it, but he never intended to hide it from him forever. However, it was far too severe to share with him at such a young age. Chihiro recalled his father telling him that slowly but surely, they would learn together how to see the world through his own eyes and think carefully about what kind of katana he needed, and after that he slumped down and commented that he understood. He remembered being told that the Shinuchi had taken 200,000 lives and that they were complicit in the deaths caused by it, and Shiba added that this was the reason Kunishige sealed the enchanted blades. Without the enchanted blades, the people of their nation would have been massacred, but even so, Kunishige was filled with guilt for forging them. Chihiro then remembered his father afterward and questioned that if that was the case, why did he give him the Inten? After that, we returned to the present where the swords of Chihiro and Samura clashed right after he deflected the attack. Because of Samura's superior strength, he managed to send Chihiro flying by shifting his katana. On Chihiro's side, his Inten vibrated intensely from the force of their clash, and he commented in his mind how insane Samura's strength was. He said that if he had tried to counterattack instead of deflecting, his arm surely would have been sliced off. He landed on the rooftop of a nearby house and stared again at Samura, and while imagining him as a crow, he said that there was a saying from the Seitei War that fit here, and that saying was, "When blackbirds flock, death is nigh." While seriously and intently staring at Samura, he added that it was obvious where that saying came from. Samura slowly landed on the roof of another house in front of him, and many black feathers began falling around them. As they stared at each other with a bit of distance between them, Samura questioned what Chihiro said he was going to show him, then asked what on earth he expected to show him. Chihiro insisted that there was a way to prevent the malediction without sacrificing any lives, and Samura contradicted him, saying there was no way, but Chihiro did not back down and shouted that they could destroy the Shinuchi, making Samura simply stare at him. Chihiro then explained that the Shinichi was the source of the eternal contracts. If the Shinichi were to be destroyed, the contracts would become null, and he emphasized again that nobody had to die. But Samura simply said that would only be the case if they were actually capable of destroying it, which immediately shocked Chihiro. Samura explained that after the war, they tried every method they could think of, but they could not even scratch it. He said he heard that Chihiro destroyed the Cloud Gouger, but sword fighting was similar to physical augmentation. The strength of a blade varied greatly depending on the wielder's skill and spirit energy. Whoever wielded that enchanted blade was probably just some extremely puny thug for it to break, which made Chihiro show clear irritation upon hearing that. Samura clarified that what they were talking about here was a man they called the Sword Master, and that the Shinichi of Kuni Shige Roku Hira, that blade, was indestructible. He then pointed out that only the Sword Master and Samura needed to die there, and that was the most optimal and only method. Samura reactivated the Nishiki in his eye, and Chihiro noticed that Samura's crow attack was approaching, where Samura would swap places with the floating black feathers in the air. He further activated his spirit energy, and while wrapping it around his body, he said that perhaps it was because he had honed his sword skills, but more than ever, he felt the sword was deeply integrated into his hand, and his Nishiki was flowing more lightly and naturally than before. Samura then began walking toward him, and as a black feather drifted behind Chihiro, Samura instantly swapped places with it and attempted to slash him. Chihiro managed to sense it and notice it, making him quickly turn around. As a counter, he tried to get ahead of it with his own strike, but what he cut instead was only a black feather when Samura swapped places again with another black feather behind him. He was shocked by that, and before he could be struck by that attack, he used Kuro to quickly get away. However, while he was only just beginning to move away, Samura immediately swapped places again with the feather there, putting him behind him once more, which made Chihiro click his tongue in irritation. He still managed to parry Samura's fast strike, but afterward Samura began repeatedly swapping positions with the black feathers surrounding him, which drew Chihiro's full attention. Chihiro commented in his mind that even with his Nishiki, he was barely managing to evade Samura. But he added that he could see it now. Right before Samura swapped positions, there was a trace of spirit energy in the feather he would switch with. Before Samura could swap into his chosen feather, Chihiro immediately timed his slash onto that feather. But to his shock, it was only the Shinichi that replaced the feather's position. Samura commented that what he did was impressive and that Chihiro had figured out how to read his movements. But now, he said, Chihiro was the one who had fallen behind. While still behind him, Samura reached toward a black feather, and he immediately swapped that feather's position with the Shinichi. Despite the misdirection, Chihiro still managed to react, and when he turned, he pointed out that he had figured out what Samura was trying to do too. Before Samura's blade could land on him, Chihiro managed to parry it again, and from the sheer force of their movements, the tiles beneath his feet began breaking apart. He showed intense grit as he pushed against the Shinichi, while Samura felt his blade vibrating from the strength of Chihiro's impact. After that, Samura flicked his sword upward, and he managed to knock the Inten out of Chihiro's hand, then followed up by kicking him in the face, causing him to fall from the rooftop where they were fighting. Chihiro fell into a pond in the area of their battlefield, while the Inten landed blade first beside Samura. On Samura's side, he was bewildered by what had just happened as he continued feeling the vibration of his Shinichi. As Chihiro's body descended into the water, Shiba explained to us that when Kuni Shige Roku Hira forged the enchanted blades, he did not craft their power specifically, but only their general intended purpose. That purpose was to kill or protect. The original 6 swords, he said, were intended as instruments of war to defeat the enemy. Chihiro then looked to his left as his body sank, and it was as if he saw a scene of an enchanted blade being forged. After that, it was as if he shifted into a memory where he was helping his father forge a sword. We then returned to the time when Shiba visited him in the hospital, and Shiba added to his earlier explanation that the 7th sword, the Inten, was different from the others. That was the only time in Kuni Shige's entire career as a master swordsmith that he created a sword together with another person. Chihiro said at that time that all he did was follow what his father told him to do, which made Shiba look straight at him. Shiba then explained that immediately after the war, Kuni Shige tried to destroy the enchanted blades, which fully captured Chihiro's attention. He added that, but they were masterpieces forged using Dattenseki, a material with properties beyond human understanding, and every one of his attempts to break them failed, and Shiba pointed out that it was the same for all of them, not only the Shinichi. After that, for nearly 15 years, Chihiro's father struggled in darkness with the knowledge of the enchanted blades he had created and the malediction. But all along, Chihiro had been his guiding light, illuminating the path forward. Shiba then pointed out to him that the Inten, the one his father created with him, was that path. Because of this, Chihiro's eyes shined and he was moved. Shiba then told him that he used the Inten to destroy the Cloud Gouger. He said that yes, Sojo was not a swordsman. He was not as proficient with that blade compared to its previous owner, but even so, he was a strong fighter. Shiba said that it had not just been Sojo's failure, and without question, it had also been Chihiro's success. He added that Chihiro had even managed to course-correct that katana, which had been compromised from its true intent. We returned to the present afterward, and here Samura simply watched Chihiro as he stood back up from falling into the pond. Shiba continued his explanation and said that to face the past and connect it to the future, perhaps that was the purpose Kuni Shige infused into the Inten. On the day he cut down Sojo, Chihiro managed to draw out that power. As the scene showed the sword master and the image of Samura activating his phoenix-like power, it was added that these two still remained distant figures. While the Inten was still beside Samura, a goldfish swam toward Chihiro's left hand, and as that happened, he remembered his father telling him that they needed to have principles and accountability, which made him comment that perhaps that was how heavy the weight of the malediction was. When he was speaking with Shiba in the hospital, he realized something regarding the true realm of the Inten, and Shiba agreed with his realization. He also remembered what he said when he was young, that he was committed to taking on that burden. When the goldfish finally reached his hand, it emitted spirit energy, and in an instant, it swapped places with the Inten, returning the blade to Chihiro's hand, and he declared that using the Inten, he would destroy the Shinichi. Samura then questioned the declaration he made that he would destroy the Shinichi. It was then explained that the Inten was the only enchanted blade that Kuni Shige created after the war. An enchanted blade capable of destroying the other enchanted blades. It was the kind of thing that someone like Kuni Shige would think of, but there was a catch. We returned to the two of them, and here Samura told Chihiro to get real. He pointed out that it was pure fantasy, and said that Chihiro could not even nick the Tobamu Ne at all. Chihiro replied that this was only the beginning, which made Samura simply stare at him. Samura then began recalling their conversation back when Chihiro was younger, where he asked Chihiro if he was right in thinking that he was not trying to become a swordsman, to which Chihiro said no, and that he wanted to become a swordsmith like his father. And after Samura remembered that, he told Chihiro that even though he did have that kind of power, this burden came from the past, and therefore was not something Chihiro was meant to shoulder. However, Chihiro did not yield and insisted that he was the son of Kuni Shige Rokuhira. Samura then said that he understood that. Chihiro tightened his grip on the Inten afterward, and in an instant he vanished from where he stood, and like the fast flow of water, he surged towards Samura. Samura commented when he saw his movements that Chihiro had gotten even faster. He felt Chihiro on his right, so he immediately turned and tried to cut him before Chihiro could bring his sword close. As Samura's blade neared his face, Chihiro commented in his mind that he had never before felt this level of ferocity, and that this time Samura truly wanted to take the Inten. To Samura's surprise, Chihiro suddenly appeared on his left side, which shocked him. But when Chihiro tried to slash him from behind, Samura still managed to block it by quickly placing his blade behind himself. In Samura's thoughts, he said that Chihiro was demonstrating more than just speed, and when he pondered on the idea of what Chihiro just did, he found it hard to believe. They pushed their blades against each other afterward, and suddenly both of them vanished from the rooftop they were standing on. Chihiro's spirit energy goldfish and Samura's black feather swirled, and in an instant the two reappeared in the positions of those two things as they clashed, which shocked Samura even more. As he parried Chihiro's strike, Samura said in his mind that what he was seeing resembled the crow, and he wondered if that was a fundamental power of the Inten or something else. Chihiro then explained in his mind that earlier, he used Aka on his slash toward the black feather that Samura was supposed to switch into, and explained that it allowed the Inten to absorb the crow of the Tobamune without breaking its flow. He also said that he could now feel how much synced up he was with the Inten, filled with fighting spirit. He explained to himself that if he could not even scratch the Tobamune while it was in Samura's hands, then destroying the Shinichi would be nothing more than a far-fetched fantasy. He then said that he would prove something, while recalling what Samura had said earlier, that only he and the Sword Master needed to die, and that it was the only and most optimal method. And he remembered the power of the Inten. After that, he shouted at Samura that he would show him how he would live. Chihiro swung his Inten towards Samura again, and Samura managed to block it, but on Samura's side, he could feel Chihiro's newfound power. While matching Samura's speed, Chihiro said to himself that he could do this, while Samura recalled comforting Iori after the wake of his ex-wife, and he told Chihiro that what he was doing was a joke. In an instant, the two of them swapped places again with their spirit energy on the solid ground beside them, and here they faced each other while preparing to use their respective AI white purity style. Chihiro then asked Samura if he was going to teleport again, to which Samura simply said that that was enough and that it was time for Chihiro to submit. Samura then quickly rushed toward him, and because of that Chihiro barely managed to block the charge. His eyes widened in shock as he tried to parry, but because of the sheer force behind Samura's attack, Samura sent him flying, causing him to fall into the stairway behind him. The Tobamune was shown in close-up afterward, while Chihiro immediately lifted himself upright and tried to grab the Inten that had landed beside him. He commented in his mind that Samura's hit had been extremely hard, but he still needed to continue. However, blood suddenly dripped from his hand, which greatly worried him and captured his attention. When he looked at it, it appeared that it was already covered in blisters and bleeding, trembling from fatigue. This was when he finally felt the pain while the blood continued to spill from it, while Samura thought that he should no longer be able to wield his blade. As Samura rushed forward, preparing to charge, he repeated that what Chihiro was thinking was a fantasy, and that this battle was over. Chihiro noticed something at his side, so he turned to look. We suddenly returned to a point in time where Chihiro and the Misumi were riding a train heading to Kyoto, and here he informed the Misumi that when Samura wields the Tobamune, he has no blind spots. Ro then asked how the detection feathers Samura used actually functioned. Chihiro explained that just like the Inten's goldfish, the feathers could read the shape of anything they touched in minute detail. Regarding the surrounding environment, he thought that they could also detect temperature, sound, and airflow, giving Samura a natural sense of space. Ro then realized that if they were not detected by the feathers, they might be able to evade Samura entirely. Moku explained that the stealth techniques of the Misumi allowed them to conceal heat, sound, noise, and hostile energy. They could also eliminate nearly every trace of their presence in order to blend into the environment. Sumi then said that even if they were faintly detected through the slight physical displacement of air without vision, to Samura the Misumi might as well be ghosts. After that, we returned to the present where the Misumi suddenly appeared, already surrounding Samura. As Ro rushed from behind him, he said in his mind that unless Samura focused on them intensely, they could vanish, and they would use that to strike and disappear. Samura clicked his tongue in annoyance at their appearance, while thinking that in this battle of enchanted blades, only they had the power to intercede. After that, Iori and Ikura also arrived on the scene, and when they arrived, their eyes widened and their mouths fell open at what they were seeing. Chihiro stared at Samura after glancing toward the two of them, and when he focused again, he reached for the Inten and began using Aka, together with Suzaku. Samura heard it immediately, drawing his attention, and here he realized that as he suspected, Chihiro was replicating his powers and trying to heal his hand. However, he thought that the Suzaku technique was brand new to Chihiro and that he would not be able to master it instantly. He noted that the wound Chihiro had sustained was one that struck bone and not just flesh, so it would take 10 to 20 seconds to heal at the very least. He also realized that the Misumi were trying to buy Chihiro time. From behind him, Ro asked why Samura seemed so anxious, while thinking that the Suzaku could heal his eyes, and if Samura had his sight, the Misumi would have nothing on him. Because of that, Ro thought that nonetheless, Samura was afraid to open his eyes to a future in which he would go on living. Samura told him to be quiet, and inwardly he said that he had already seen it while remembering the terrible things Iori had gone through and the fate he feared for her. Then he yelled at Ro that he already knew what that future looked like, while slowly unsheathing his enchanted blade. Next, after Samura materialized the flames of Suzaku inside his sheath, it exploded with immense force, blowing the Misumi away. As this happened, it was explained that the Misumi were the strongest possible adversaries for Samura, but even so, they were only able to hold him for under 3 seconds, pointing out that it was merely a moment. Samura thought that because of that, Chihiro no longer had time to heal, and he apologized to the Misumi for attacking them. Ro told him that no, he was failing to see something important. It turned out Chihiro had already managed to position himself behind Samura, prepared to use an EI White Purity style slash, and it was added that while that moment was brief, it was enough time for Chihiro to re-grip his sword. Chihiro's hand was still bleeding as he tightly gripped the Enten, which greatly puzzled Samura on why he was not healing. Here Samura realized that Chihiro was not trying to recover, but was putting everything he had into a single attack. Chihiro's energy crackled, and as Iori stared at them in shock, Chihiro shouted that they did not care how many slashes they received, and he sent out his powered-up slash, which created a massive shockwave and ripples in the body of water beside them. The intense force of the attack was visible on Samura's face as he blocked it, and here it was shown that Chihiro seemed to finally be able to nick the Tobamune. While that was happening, Samura once again saw his past where he stood outside Iori's room while she was crying, and how he hesitated to open it to speak with his daughter. After that brief moment, we return to the present where Chihiro was now able to nick Samura's Tobamune. He cheered in his mind that it had cracked, and that this proved it could be destroyed, so he decided to shout that he would destroy the Shinichi with that power. Just as he was about to say the rest, Iori suddenly shouted to call Samura, and just as she was about to continue speaking, Samura immediately used the Suzaku. Because of that, the crack on the Tobamune ignited, and before long it was restored back to its original state, which greatly alarmed Chihiro when he noticed that Samura had already healed the blade. After that, Samura used the crow, causing a massive swarm of black feathers to erupt from his enchanted blade, scattering all around. Ro grew anxious when he released that mass of feathers, and when they began to fill the area he shouted that they could not see anything there. Chihiro commented that this was the same thing Samura used against Hirohiko when he fought him inside a theater. He also explained that Samura had fixed the crack but refused to open his eyes, so Chihiro commented that Samura rather preferred to pretend he could not see so that he would not have to see the path toward living. Iori also became engulfed in the spreading crow, and as the black feathers surrounded them, Chihiro immediately used the kuro before the sunlight could completely disappear from his view. Samura's attention was caught the moment he did this, and as a result, masses of goldfish began to appear and spread throughout the area, just like Samura's crow. It was then explained that like what Samura had done, Chihiro used his spirit energy to flood the space. The surroundings grew dark with a mixture of feathers and goldfish, and only Chihiro and Samura had the ability to detect their surroundings through spirit energy. The idea was repeated that only the two of them could detect one another, and after that it was shown that both of them had their eyes closed so they could fully sense their surroundings. The area around them seemed to fall completely silent as they did this, as if no other person existed there. Next, it was explained that currently, Chihiro could use the Aka to wield the crow. This field flooded with spirit energy was their arena, and the two of them could use the crow to teleport anywhere within its bounds. After that explanation, Chihiro said that he would prove it as many times as he had to, and he told Samura that there was no way he would be able to get rid of him. Even with his hand severely injured, Chihiro continued to grip the Inten tightly while feeling the determination to show Samura the other side. Meanwhile, Samura recalled what Chihiro said before, that they did not care how badly they got hurt, and he remembered the moment he hesitated to open the door to Iori's room, and he said that there was no way that would ever be okay. Chihiro and Samura then vanished at the same time from where they stood, and in an instant their swords clashed, after which they ascended into the air where they parried each other's extremely fast slash. Samura insisted that Chihiro was already covered in wounds, and we were shown the scars covering Chihiro's face. Samura added that even if Chihiro was determined, and even if he had that power, gripping the Inten was agonizing. He then said that as long as Chihiro continued wielding that sword, the pain would always be there. Next, he said that the enchanted blades and he himself were relics of the past that Chihiro should put behind him. They vanished again from the location of their clash in the air and moved swiftly to try to slash one another. And as this happened, Samura shouted at Chihiro that it was enough and to let go of the Inten, while recalling how Iori wiped away the hateful words vandalized by people on the walls of their house. After he remembered that, he shouted that neither of them needed to be tormented by the past, which widened Chihiro's eyes. The area went dark, and after that Samura managed to slash Chihiro's body as the black feathers spread. Because of that, Chihiro fell to the ground, while Samura remained floating in the air as he returned the Tobamu Ne to its sheath. Iori stared at Samura as the black feathers and goldfish cleared from the area, and what could be seen in her eyes was some kind of sadness. After that, Iori immediately handed the katana she was carrying to Ikura and then ran into the gate where the two were fighting, which made Ikura call out her name. As Samura slowly descended in front of Chihiro, he told him that he was the only one who needed to disappear here, along with the past, while Chihiro lay on the ground exhausted and gasping because of the slash he received on his chest. Samura remembered Chihiro's words that he would become a swordsmith, and after that he slowly reached for the Inten that was still in Chihiro's hand while telling him that from now on, he should live his own life. A black goldfish then swam behind Samura, and Chihiro suddenly switched places with it before Samura could reach his enchanted blade. Even while he was struggling to breathe, Chihiro stood up and remembered his life with his father. Despite the pain he felt in his left hand, he tightened his grip on the Inten as hard as he could and insisted to Samura that he was already living his own life. Samura stared at him as Chihiro added that all he was doing here was living as best as he could, which struck something deep within Samura. While this was happening, we were shown Iori running toward them with all her speed, and while doing so, she began remembering the pain she experienced while living with people who hated her father. And as she did this, Chihiro's words continued, and he added that he was doing everything to live as best as he could because he had a past he would rather die for than forget. Iori also remembered her own words, that she wanted to be like her father so she could protect everyone too, and she said in her mind that she could fight with him as well, her eyes filled with determination as she ran toward her father. While Iori continued remembering those memories sealed within her, Chihiro added that there was nothing he wished to throw away. Even if it hurt, he said he would trample over all of it and continue moving forward. Before long, Iori reached the side of the two of them just as they were both preparing to charge, and even though Chihiro's left hand was bleeding heavily, he still took a stance with the EEI white purity style and shouted that he would do it no matter how long it took. Samura grit his teeth, clearly shaken by Chihiro's words, and his trembling hand showed as he tried to reach for the Tobamu Ne. Just as he was about to reach it, Iori moved in front of him and took his attention. He turned toward her and suddenly saw a vision of Inori speaking to him, asking when he would finally let go of the past and look toward the future. He agreed with her and said that he knew that. He said he had tried, and just as he was going to reason that the future in which he existed meant something bad would happen to Iori, his words were cut off when Inori told him that she was counting on him. She pointed out that she was counting on him to look after Iori. He froze at that and could only stare, and he returned again to the moment when he hesitated to open Iori's door while she was crying inside her room. Here, while his hand continued to shake, he steeled himself and decided to open it. He called out to Iori and sat on her bed to give her a head pat. He comforted her by thanking her for protecting him, while she continued to cry uncontrollably. He hugged her and comforted her, and Iori accepted it. In the present, it was as if something ignited across Samura's face after that, and his once dark world slowly brightened, with the first thing he saw being Iori's face. It appeared that he had decided to heal his eyes, and the moment he opened them, he commented in surprise that Iori had truly grown up. On Chihiro's side, he was already gasping heavily as he lifted the infant in front of him, and a haziness could be seen in his eyes. From his point of view, he wondered if the person in front of him was Iori because everything had become blurred for him, which also irritated him. He said in his mind that with a full-powered Nishiki and the borrowed firepower of the Suzaku, he had finally managed to demonstrate cracking an enchanted blade, but even so, it was only a single crack, a mere glimpse. He then remembered what Samura said afterward, that the one they would face was the sword master with the Shinuchi, and he squinted his eyes as he pushed himself further. As blood continued dripping from the wound he had received on his chest, he said that it was hardly proof that he could destroy the Shinuchi, and that it was not enough. After that, Samura's eyes suddenly rolled back and blood gushed from his nose as he said that he had not yet reached his goal, and Iori turned toward him. However, before he could collapse, Samura immediately caught him, surprising him. Flames began to emerge from the Tobamu Ne afterward, and flames also appeared on Ro's shoulder wound, which confused him. Before long, his wound healed, and even his broken glasses restored themselves to their original state. He called Samura's name afterward, and a sound caught his attention. On Chihiro's side, his left hand, filled with wounds and blood, also ignited in flames, and because of that it slowly healed and regenerated. The wound on his chest also ignited in flames, and before long healed as well. His strength gradually returned, and his vision slowly cleared. He stared intently at Samura's blurry face, and before long he finally saw it clearly, now fully opened and showing concern for him, which greatly shocked him. He was stunned the moment he saw Samura's eyes, while Samura pointed out to him that he had worn him down, and that clearly he would die first before he ever released his grip on that sword. Chihiro stared back at him with a slightly pained expression and said that he could not let it go because of the memories associated with his father, which also made Samura stare at him as he realized something. Slowly, Samura said and understood that he and Kuni Shige had forged the Enten together, and he thought that Kuni Shige must have tried to forge a future together with his son. He revisited the idea that there was an enchanted blade capable of destroying the enchanted blades, and that Chihiro would use it to destroy the Shinuchi. After thinking of that, Chihiro insisted that he knew he still had much more to face, but he assured him that he would reach that point, no matter what, to which Samura agreed. He added that this was only the beginning and that he understood that, which made Chihiro's eyes sparkle. Samura also commented that Chihiro's swordplay had come a long way, and inwardly he said that he would follow Kuni Shige's example of turning toward the light. He then gave Chihiro words of motivation, telling him that together with the Enten he would be able to do it, which made Chihiro stare at him as he became inspired. Samura then explained that his own swordplay had improved thanks to his daughter, which made Samura turn toward Iori with a nervous look, while Iori stared back at him with a slight frown. Samura began to sweat as he asked Iori if she had continued her training since then, and Iori placed her hands on her hips and asked "excuse me," which distressed and rattled Samura even more. Just as he was about to explain, Iori yelled at him, asking if he was serious about his comment that she had grown up, showing irritation over how obvious it was and pointing out that he had abandoned her for several years, making Samura sweat even more in anxiety. Chihiro simply watched this father and daughter banter, while Iori went on to question why Samura even wanted to know whether she continued her training, saying it was none of his business. Samura let out an awkward "oh," and just as he was about to apologize, Iori suddenly punched him in the stomach, shocking him. She shouted that she does not forgive him, which made Samura stare at her with a deeply troubled expression. She said that all this time, the memories of her mom's last smiles, and of the three of them together, were things she couldn't even remember forgetting. She began to cry as she said this, and Samura looked at her with concern and worry. Chihiro continued to watch everything happening, and Iori cried even harder after releasing all the pain she had been carrying toward her father. And after punching him repeatedly, she moved toward him and clung to him. Sadness could be seen in Samura's eyes because of this, and afterward he continued apologizing to her. After repeating it several times, he slowly brought his hand toward Iori's head, and before long he gave her a comforting hug just like the one he gave her right after Inori's wake. Chihiro's eyes widened when he saw that, and he let out a soft smile at the father-daughter moment he witnessed. The Misumi then arrived, and while Moku was carrying Ikura on his back, he asked if he was intruding here, adding that yeah, it was obvious. They caught Samura's attention, and Sumi said that he wasn't intruding, pointing out that things would have ended very differently without him, while Moku added that Ikura was the MVP of this battle. When Samura turned toward them, he fell silent for a moment and said that he owed all of them an apology as well. Ro then pointed out that they definitely had a bone to pick for sure, but since Iori had already slugged him, they were good for now. Ro placed a hand on his glasses afterward and asked Samura if he was ready to take a gamble on the future. Samura answered yes, but said that before anything else, there were a few things that needed tidying up. And while he said this, he was thinking that even if Chihiro handled the eternal contracts, they still had to deal with the Hishaku, the other enchanted blades, and the Kamunabi traders. He added that all the stuff the pact was supposed to cover was already a wash. Iori and Chihiro stared at him when he said that, while Rose suddenly brought out a scroll and asked if Samura was referring to the Hishaku, urging him afterward to start, which caught Samura's attention. Ro explained that they had just received this notice. It was an emergency alert, and it said that the Hishaku were currently ambushing the Kamunabi headquarters. A brief view of Yura's appearance during the ambush was then shown. Chihiro and Samura's eyes widened upon hearing this from Ro, and Samura wondered in his mind what those people must be thinking. He asked himself if the Hishaku were attempting to kill the sword master without an enchanted blade, and whether their intention from the start had been to subvert him, before answering himself that no, it was likely only their backup plan. Just as he was about to say that even so, Chihiro called out to him to get his attention, and when both he and Iori turned toward him, Chihiro explained that if they could clear the board now, could they talk afterward about what comes next, and Iori simply stared at him. Samura then revisited the idea of the Hishaku ambushing the headquarters, and thought that there must be informants inside, before agreeing with what Chihiro said and commenting that it would be a tremendous step forward. Chihiro then tightened his grip on the Enten and said that he had no intention of carrying all of this alone. He explained to Samura that the Tobi Mune had originally been crafted for support, and told him that he needed Samura to use his powers to heal the injuries he would incur. He also pointed out that together they would handle the enchanted blades and the Hishaku, which made Moku repeat the word together, commenting afterward that it was a word he himself could never say. Ro then handed Samura his fallen glasses and asked if he was right in feeling that the light was extremely intense, while inwardly commenting that all of them had already won here. Samura finally took his glasses and put them on, and afterward he agreed with Ro. After that, the scene suddenly shifted to one filled with destruction. The former buildings surrounding a tall tower had now become an array of floating debris, with part of the tower levitating in the air and separated from its lower half. At the top portion of the tower stood an individual shrouded in darkness and centipede-like auras, appearing to be the sword master. Below him, positioned in different parts of the ruined structures, stood the remaining 5 enchanted blade wielders of that time, their swords ready as they faced the seemingly uncontrollable sword master. After showing that, the scene shifted to the Kamunabi headquarters where they had imprisoned the sword master. Then we moved to the lowest level of the headquarters, inside the monitor room, where the Kamunabi leader with the sideburns said that chaos had already broken out in the upper levels. An officer looking at the computer screens agreed, saying that seemed to be the case, but nothing was amiss where they were stationed. The one monitoring then asked if the leader thought that the sword master might be picking up on what was happening above, but the leader said that doing so should be impossible. However, when he observed the sword master closely, something concerning came to his mind. In his thoughts, he said that the sword master had been locked deep within this underground prison for 18 years. He added that the pillars surrounding him essentially functioned as life support, and explained that they provided protection to the organism inside. He said that because of the extremely minimal nourishment, the sword master lacked even the strength to harm himself. Unable to budge, his existence consisted of almost nothing but watching time pass. In the center of a prison of utter nothingness, he had sat in complete stillness for 18 years. In all that time, he had uttered only a single word, and that word was Magatsumi, spoken at 3:47 p.m. on November 8 of that year. The leader began to feel worried as he watched him, and moments later, the sword master slowly began to stand. As he did so, he spoke the words, "The time is nigh," and on the side of the Shinichi, we were shown that the first layer of its seal seemed to be peeling away. On Samura and Chihiro's side, Samura said while activating the powers of the Tobumune that he would take them there, and that they had no time left to waste, to which Chihiro nodded, raising the enten and urging him that they head to Tokyo. In the next scene, we shifted to the archives of the Kamunabi headquarters, and at this point in time, a Kamunabi member retrieved a Hishaka dossier. When he opened it, he found the document regarding the murder of Kunishige Roku Hira 15 years ago after the war. He saw an addendum detailing the Hishaku as a small organization composed of 10 sorcerers, led by a man named Yura. It was written there that his goal was to kill the sword master and wield the Shinichi. Afterward, he saw a very short section of information about the Hishaku, where it stated only that they had members whose names were not in any family registries, possessed sorcery that came from outside the dominant lineages, had a wide age range, and had the skills necessary to pull off the assassination of Kunishige Rokuhira. The Kamunabi member grew nervous after reading that, and he wondered to himself who those people even were. He also saw that the relationships between the members, their backgrounds, and almost everything about them were shrouded in a thick fog, to the point that they could very well be called phantoms. After that, we returned to Azumi's situation against a Hishaka member inside the Kamunabi headquarters underground level 1 threat elimination grounds, where it appeared he had already beaten this Hishaka member, who was wearing samurai armor, to the point that his bloody body now lay collapsed on the destroyed floor. Despite his victory, Azumi commented that what was happening here felt creepy and that something was off. He observed the Hishaka member and recalled the information he received that 3 enemies had entered their headquarters and the remaining 4 had not yet come in, which made him note that those 4 still had not arrived, and that they would not be able to descend to the lower floors without passing through his location. Because of that, he realized something that slightly unsettled him, wondering whether his suspicion was correct. While that was happening, we moved to Uruha and Hakuri on underground level 5, and here Uruha irritably questioned if this was happening again, which confused Hakuri as to what he meant. Uruha pointed out that he was talking about the Hishaku, saying that those scumbags only ever used pawns. He said they avoided taking any risks themselves, exhausting their enemies, and only appearing at the end. He recalled the arrival of the Hishaka lackeys at their hideout, and how his guards were killed by them, and afterward, he thought to himself not again, before calling them bastards. After this, we shifted to the outside threat elimination grounds, where 4 Hishaka sorcerers were sitting around a table. We were shown close-ups of their appearances. One was a bald man with sideburns who looked sleepy. Another was the man who had helped Hirohiko recover after he fought Chihiro. Another was a young man with a bandage on his cheek who also looked sleepy. And the 4th was a woman with hair tied in a bow-like style. She asked what the problem was and whether the young man was nervous, which confused him, so she pointed out that he had yawned, explaining that it was proof he was nervous. The young man called that nonsense and said he was not the only one yawning, prompting the woman to point out that actually, the bald man was just sleepy, then asked if she was right, which caused the bald man to answer yes. Soon after, Yura arrived, catching the attention of the member whose mouth was covered by his collar. The woman pointed out again that the young man was nervous, prompting the covered member to say, "So what if he is?" while the young man angrily shouted that he was not nervous. As Yura walked toward them, He glanced to his right because of an elderly man sitting in the reception area. Turning toward him, Yura excused himself and addressed him as old man. He asked if the old man could tell him where the restroom was, and also asked if he was correct in assuming he was Kamunabi's staff. The old man answered yes, explaining that it was the reason he was there. Yura added that a few more people were on their way inside, but they had hidden. The old man agreed, explaining that they had been advised to do so, which made Yura ask what about him, and whether he was not afraid of dying. The old man replied that not at his age, and explained that he wanted to see the people who killed Onii-Chan, which made Yura ask, and then. The old man added that at his age, not much surprised him anymore, and that he hoped to see rare monsters, commenting afterward that it was too bad. He added that they were only a bit tougher than the average thugs, but nothing out of the ordinary. He questioned why people called them phantoms, saying that they were hardly that, and pointed out that they were simply crafty and skilled at sneaking around. He said he had nothing to say to any of the Hishaku and told them to proceed to the threat elimination grounds. Yura then reached into his coat pocket and said that if that was the case, he had an idea, which made the elderly Kamunabi member stare at him. He took out a coin and explained that he would toss it, and if he won, the old man would direct him to the restroom, then asked if that was okay with him. The old man asked what would happen if he won, so Yura said that he could take his life, which confused him. Yura then placed a blade on the desk between them, informing him that he was the ringleader behind the assassination of Kunishige Rokuhira, and added that if the old man won the coin toss, he would go down in history. The old man broke into a sweat in confusion and asked why he would even do that, so Yura answered that they would all be putting their lives on the line, and before they did that, he wanted to relieve himself. The old man told him to find the bathroom on his own and to not drag him into that, but Yura flicked the coin anyway. When it landed behind Yura's left hand, the old man said that his call was tails. Both of them stared at Yura's hand afterward, and as Yura slowly lifted his right hand to reveal the result, the nervousness in the old man's eyes was clear. When they saw that Yura had won, the old man's expression grew even more anxious. When he looked back into Yura's eyes, he suddenly saw a vision of a shrine with a path swallowed in darkness, and as it unfolded, he found himself focusing more and more on what lay inside it. Just like the darkness he was seeing, Yura's eyes suddenly turned the same way, and Yura commented that he knew it. Today the gods were on his side, while the elderly Kamunabi member reacted in shock to what he had just witnessed. After that, the old man pointed him toward the path leading to the restroom, and Yura thanked him. As Yura walked toward the restroom, the old man, still overwhelmed, asked himself what exactly was with him, and Yura responded with a question of his own, asking if he was finally living up to the man's expectations. The member with the patch on his cheek suddenly ran after him, saying he also needed to go to the restroom, while the old man simply watched them quietly. Inside the bathroom, the young man grew frustrated because he could not urinate, so Yura asked him if he was nervous. The young man asked him back if Yura wasn't nervous, and Yura replied that of course he felt that too, especially now, since they might all die here after all. But, he added, he did not hate that feeling, saying that nervousness precedes victory. Besides that, he said, there was nothing to worry about anyway, pointing out to the young man that he was the strongest fighter within the Hishaku, which made the young man look away, as if thinking about it. Afterward, they returned to where their group was waiting, and here the member with the covered mouth was already preparing a spell circle. While doing so, he said that the inside was intact and there was no confusion, but even with all that, he could only create the smallest possible opening. He added that there was no longer any time to pick and choose their coordinates, and they might end up appearing right in front of their enemy. When he finished the spell circle, we were shown a top-down view of it, and the bald member commented, "Bring it on." We then returned to underground level 6, in the force field core, where Izaru told the force field operator that if they could weather this ambush, that would be the perfect time to conduct a sweep. On Yura's side, he began a countdown from 10, and while this was happening, One of the assistant sorcerers inside the force field core was sweating heavily while staring at the clock. Izuru noticed this and asked what was wrong, which made the assistant tense up and respond nervously that nothing was wrong. By the time Yura's countdown reached 6, the assistant had already turned away from the clock, but was clearly sweating even more, which made Izuru wonder why he was so concerned about the time at a moment like this. When the countdown reached 5, the assistant clicked his tongue and thought to himself that he could not hold out any longer, and suddenly a distortion appeared in the portion of the force field surrounding the threat elimination grounds, immediately catching the attention of Izuru, who turned toward the assistant as well as the operator. Izuru instantly used sorcery on the assistant, sending him flying into the wall behind him. Izuru then asked the operator if everything was all right, and the operator nervously informed him that there had been a blip in the force field, but he had managed to restore it immediately. The operator also said that it lasted for just a split second, but his face showed clear fear. On the Hishaku's side, it was shown that they had already vanished from the table in the reception area where they had been sitting, and back on Hikuri and Uruha's side, a force suddenly appeared behind Hikuri. Moments later, all the Hishaku who had been waiting earlier emerged there, ready to fight. The member with the covered mouth commented that this was not the timing they had agreed on, but the woman said she had adjusted and gave him praise, telling him good job. He agreed and said that, well, they just needed to pick up the pace. Yura immediately turned toward Hikuri, and Uruha also looked in the same direction. When Hikuri noticed their emblems, he instantly realized they were Hishaku, and just as he was about to express his concern about their numbers, Uruha blocked his path and told him it was fine. This time he was armed, which surprised him. Uruha then explained that normally, there was only one type of spirit energy inside a person's body. But once you forged an eternal contract with an enchanted blade, the price you paid was the loss of your original sorcery. After that, Uruha recalled what the doctor had told him, that because his eternal contract had been broken, his entire nervous system was trying to regenerate after being distorted for 18 years. And then he told Hikuri that almost 20 years had passed, but he could still be of help. Uruha stared into Yura's eyes afterward, and he began remembering his friendship with Kunishige, his elite Kamunabi Guard comrades who were killed by the Hishaku before they encountered them at the train station, and Fushimi telling him that he was counting on him. After that, he prepared to use his sorcery and shouted that it was finally his turn. After that, we suddenly returned to the situation at the force field core, where Izuru tied the traitorous assistant with his sorcery beads. He then asked the operator where the Hishaku were, and the operator informed him that 5 of them were in the West Wing's 5th level. Izuru became irritated and commented that after all the trouble they went through inviting them to the threat elimination grounds, where they could cut loose to their heart's content, this was what they chose to do. He wondered to himself why they did not simply go through there instead, then said that, well, they had no choice anymore. He then ordered him to contact all elite troops, saying they would surround the Hishaku. As he said this, we were shown the appearance of those elites, with some of them still in silhouette. The operator tried to argue that they still could not identify the informants, but Izuru said that there was no time left to waste, and that they would simply issue the command and watch how they behaved. He also said that all lower-ranking members there were still ordered to remain in place. The operator then asked what would happen to the elite forces, and Izuru answered that they would attack toward the west and keep the Hishaku away from the center. He added that it was fine if the building took some damage, and that whatever they needed to do, they had to eradicate the Hishaku. After that, we returned to the situation on underground level 6, where the Hishaku appeared while Uruha and Hikuri were fighting 2 of its lackeys. When Yura saw Uruha, he commented that he should not even be alive, showing irritation towards Samura in his mind. On Uruha's side, he asked Hikuri if he could still fight, and Hikuri agreed, so Uruha asked if he was sure, and Hikuri answered somewhat. Hikuri explained that he could cast Isu every so often, but he had just used a string of strong spells, so he needed to rest. He added that he could still transport, but everything he had registered in the past had been reset, which made Uruha comment that his summary was great. In Uruha's thoughts, he said that there were 7 enemies in front of and behind them, so he realized he had to stay close to Hikuri. He added that he would protect him and destroy all of them at the same time, then called it excellent before telling the enemies to bring it on. The man with transformation sorcery immediately leapt toward them, but while he was still midair, a blade suddenly emerged from the ceiling and sliced his body open. Uruha was shocked to see it, and it also caught Yura's attention. The blade came out of the ceiling again and made another downward cut. Hikuri stared at it, as the one responsible made 2 more slashes, forming a rectangle, which caused that section of the ceiling to fall. When the piece of ceiling crashed down, it crushed the man's body, and standing on top of it was a woman resembling one of the elite troops Izura mentioned, holding a katana nearly as tall as she was. She casually greeted all of them, and Uruha, shocked, called her Kiri, while Hikuri was confused about who she was. She waved at Uruha after noticing him, calling his name directly, commenting that she had heard he was dead. Hikuri noticed that Kiri addressed Uruha without a courtesy title, while Uruha smugly told her that as she could see, he was alive, which made Kiri say wow, calling it a surprise and saying it was nice, which made Hikuri quietly comment on how aloof she was. He then asked Uruha who she was, and Uruha told him to let him introduce her. He informed him that the progenitor of the white purity style was Itsuo Shirakai, and she was his grandchild. It was also shown that Kiri Shirakai was a member of Izuru's squad as she waved at them. After that, Shirakai was shown, and Uruha called her sensei, saying she had left him half dead on 4 occasions. During those times, she had ordered Uruha and another companion to watch over Kiri for a while, warning that if they made her cry, she would kill them. We were shown a scene of Uruha and Samura playing with a young Kiri, both of them visibly nervous, and Uruha explained that their master frequently permitted them to babysit her. While they were playing, Kiri suddenly felt hungry and began to tear up, so Samura shouted at Uruha to go get something to drink, which he quickly obeyed. Another scene was shown where they were shopping, and Kiri spotted a large katana she liked, commenting that it was cute and saying she was grateful for it. This surprised Hikuri, who remarked in surprise that she was capable of expressing thanks. After that, he also informed them that Shirakai was currently missing, and that the last time they spoke, Shirakai told him he was bored of fighting people and was thinking of going off to fight a huge bear. He added that Shirakai was probably living somewhere deep in the mountains, then commented that there was no way to contact him. But Kiri suddenly told him that Shirakai was texting her. Kiri then showed them that Shirakai had messaged her asking if she was doing well, which made Uruha comment that Shirakai had never been that nice to them at any point. She also showed them her reply to her grandfather, telling him she was doing fine and wishing him a long life, which Hikuri found sweet, commenting that she really was a nice grandchild. Kiri answered duh, and said she would keep doing that until the day she killed that old bastard, which confused Hikuri. Kiri then remembered what Shirakai once told her, taunting her with that look of his, saying swords were for men, that they were far too heavy for the slender arms of a woman, and that she would just die immediately. She told them that her grandfather was a total male chauvinist when it came to swords, and that she wanted him alive and kicking until she got her chance to hack him to pieces. On the Hishaku's side, they simply stared at them while they talked, and the young male member furrowed his brows. They saw how Uruha introduced Hikuri, which made Kiri tell Hikuri that it was a pleasure to meet him in a playful tone, and right after that the young Hishaku member quickly charged toward Uruha. Uruha turned toward him and they locked eyes. Before the boy could reach him, Uruha delivered a powerful roundhouse kick, which the boy managed to block with his left arm, but the force still sent him flying into the right side wall and shattered it. Hikuri was stunned that Uruha had kicked him like that, unable to believe he had that kind of physical power. A large portion of the wall the young Hishaku member crashed into was destroyed, and once the dust settled, Uruha used his sorcery, Koen, the Crimson Recital, and the markings at the sides of his eyes began to change shape. Hikuri was delighted to see him use sorcery, While on the Hishaku's side, the member with the covered mouth said, with some worry, that Uruha's attack had hit their ally. The bald one told him not to freak out and reassured him that they would be fine, while activating his own sorcery. The bald Hishaku used his sorcery Mako, the demon bite, and a monstrous creature began to materialize between his hands. He then launched it forward, and when Hikuri turned toward it, it suddenly grew huge and charged at them violently, ready to devour them whole. As it approached, Uruha took a stance and told Kiri to watch over Hikuri for him, and Kiri agreed. Uruha grew serious and used his sorcery again. The marks beside his eyes changed shape again and spread, and he said it was time to go on the offensive. In an instant, he vanished from in front of the bald Hishaku's demon bite, and a slash suddenly appeared across the monster's mouth. The attack was quickly disregarded by the monster, but now that a path had opened toward the Hishaku, Yura signaled his comrades to move. The member with the covered mouth passed him a book, and when he opened it, the handle of a katana emerged, which he immediately grabbed. As he pulled it out, the writing on the book gradually disappeared and transformed into the katana itself. With that weapon, Yura intercepted Uruha's charge, causing both of their blades to vibrate from the force. In Yura's thoughts, he commented that Uruha's speed was intimidating, but the destructive power he once had was gone. He also noticed that Uruha's power now seemed to let him fortify only one ability at a time. On Uruha's side, while thinking that Chihiro was holding back Samura, he called out the group's name, commenting that it was impressive they had come all the way here to do their own dirty work, then asked if they had run out of tricks to kill sword-bearers. Yura added that they were running out of time as well, and said he would appreciate it if Uruha did not stand in their way, which confused Uruha. They then heard a sound from the hallway connected to where they were, so the member with the covered mouth worriedly informed Yura that more Kamunabi members were arriving. Uruha also told them that of course they knew where they were, then pointed out that they were inside the hive now, and that there were plenty of people besides him who would get in their way. Yura agreed with him and said that within this place, there are all sorts of people. Suddenly Yura's eyes turned pitch black, and he added that their job here was to create momentary confusion, nothing more. Uruha's eyes widened when he saw the change, and he suddenly saw a vision of the sword master's eyes, which made him even more uneasy about what Yura had just done. Right afterward, the bald Hishaku placed his hand on the floor, and the same spirit energy he released earlier began to spread, and soon many small versions of his Mako emerged and surrounded Kiri and Hikuri. Yura then told Uruha that they had a card to play, pointing out that it was the death match, which made Uruha stare at him with a look that suggested he knew what that was. On Hikuri's side, Kiri raised her katana and told him to step back. Next, it was stated here that rain without clouds. Evildoers are doomed. Hail in summer. Evildoers will perish, and thunder without black clouds. The sound of evildoers meeting their demise. It was then explained that all those weather-related sayings resulted from one ferocious youth's hair-raising feats. During the time of the Seitei War, it was said that this man had been only 20 years old. In his 20s, it said that he was hailed far and wide as a swordsman on par with Samura. Next, the individual being referred to was introduced here as the former contracted bearer of the Cloud Gouger, Ibuki Misaka. It informed us that 3 years prior, at the time of the assassination of Kunishige Roku Hira, Misaka had been ambushed in his home. We were then shown that while Misaka was sitting in his living room, an individual wearing samurai attire stepped out into his garden, and it was revealed that this man bore the emblem of the Hishaku on his right hand. It was said here that the assassin went there alone, and by the end of the duel, the hero, Misaka, was left dead. We shifted to Azumi's side, and after recalling what happened during the assassination of Kunishige, he stared intently at the Hishaku dressed in samurai attire. He commented in his thoughts that this was the same armored assassin who ambushed Kunishige's home. That Hishaku's head was suddenly severed, producing a metallic sound, and when Azumi grabbed its right arm, it began to melt, prompting him to remark that it was some kind of sorcery-controlled puppet, and he realized the real assassin was somewhere else. In the next scene, we suddenly shifted to a smoke shop on the surface, where an individual wearing clothing identical to the assassin of the former Cloud Gouger user was buying cigarettes. He spoke to the old shopkeeper and said that the executioner was tough, and he couldn't handle him with just a puppet. A man then arrived, immediately asking for cigarettes and an assignment while calling the old lady Granny, and she informed him that the Seonkai gang was looking for personal security. When the man asked for a light, the samurai-clad individual volunteered to handle it. He caught the man's attention, and the man thanked him, while the samurai-clad individual placed his hand on his katana. In an instant, something struck the tip of the man's cigarette before he could finish his thanks, and after that, he stared in shock at the other man's katana. Because of what happened, his cigarette was lit, confusing him even more, and to be sure, he asked the samurai-clad man if he had drawn his katana just now, which the man denied. The man then asked how he lit the cigarette, sounding extremely baffled and nervous, prompting the samurai-clad individual to comment that it was a good question. The man stared closely at him, and we were then shown his full appearance, revealing that he was indeed a Hishaka member due to the emblem on his right hand. When he smiled at the man, he also gave him a wink, and the thug's face showed how unnerving it was, and he stared at the Hishaka mark again. Soon after, the thug simply decided to walk away, still visibly uncomfortable, while the old shopkeeper commented that what the Hishaka member did wasn't nice, and pointed out that he really did draw his katana, prompting him to ask if she had seen him. The shopkeeper then asked if he lit the cigarette with friction, and whether that was even possible, to which he agreed and explained that if you manipulate spirit energy skillfully enough, you can achieve ultra-hot temperatures with mere friction. Right after explaining that, his cell phone rang, so he answered it, while the shopkeeper commented that it was impressive and bizarre. When he answered, he greeted the caller, and it turned out that the Hishaka member wearing a fedora was the one calling, addressing him as Hokuto and asking what he was doing. He explained that Azumi had just defeated the armor suit, and he reckoned that he had bought them some time. The Hishaka member in the fedora let that pass, then asked what he was still waiting for and told him it was his turn, prompting Hokuto to answer with a sigh that yes, he was on his way. His caller commented that he sounded unenthusiastic, told him not to let him down, and explained that while his sorcery was great, his true strength lay behind it, which was his swordsmanship. He pointed out that 3 years ago, his sorcery had helped him when he defeated Misako one-on-one. He then told the fedora-wearing Hishaka member to stop talking and asked how many times he needed to repeat that the Misaka he fought was no longer a master swordsman. He explained that their fight happened 15 years after the war, and that Misaka had already lost his fangs long ago. It was shown that Misaka's body had indeed grown out of shape when he visited to assassinate him. He asked whether the man in the fedora even understood how aggravating it was for him to be praised for defeating that kind of Misaka, and the fedora-wearing man apologized. He then asked if he knew how unsatisfying it was, and pointed out that after all those years of calibration, he never even got to go all out. Since that day, he said he had been starved for a real duel. The fedora-wearing Hishaka member then asked if that was why he seemed unmotivated, while Hokuto remarked that there was nobody interesting at headquarters. In response, the fedora-wearing man suggested Shirokai's granddaughter, which made Hokuto question the idea of pitting him against that little girl. Just as he was about to suggest another individual who might interest Hokuto and seemed to be related to Misaka, the fedora-wearing Hishaka member's other phone rang, grabbing his attention. He answered it immediately, then froze when he heard the information. Hokuto asked what the problem was, and he replied that it was great news for him. He informed him that Uruha was still alive, which visibly stunned him and left him momentarily speechless. He asked what and where, and it was explained that Uruha was fighting Yura and the others inside the headquarters, urging him to hurry over there. Because of this, his eyes seemed to grow veins from the sheer intensity he felt as he repeated Uruha's name in his mind like someone obsessed. After that, Hokuto bid goodbye to the smoke shop's old lady, called her sweetheart, and blew her a flying kiss, causing her to blush and tell him giggling to stop doing that. Next, we moved to a man listening to music through his headphones. We were shown the cassette tape he was listening to, labeled Mitsuhi de Aka Tagi/Kill. It turned out that he was inside the Kamunabi headquarters underground level 3 training room, standing in the middle of numerous machines that were launching logs toward him while he held 2 katanas. As the music continued to play, he prepared his hands, and then the machines began firing multiple logs in rapid succession. They flew toward him, and instantly, he moved both his hands and unsheathed both katanas with exceptional speed, slicing the incoming logs cleanly without any effort. Moments passed, and he did the same to every log launched at him, and before long, all of them were left scattered across the training area floor. He stood there coolly to rest, and while he did, he explained to us that he and his big brother were born 2 years apart. In their hometown, he said they were undefeated. His big brother would smash the guy on the right, while he would destroy the guy on the left, and together, they were unbeatable. He also stated that they were gifted sword fighters, and when the Seitei War began, they went to Tokyo, where his brother was soon chosen to wield the Cloud Gouger enchanted blade. He then pointed out once more that together, they were invincible. Continuing his story, he said that he too went to the battlefield, but when their comrades selected the bearers of the enchanted blades, it showed what happened. At one time while they were all training together, Kunishige chose Uruha as the bearer of the last enchanted blade, telling him that he was the right man for that sword. While that was happening, he simply stood aside watching it unfold. He explained that that was the final sword apart from the Shinuchi, and that the person chosen for the Kamiyuri was a newbie from the White Purity lineage, then pointed out bitterly that Uruha had only been 17 at the time, 1 year younger than him. At this point, his irritation was evident as he wasn't chosen. His big brother had told him that that's how it goes. In their world, even the slightest weakness could spell defeat. While showing how furious he had been at that time, he added that he and his brother eventually went their separate ways, and after the war ended, his brother completely lost the will to fight. Then 3 years ago, the Hishaku killed his brother. He pointed out that his brother had grown weak, which was why he was defeated, adding that that was simply how it goes. We returned to the present, and as he continued his story saying that he was not like his brother, he removed the weights strapped to his arms. He said that in the 18 years since the war, he had never allowed his focus on the sword to waver, and just as he was about to add something, one of his colleagues wearing goggles arrived and tried speaking to him, though his music was too loud. Because of this, the colleague had to yell his name, Natsuki, to finally get his attention. He removed his headphones as his colleague asked whether he hadn't heard the broadcast, informing him that it was an emergency and telling him to turn his music down, prompting Natsuki to ask what was happening. His colleague explained that there were invaders inside West Wing Level 5, and when Natsuki heard that it was the Hishaku, it immediately seized his full attention. He suddenly remembered the moment he saw his brother lying dead on the floor, his body drenched in blood, and because of this memory, he gripped his katana tightly in the present. His colleague then asked if he was ready, and he answered that he was beyond ready, recalling the times he and his brother ruled their hometown together. He added that he had been warming up there for a while, and he was then introduced to us as the Kamunabi Togo squad commander, Natsuki Misaka. In the next scene, we return to the situation at Underground Level 5, and here, after Yura parried Urua's charge, he told the member with the covered mouth to go on ahead to their destination, which he immediately obeyed, followed by throwing a seed. While he ordered him to also call Hokuto and, other than that, to proceed with their operation, the seed quickly unfolded and turned into a massive wall of root that blocked the path and separated them from the direction Yura's companions had run. When Hakuri heard him mention an operation, he thought that if so, then those people really did have a plan, while Kiri commented that well, they did have allies on the inside. After that, Kiri asked the female companion of the one with transformation sorcery how long she had been a Hishaku lackey, sounding as if she already knew her, and she replied that she was not a lackey and that they just happened to agree, then pointed out that it had already been 18 years. Kiri just kept a poker face after finding that out, while Hakuri noticed something and immediately shouted that her attack was coming. It turned out that the woman had already knelt down and was preparing to rush toward them. Hakuri informed Kiri next that that attack was extremely fast, to which Kiri answered that she knew, explaining to him that she had worked with her before. Hakuri also pointed out that that woman had killed many of Kudo's troops with that move, while recalling how she killed Kashima, but Kiri simply stared quietly at the woman. He then called her Miss Kiri, so Kiri corrected him and told him to call her just Kiri, which he immediately did. He recalled what Kudo told him, that if the Hishaku got hold of the Shinuchi and the Sword Master, then that would be the end of their nation, along with Kudo's addition that that was where he would come in, and that his job was to isolate the Shinuchi, so the Hishaku would have no way of obtaining it, followed by Hakuri shouting at Kiri that he needed to retrieve the Shinuchi quickly, and that with her help, they could thwart them. However, while he was saying this, he failed to notice a demon bite from the bald sorcerer who had already gotten behind him, allowing it to get close enough to try to swallow him whole. Fortunately, Kiri reacted in time and cut it cleanly before it could reach him, shocking him. She had turned her attention toward him because of what he explained earlier, and here she realized something and asked if he was Hakuri Sazanami, which he confirmed, wondering aloud if she only realized that now, and Kiri understood that he was indeed that person and reacted with a cool expression. Next, Kiri gave an okay and said that in that case, she would protect his life. While her massive katana was still resting on Hakuri, we were introduced to the name of this weapon as the 5-shaku Odachi Katana Onichika, or Onii-Chan for short. Kiri explained that there are many drawbacks to a sword that is over 2 meters long, including the hilt. She added that fighting in cramped spaces is difficult, as is close-quarters combat, and that its weight makes it clunky, making it harder to execute a string of quick attacks or contend with agile enemies. Hakuri then asked why she used that kind of blade, and she answered that it was because it was big and cute, which she said with complete seriousness. She also remembered her grandfather's words that swords are too heavy for a woman's slender arms, and added that to make sure that Old Goat regrets those words even in hell, she said it had to be a giant sword, making Hakuri look at her with a flat smile of bewilderment. Next, it was explained here that Kiri's boasting was justified by her swordplay. Those aforementioned drawbacks only exist when the sword is leveraged at the hilt. It was explained that Kiri does not swing that sword, but rather she centers the blade and dances with it. As it showed how graceful Kiri was in handling her Onii-Chan, it stated that the sword moved as if it were magnetized to her body. Not only did she nullify its drawbacks, but she also used its length to her advantage, and it showed how she sliced through the demon bite with no effort using her moves. It was also stated that her movements were almost as if her giant sword was on a rampage of its own. After her dance-like movements, she took her stance while the female enemy stared at her, thinking that her defense was impenetrable. Uruha also turned toward them and stared at what she was doing. Uruha went back to a point in time where he commented that from a tender age, Kiri already had that determination. He informed her that he had written down her wish and hung it on a wishing tree, so she happily told him that they should look at it. When he read it, he saw that Kiri had written that she would destroy the white purity style, so he commented that it was more like a declaration and not exactly a wish, and he also wondered if he was included in what she wanted to destroy. After that, Uruha commented in the present, saying nice, and because of that Yura asked him if he was distracted, then forced out his sword, causing Uruha's blade to be knocked out of position, but in response he used its sheath to block. Yura saw an opening when he did that and gave him a kick that struck his body, which made him stagger backward. He began to feel something strange while a type of sorcery befell him, and he noticed that his body suddenly grew heavier, and it seemed that Kiri was feeling the same on her side. Yura pointed out to him that that was what he got for destroying a lucky charm. Yura immediately thought that what he meant was the demon bite of the bald Hishaku, or, based on his words, the dancing lion's heads, adding that it was some kind of sorcery that punished people who attacked it. On Kiri's side, she said that her body felt weighed down, and no wonder those things were so easy to cut down earlier, then commented that that's how it worked. She said that yes, she could still move, but she had only handled a tiny fraction of them, and it was already like that, which made her comment that destroying all of them would be a difficult fight. But, she added, the female enemy only intended to wait until she was finished. More of the dancing lion heads appeared and immediately charged at her and Hakuri, but in response she moved quickly and performed a backflip while holding onto Hakuri's head, which surprised him. While still on top of his head, she moved her Onii-Chan and made a square at Hakuri's feet. Because of that, the ground beneath him broke open and he began to fall through it, while she told him that first things first. Unfortunately, the dancing lion heads managed to reach her and bit several parts of her body, making Hakuri scream her name in panic. The parts of her body that were bitten bled, while on the side of the woman with 2 daggers ready to rush in, she noticed that this was the moment she should move. She raised her lower body like someone about to launch into a sprint and said in her mind the words off with her head. In an instant, she vanished from her starting point and charged at Kiri at high speed. Moments later, Kiri's blood splattered, which made Hakuri even more alarmed. It turned out that despite all the attacks she had endured, Kiri managed to block the woman's rapid charge. The woman was completely shocked that Kiri could stop her from cutting off her head, while Kiri apologized and explained that she was used to speed. The woman was shaken, realizing that with only one hand Kiri had stopped her attack. Kiri said gotcha, and declared that now she could handle all of them at once, which shocked the woman even more. She never expected that Kiri had only been luring her in, and just as she thought she could escape, Kiri told her that she would not let her go. Kiri tightened her grip on the woman's wrist, making the woman inwardly comment with concern that her grip was insane. Kiri said that that wasn't even close to what she could do, adding that she was used to handling real beasts. As she said this, she began maneuvering her Onii-Chan. She stabbed each of the dancing lion heads that were biting her, and Hakuri watched it happen. After that, she delivered a strong stab, and because of that she also managed to stab the woman with 2 blades, making them look like stacked pieces on a kebab. Because she killed them, the heaviness on her body increased, and while she inwardly commented that the weight was insane, she told Hakuri that they should move now, making Hakuri breathe a sigh of relief as she called out his name. Unfortunately, Hakuri failed to notice Hokuto's arrival, and he suddenly placed his arm over Hakuri's shoulder, then asked where Uruho was. After that, Kiri also dropped down there, and Hokuto asked her where Uruho was. When Hokuto looked closely at Hakuri, he immediately recognized him as Hakuri Sazanami, while Hakuri's face showed clear anxiety upon realizing that this man was a member of the Hishaku. When Hokuto was about to draw his katana, Kiri moved quickly and kicked the handle to force it back into its sheath, then drew her own Onii-Chan and swung it toward Hokuto. However, Hokuto managed to block her with the armored arm of his samurai armor, preventing her blade from piercing through. As a counter, Hokuto swiftly grabbed Kiri by the throat, and while doing so, he told her that her attack was weak. Kiri replied with a duh, followed by pointing out that what she did was called a diversion, which made Hokuto immediately turn his head toward Hakuri, who was now ready to attack. Hokuto noticed that he was about to strike using Aisu, and he taunted him to go ahead and do it. So Hakuri fired it at point-blank range, causing a powerful blast that blew directly toward Hokuto. The floor beneath the Hishaku member was destroyed from taking the attack, and to Hakuri's shock, it seemed as though Hokuto could not be moved at all, even as veins bulged on his forehead from enduring the blow. What happened instead was Hakuri getting the one who was sent flying back after the attack, and when he hit the wall he was stunned that Hokuto had deflected his Aisu. His hand also began to tremble after using Aisu, and he commented inwardly that this was already the 3rd time he had used it today and its power was fading. Yet even with that, Hokuto did not so much as stumble. Hokuto then lifted Kiri and asked her again where Uruha was. In Kiri's mind, she said that Hokuto was insanely strong, but she also thought that if she were in better condition, she could have stalled him longer. She also assumed that Uruha had probably been sapped by the lion heads they fought earlier. Hokuto asked next whether she truly didn't know or simply refused to answer, while wiping away the blood that had dripped from his nose after taking Hikuri's Aisu. Kiri apologized to him and answered that it was the latter, then signaled Hikuri to run. However, Hikuri struggled to decide, thinking that he didn't want to do that, because if he could unleash another Aisu like the one he used on his older brother, he might still be able to help Kiri. Unfortunately, Hokuto had already made up his mind to act, and said that it was too bad, then unsheathed his katana to finish Kiri off, which sent Hikuri into panic. Unexpectedly, a katana suddenly carved a square into the wall behind Hikuri, surprising him, and the person responsible kicked that cutout section forward, sending the slab of wall flying straight toward Hokuto, immediately catching his attention. Because of that, Hokuto was prevented from stabbing Kiri and shifted his slashes toward the incoming wall. Hokuto turned toward the source of the attack, and inside the opening he saw something glint. When he looked closer, it turned out that it was Natsuki who had done it, and while standing in his stance he declared that Hokuto was as good as dead. His blades were positioned perpendicular to each other, expressing his intent to kill Hokuto. Kiri also looked toward Natsuki, and soon after, Natsuki launched his charge. Natsuki closed the distance with Hokuto immediately, and although Hokuto blocked the attack, he was forced to release Kiri. Hokuto stumbled back through the doorway leading into the next room after blocking Natsuki's charge. Delighted, Kiri called out to Natsuki and thanked him, referring to him as bro, which Natsuki scolded her for and pointed out that she should be calling him Mr. Natsuki. He reminded her that he was older than her and asked how many times he needed to repeat himself. His colleague peeked through the opening he had made and called out to him, asking him to stop actively destroying the building, which Natsuki said he understood. Next, Natsuki introduced himself to Hokuto. He explained that his older brother, Ibuki Misaka, was the former bearer of the Cloud Gouger, and that 3 years ago, a Hishaku member killed him, which immediately caught Hokuto's attention. He added next that based on Hokuto's emblem, he was assuming correctly that he was a Hishaku, and Hokuto answered absolutely, then introduced himself to Natsuki. Hokuto then came up with an idea and suggested to Natsuki that if Natsuki defeated him, he would introduce him to the killer of his older brother, which confused Natsuki, and Hokuto added that in exchange, if he defeated Natsuki, Natsuki would tell him the location of Uruha. Kiri told him that he was obsessed with that, while Natsuki twitched in irritation and demanded to know why Hokuto was even after Uruha in the first place. Hokuto explained that his sword was not forged for mere survival, and that it was designed for the thrill of deadly combat. He said that a blade only truly blossoms when his years of training are tested to the maximum, and that such gratification can only come from pitting it against a master swordsman. That irritated Natsuki even more, and he asked whether Uruha was the one Hokuto was talking about. He said Hokuto was so fixated on the big names of the past that he was overlooking the sword master right in front of him, adding that it was an enormous disgrace. Natsuki raised his blade next and added that Hokuto deserved to die. He charged again, and in an instant, he reached Hokuto's left side, his slash already coming toward him. Hokuto's eyes widened as he turned, commenting inwardly that Natsuki was fast while raising his arm to block. Hokuto managed to get his arm in the way, but compared to Kiri, Natsuki's slash actually carved into his armor, which drew even more of Hokuto's attention and made him note that Natsuki was far more deft with a sword than his appearance suggested. Before his entire left arm could be severed, Hokuto released his katana and pushed Natsuki's hand away, then in a swift motion caught it with his left hand and swung toward Natsuki's back, which Natsuki blocked with the katana in his right hand. Natsuki glared at Hokuto, quickly shifting his grip on the katana in his left hand and thrusting a rapid stab toward Hokuto's face. However, Hokuto still reacted in time, resulting in Natsuki only shaving off a bit of his eyebrow hair, which made Hokuto's eyes widen slightly. Hokuto smirked next, while behind him another blade carved a square into the wall. Moments later, the large cutout portion of the wall flew toward him, forcing Hokuto to leap away, and when he turned toward the source, it became clear that Kiri was responsible. From behind Hokuto, Natsuki arrived again, his entire body crackling with a lightning-like aura, and moments later, he used his move Lightning Menace. And as the name suggested, he suddenly released something like a lightning strike toward Hokuto, easily obliterating the flying wall section. Because of that, his colleague wearing goggles yelled at him again, saying he had just told him to stop actively destroying the building, while lightning continued crackling across Natsuki's body. On Hokuto's side, when the smoke cleared, it appeared that his armor had expanded over his body, and he used it as a shield against Natsuki's powerful attack. He commented that it seemed Natsuki used lightning sorcery, while Natsuki clicked his tongue in irritation because Hokuto had still managed to block it. In his thoughts, he grumbled that it was extremely annoying, and that somehow Uruha always ended up being involved, remembering how Kuni Shige chose Uruha as the bearer of Kamiyuri. He added that Uruha was well aware of how he treated him. He pointed out that Uruha always addressed those older than him with respect, like adding Mr. when calling Ibuki, Samura, and Kuni Shige, but when it came to him, Uruha acted obnoxiously chummy. He said he also remembered that annoying old geezer in Kiri, but at least she was equally disrespectful to everyone, so she wasn't as bad. It was noted for us that the Misaka brothers had been half-slaughtered by Itsuo Shirakai twice. While recalling how Uruha always said that the others were much older and that there was only a 1-year gap between them, so shouldn't they just be pals? He said he was sick of Uruha's excuses and shouted inwardly for him to shut up. He questioned why Hokuto was even looking for Uruha, then said what a shame, and that the earth had already swallowed him up. He was so salty that he even said good riddance, because Uruha had been nothing but a thorn in his side. Then the ceiling above them began to crack, and soon a huge portion of it collapsed, causing Uruha and Yura to fall down from above. As they fell, they caught Uruha's attention. Hokuto smiled widely upon seeing them, which Uruha noticed, while Natsuki's face showed disgust and disappointment at Uruha's arrival. Natsuki called out to him again when he landed beside him, saying that now they could win their fight since he was there. But Natsuki didn't reply and continued displaying his disgust. Meanwhile, their colleague wearing goggles yelled that they could do whatever they wanted because he no longer cared, given how many parts of the building had already been destroyed. When Yura landed beside Hokuto, he called Hokuto's name, and Hokuto did the same. And just as Hokuto was about to ask him whether Uruha had been his opponent, Yura confirmed it. Hokuto then placed an arm around Yura's shoulders and happily asked if Yura had saved Uruha for him, to which Yura answered that Uruha had simply been too strong. On Uruha and Natsuki's side, Uruha commented that it had been quite a while since they last saw each other, while Natsuki only asked him why he was so sluggish. Uruha explained that an enemy's sorcery had weighed down his body, but said he was all good now, then asked how Natsuki was doing, but Natsuki just snapped at him and told him to shut up. Natsuki recalled Hokuto's movements earlier and thought to himself that Hokuto's reaction time was no joke and that he hadn't even tried to fight seriously yet. He then asked Kiri if that guy was indeed the tough one, and Kiri agreed while marveling inwardly that Hokuto managed to block her strike using only his arm despite how powerful it was, and that it hadn't even been his dominant arm. She realized Hokuto had truly spent a very long time swinging a sword. After that, Uruha told Kiri to leave with Hikuri and head for the Shinichi, which confused Kiri, and she questioned the idea since she was the only one who wouldn't be able to keep up. So Natsuki scolded her and told her to stop complaining, calling her a brat, which made Uruha comment that Natsuki was being extremely rude as Kiri muttered in irritation. Still, Kiri let it go and said fine, that they old dudes could handle the old dudes they were fighting, and inwardly added that they better make sure to kill them. Uruha then pointed out that she meant Natsuki, which Natsuki denied and said she meant him, while the two Hishaka members just watched them argue. Suddenly Hokuto called Uruha by his full name and said it was an honor to meet him. Natsuki showed irritation upon hearing that, while Hokuto introduced himself next, and after giving the same wink he had used earlier on the guy who bought cigarettes. He added that he respected Uruha's feats with the enchanted blade during the Seitei War. Uruha was puzzled as to why he was receiving such praise, while Natsuki continued to look annoyed. Hokuto added that he had long dreamed of fighting Uruha with his whole body and spirit, then stated that he was the one who killed Ibuki Misaka, instantly catching Natsuki's attention. He continued revealing information, explaining that his sorcery allowed him to create armored dolls and operate them remotely. He said he was also the one who killed Kunishige Roku Hira, saying he was the one who pierced his heart with a katana. He next introduced Yura to them, which made Uruha turn toward him. Yura called out to Hokuto and asked what all of that was about, but Hokuto told them to wait a moment because he was almost done, then told the enemies that their leader was Yura. Yura tried to call out to him because of that, but Hokuto continued talking, saying that of course, Yura was the individual who ordered the deaths of Kunishige and Misaka and claimed that they pledged their allegiance to him, then added that Yura was irreplaceable. Uruha and Natsuki said nothing after hearing this, while Hokuto said that what he had stated pretty much covered everything, and as for sorcery, they should simply consider anything as fair game. Hokuto prepared his katana next, but before his right hand could take hold of the handle, Uruha suddenly appeared in front of him and sliced him with overwhelming speed, severing his arm and sending it flying into the air. Hokuto looked at Uruha with a hint of a smile, while Uruha immediately returned his katana to its sheath after the sudden attack. Natsuki clicked his tongue in irritation after seeing Uruha's move, while Hokuto, now overflowing with excitement at witnessing the white purity style even after losing his arm, commented inwardly that it was absolutely incredible. Using his left hand, Hokuto unsheathed his katana, but from behind Uruha, Natsuki leapt in and attempted a swift spinning slash. However, Hokuto and Yura managed to block it, but in response, Natsuki activated his sorcery again, causing lightning to crackle across his body. With the strength of his power, he pushed both Hishaka members toward the wall, destroying it as the two tried to escape his charge. They broke through into the third library of the Kamunabi headquarters, and as Natsuki continued charging at Yura, he commented to Hokuto that Hokuto had really riled the two of them up, to which Hokuto simply welcomed the situation, while Uruha slowly walked through the doorway into the room, prepared to use the EI white purity style. After that, it was briefly explained that Yoji Uruha was a fighting prodigy, and that he attained the white purity style at the tender age of 16. Hokuto felt a gush of intensity coming from Uruha, and he commented in his thoughts that it was easy to imagine his own death in the near future, adding that he was getting goosebumps all over his body. After preparing himself, Uruha charged at him again and attempted an upward slash, but Uruha's eyes widened when Hokuto stepped back slightly, and with just that tiny movement, Uruha's katana passed by Hokuto's face as he dodged it by a hair. While Uruha was still in the motion of attacking, Hokuto quickly countered with an upward slash of his own that struck Uruha's left hand, shocking him. Because of that, Hokuto managed to cut off the 3 fingers Uruha was using to hold his sheath. In Hokuto's thoughts, he commented that his attack had been somewhat shallow, but he still managed to hit Uruha's left hand, then told Uruha that it was payback for his right hand. On Uruha's side, he admitted inwardly that Hokuto was good. He explained that Hokuto stepped back and avoided his sword by the tiniest hair, and that at the precise moment the blade missed, Hokuto moved and countered. Everything Hokuto did was performed with exquisite timing, and his coordination and proprioception were exceptional as well. They exchanged slashes after dealing heavy blows to one another. And just as Uruha was about to add a comment about Hokuto's strength, his back collided with Yura's, drawing both their attention. They looked at each other, and Yura wasted no time. He sent a quick backhand stab toward Uruha, but Uruha ducked and removed his cloak before the attack could reach him. Natsuki leapt over them and shouted to draw their attention, to which Hokuto calmly responded. As soon as Natsuki landed, he dashed toward Hokuto, forcing Hokuto to raise his katana. Natsuki yelled at him not to tell him he was already satisfied now that the old Uruha was here, who did nothing but sit in a hot spring all this time until he looked like a prune. That remark caught Hokuto's attention and made him comment inwardly that it seemed Natsuki hadn't even been fighting at full power earlier. While advancing, Natsuki released his katana, letting it fly freely toward Hokuto's face, surprising him. And while Hokuto was distracted, Natsuki struck him with a solid slash across the torso as he passed by. In Natsuki's thoughts, he began explaining that while Uruha's movements were insanely fast, Uruha lacked an edge. He said that once you master a technique, it tends to remain with you. But that instinctual edge, intuition, split-second judgment calls, and movements sharp as a blade, you lose those quickly when you are not continually exposed to real battle. Those fine details were more crucial than technique alone when master warriors fought. After explaining all of that, he asserted that he never stopped fighting, and after catching his released katana, he declared that his edge was sharper than ever. After that, he forced Hokuto past the railing when he charged him again, and they began falling to the lower floor of the library. While that was happening, he remembered the day Uruha was chosen as the enchanted blade bearer instead of him, and said inwardly that all of those master swordfighter jerks could eat crow and look at his back now. Filled with drive and irritation, he shouted at Hokuto that Natsuki Misaka would dash past them, causing Hokuto to look at him with a grin. Yura followed them down and jumped to the lower floor as well, causing Uruha to pause. And as he did, Yura apologized in his thoughts to Hokuto and explained he wanted to fight them one at a time and make sure they finished them. As Natsuki parried a slash from Hokuto, Yura prepared to send his own slash toward Natsuki. On Uruha's side, he commented inwardly that Natsuki was razor sharp, and all that time he had been relaxing in hot baths. Natsuki kept training. He added that there was also a beast there who managed to handle Natsuki's attacks like they were nothing, referring to Yura, and he said that everyone there except him was prepared and in peak form, and suddenly declared that that was all the more reason to kill them right now. His body began throbbing rapidly as if covered in dark energy. Natsuki sensed something coming from him, and when he turned toward Uruha, his eyes widened and he felt a chill. He called Uruha the former prodigy and explained that Uruha's skills had been honed in battle while constantly avoiding death, and that the original purpose of his sword was the skill of living. Because he was now surrounded by master warriors, on the brink of death his instincts came flooding back. After that explanation, Uruha was shown biting onto his sheath so he could draw his katana and perform the quick draw of the EA White Purity style. With the force of his charge, the railing beneath him shattered. Because of his speed, Natsuki was suddenly blown away. Yura received a slash across the torso, and Uruha also lacerated Hokuto's right shoulder near the collarbone. All four of them landed in the shallow fountain at the center of the library's lower floor, sending water splashing everywhere. Water rained down afterward, and the four were shown standing in a circle, glaring at each other as books affected by their battle fell around them. The intensity and focus were clear on Uruha and Natsuki's faces, while Hokuto still managed to laugh loudly despite being bloodied and missing his right hand, and Yura simply let out a deep breath while adjusting his sleeves. Hokuto continued laughing, which made the three of them look at him, and because of that, both Uruha and Natsuki seemed even more irritated with him. He tried to hold back his laughter and even excused himself, but no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't stop laughing, so Yura called out to him to try to talk to him. Natsuki then took his attention and asked if sorcery was allowed in their fight, pointing out in an annoyed tone that if so, Then how come he was the only one using it among the four of them? He suddenly asked Uruha what his problem was, and Uruha looked confused at first, but quickly realized what he meant. Uruha explained that honestly, it had totally slipped his mind. He hadn't fought for 18 years, so it really didn't occur to him to use it, adding in a side comment that he would have to think about it. He followed it with a "my bad," which made Natsuki ask him irritably if he was stupid. Hokuto apologized to Natsuki and said that it was on him for treating it as an option. He explained that he figured Natsuki might get scared if he didn't have his electrical leak stuff. That only irritated Natsuki even more, and he angrily asked what Hokuto just said, while Hokuto added that he shouldn't have worried about that anyway, giving him another wink and praising him by saying that his swordplay was actually quite beautiful. Natsuki scoffed upon hearing that, and said he would just let that electrical leak comment slide for now. And while they were talking, Yura calmly winced from the wound Uruha had inflicted on him earlier as it continued bleeding. Setting that aside, Natsuki said they could both go to hell now, then asked Uruha if he agreed, and Uruha did. Uruha then looked at the two Hishaku members seriously and began explaining in his thoughts that Yura wasn't exactly a master swordsman, and that his athleticism was what was totally unreal. He pointed out that Yura's swordplay was inconsistent, yet he could still land a surprising number of blows. As for Hokuto, he said they had no idea how deep his true skill with the sword went, and he noticed that Hokuto was still holding back. As Hokuto continued commenting and acknowledging the nice injuries they managed to inflict, he added that Hokuto seemed more interested in savoring the duel rather than killing them, adding in a side comment that it was creepy. But for the real reason they could pound sand. He said that Hokuto hadn't been bluffing earlier. What Hokuto said about killing Ibuki Misaka and Kunishige Rokuhira, and that Yura was their leader, was all true. Fighters of that level were few and far between. As the three of them stared at Hokuto, Hokuto suddenly said that injuries were good. Pain, he said, gave you an adrenaline rush, and it sharpened your focus. Then he laughed again like he was losing it. He said they were nearing the climax now, and he was glad everyone was still going strong. He added that when the first one among them died, he encouraged them to take a little break, and Uruha and Natsuki simply stared at him. Yura called to him again and told him that perhaps he was letting his mouth run too freely, but Hokuto only grinned and said he was done. After that, they each took their stances again and prepared to charge, an intense aura surrounding all of them. Soon enough, in an instant, the two sides rushed at one another, with Hokuto attempting to slice Uruha's neck, but Uruha blocked it using the sheath of his katana while targeting Yura's neck. Natsuki prepared to swing his left-hand katana toward Hokuto's head, while his right-hand katana aimed at Yura's body, while Yura focused on parrying Uruha's katana that was headed straight for his neck, as he pushed away Natsuki's right hand that attempted to cut into his body. With their rapid exchanges, the four descended into fast-paced motion and combat. While this happened, the scene shifted to underground level 5, and in one of the hallways, a wall suddenly exploded outward, drawing the attention of several Kamunabi members nearby. When they turned, they saw the arm of the one responsible, which bore the Hishaku emblem, so they immediately recognized him. It turned out to be the bald Hishaku member, who transformed his head into a dancing lion's head. He was eating one Kamunabi member while holding another in his right hand. The Kamunabi member who witnessed this became alarmed, and he didn't notice the other Hishaku member, the woman, behind him. She caught him before he fell and said he was collapsing, then helped him stand back up. Before the Kamunabi member could react, the female Hishaku member blew gently into his ear, sending an icy chill through his body, and before long, just from that slow exhale of wind, his entire body froze solid. While the bald Hishaku member continued chewing the Kamunabi members he was holding, the female Hishaku member commented that she thought the Kamunabi were supposed to be tough, then added that the ones they fought here were way too cute. The member with the covered mouth also arrived and pointed out that this was simply how strong the two of them and the bald one were, to which the woman, now sounding thrilled, said she had been waiting for him to say that. Immediately after that, the bald Hishaku member ate the Kamunabi member the woman had just frozen beside him. She called the man Bingo and asked if it was tasty, and after chewing and reverting his head back to normal, he called her Run and asked if she ever listened, pointing out that they weren't tasty and that he had already said that 1,000,000 times. But he explained that he had to eat, because if he didn't, he wouldn't be able to use his powers, adding in a side comment that he didn't have any choice, which Uran understood, though she asked if he wasn't overeating and pointed out that he was going to get sleepy again. Bingo said the people here were weak, but asked if it was correct that their elite fighters should be arriving soon, who would surely be tougher than those they had faced. He said they needed to fuel up as much as they could, then burped. Just as he said that, a Kamunabi member arrived from the higher floor, catching their attention. While yawning, Bingo told Uran that they were coming and that she should brace herself, which made Uran question why he was saying that while yawning, adding that she knew he would get sleepy from overeating. While showing a comb, the Kamunabi member with bangs declared that this was where their advance ended, calling them intruders. Moments later, several more Kamunabi members arrived, seemingly led by an individual with a traditional samurai haircut. Upon seeing the Hishaku, he said that the rumors were true and commented that they were a challenging bunch. He then said they would minimize their losses, telling his companions that he would charge in alone while reaching for the comb. He said he would keep the Hishaku members busy for a few seconds, and once he gave the signal, his allies were to focus their fire and blast him along with the enemies, to which the Bangs member answered that he understood. After taking the comb, he brushed the left side of his hair, and once done, he threw it back toward his comrades. He asked if they were ready, then told them to start, while the Bangs member easily caught the comb with just 2 fingers. While this happened, the scene shifted to Hakuri and Kiri running down a hallway on their way to the Shinichi. Kiri commented that she was certain this was the right way, and after a few moments, they stopped because they came across Ichiki and Azumi, whom she casually called big shots, while the 2 of them called out to her at the same time. She told them the timing was perfect and ordered them to take Hakuri and her to the Shinichi, while Hakuri quietly questioned the adult shoulder ride he was witnessing. They entered the elevator, and as they stepped inside, Hakuri told Azumi that he thought Azumi had gone up to the top. So Azumi explained that they had shut down the threat elimination grounds, adding that there had been too much commotion on the inside. He also apologized because he had still needed to deal with things down there, and he was happy Hakuri was safe. Hakuri answered that everyone had fought hard to protect him, while Azumi commented that thank goodness Uruha was alive, which made Ichiki glance at him. Ichiki then said that they would mourn for Kudo and the others properly after they wrapped everything up here, and that he hoped tomorrow would be a calmer day. Hakuri shouted that it would be, and that they would settle everything once and for all. He added that he would transport the Shinichi to the warehouse, and after that, the Hishaku's hands would be tied. Azumi commented that he wished it were that simple, which puzzled Hakuri, and Ichiki explained that what he meant was that they had already surrounded all the Hishaku invaders. While showing us that Natsuki's colleague with goggles and another ally seemed to have cornered the young Hishaku member, Ichiki explained that yes, they were expert fighters, but at the end of the day, they were still individual sorcerers, and containing them shouldn't take long. But the real issue, he said, was that even they themselves hadn't expected the Hishaku to charge in with such small numbers and still defeat them. He pointed out that something else was behind all of this, and for example, the Shinichi. He said the Hishaku put the Shinichi up for auction at the Rakuzechi almost as if they were practically handing it over to the Kamunabi themselves. If, for example, the Hishaku had somehow programmed the Shinichi to be remotely controlled, then giving it to them was like sending a bomb into their midst. He said that when they resealed it, they inspected it and ruled that out. But even so, there was still a however, which made Hakuri ask if that meant they were safe. But Ichiki said that was exactly why he was worried, making Hakuri look at him. After a few moments, they reached the room where the Shinichi was sealed, and as they watched the bandages slowly unwrap, Hakuri activated the storehouse mask in his left eye in preparation. While that was happening, we returned to a few minutes earlier, before they landed in this room. Ichiki explained to Hakuri that, based on what he told them, to transport an object to the warehouse, you must register that object by channeling spirit energy into it. He said that the seal had already been broken when the Shinichi was put up for auction at the Rakuzechi, which meant that Kura Sazanami had poured spirit energy into it early on, right when the seal had first been broken. In other words, he said that simply channeling spirit energy into it was not enough. To activate the powers of the Shinichi, you need a strong desire to use the sword. This meant that by channeling spirit energy into it beforehand, it should have been possible to activate its powers even while the Shinichi was inside the Kamunabi headquarters. Hakuri then asked if that was really how it worked, to which Ichiki agreed and added that its powers could only be used for a limited time, and that it came with a price. The sword master would quickly creep into your body and hijack you from within. After that, the activator would lose their sense of self, and that would be the end for them, pointing out that it was the same thing that happened to Kura Sazanami at the Rakuzechi. As a strategy, he said, it was a double-edged sword with a razor-sharp edge. For that reason, they concluded that it was unlikely anyone would attempt that approach, but just in case, they still investigated the blade. They confirmed that no one had charged it with spirit energy. After that, they resealed the Shinichi, and just like last time, he, Kasen, and Yatsuru were the ones who carried it out. He added that aside from Hiyuki and Tofuku, ever since the Rakuzechi, only the three of them had come into contact with the Shinichi. Hakuri simply stared at Azumi after hearing that. So Azumi explained to him that they were the three sorcerers he saw wearing the white robes. The one in the middle was the leader of the Kamunabi, and the ones on each side were his assistants. They were also the strongest sorcerers in the Kamunabi. Hakuri was confused and reasoned that Kudo said Azumi was on another level. So Ichiki glanced at Azumi with intrigue, while Azumi, slightly nervous, explained that Kudo probably meant as a fighter. He added that physically, he was a bit younger than the others, but as sorcerers, those people were giants compared to him. Aside from the innate sorcery he was born with, things like barriers and sealing spells belonged to the realm of scholars. Hakuri said that that was what Kudo told him, and also said that Kudo mentioned that the Misumi had memorized every book in the library on level 2. Azumi pointed out that those three in the white robes had about twice that much in their heads, which made Ichiki comment that that was an exaggeration, while Hakuri felt dizzy and thought about how unreal that was. Ichiki added that the recklessness of the Hishaku only made sense if they had a powerful ace up their sleeve, and what worried him was that one of those three might be colluding with the Hishaku, which alarmed Hakuri. He explained that one of the white robes might have altered the seal of the Shinichi, weakened it amid the chaos, for example, or perhaps even handed it over to one of their disposable pawns inside the Kamunabi. Or, it was also possible that the Hishaku were simply acting recklessly. He had known those two sorcerers for many years, and he needed to prove to himself that his suspicions were unfounded. After that, we returned to the present, where they had just arrived in the room where the Shinichi was sealed, and here they found Kasen already there. Kasen turned toward them, and the three looked at one another, and after that, Kasen and Ichiki called out each other's names as they approached the glass barrier. When Ichiki saw that the seal of the Shinichi had not been removed, he let out a sigh of relief and thought inwardly that everything was fine and the seal was still intact, then wondered to himself if he was simply overthinking things. Kasen then called Hakuri by his full name and told him he made it. Ichiki then said that, as planned, they would transport the Shinichi to the warehouse where no one would be able to reach it, and inwardly thought that the Hishaku didn't stand a chance of taking down the Kamunabi headquarters. However, Kasen suddenly refused, catching Ichiki's attention, and something began to happen to the Shinichi. While that was happening, we returned to the intense clash between the four individuals in the library, and here, as Natsuki's and Hokuto's blades collided, Natsuki activated his sorcery, causing a powerful lightning shock to blast toward Hokuto, sending him flying into one of the pillars and destroying it. Hokuto managed to block that attack using his expanding body armor, and after deflecting it, he wondered aloud if the duel was over. On Uruha and Yura's side, Uruha succeeded in cutting through Yura's katana when Yura tried to parry him, causing his katana to drive straight into Yura's body. He stared at him seriously while his sorcery was activated, while Yura inwardly commented that Natsuki and Uruha were going full throttle with their sorcery, and that they really wanted to kill them as quickly as possible. This Uruha, the so-called trump card Samura left behind, and Natsuki on the other side, were both refusing to give up the ghost just like that, and he thought that they also couldn't discount the outcome in Kyoto. He called out to Hokuto in his mind and told him that the fun and games were over, and he seemed to decide on something right then. While Hokuto was still down, Natsuki began charging at Yura from his other side, while Uruha rushed him from the left, but in an instant, Yura suddenly vanished right in front of the two of them, and in a flash, he managed to seize them both by the throat, shocking them completely. Natsuki was utterly overwhelmed by how impossibly fast Yura's movements had suddenly become, and Uruha also noticed that Yura's strength had skyrocketed as well. In the Shinichi ceiling room, spirit energy began spilling out of the Shinichi, immediately catching Ichiki's attention and alarming him. Utterly confused, he wondered how this was happening when the seal was intact, and when he looked more closely, he noticed that the spirit energy was pouring out from within the seal. He muttered to himself that such a thing was impossible. He also asked himself if that meant the Shinichi had been compromised before the seal was placed on it, and how he could have overlooked that. He turned to Kasen next, and in shock and disbelief struggled to accept the realization that had just hit him. He explained that if there had been anyone at the time who knew that the Shinichi had been charged with spirit energy, then that person would have had to be someone capable of covering it up. He stared at Kasen for a long moment and said that he couldn't bring himself to believe it, fully aware of the repercussions of this information. Following that, through narration, Yura revealed that he had charged the Shinichi with his spirit energy right before they submitted it to the Rakuzechi auction. The point of the Rakuzechi, he said, was to determine in whose hands the command of the Shinichi truly rested, and whether they could seize temporary control of it or not, because it would be useless to wield it if the wielder were instantly hijacked. He added that what they discovered was that a wielder needed astronomical mental fortitude on par with Kurosazanami to resist the blade, even for just the briefest moment. He pointed out that it was essentially suicide, and they were well aware of that. But Kyura had proven that it was worth attempting with an unparalleled determination. Spirit energy continued pouring out of the Shinichi, and as the swordmaster stood up inside his cell, he uttered the words Nagatsumi. On Yura's side, his power seemed to be rising as roots with flowers began sprouting from his body, quickly wilting. While holding both Uruha and Natsuki by their throats in his mouth, he pointed out to them that he had already said this battle was to the death. A centipede-like aura began spiraling out around Yura's body, and his eyes turned black just like the sword master's, and he declared that with this power, they would overthrow the Hishaku. And as that happened, we were shown the remaining black feathers of Samura scattering while Chihiro moved at high speed.